When you say, make Nigeria no happen to you, me self go say, make you no happen to Nigeria.
You dey bypass your light meter. You dey jump queue.
Yet, you dey wait make Naija change for you. My brother, my sister, you self change.
Oh yeah, see that Naija pikin wey pack the thing wey block gutter wey dey cause flood.
Abba, Naija pikin, make we dey care for our environment.
Gen Z is no one work. Now quick cash them they find.
Just like that, boys don't turn Pablo. And girls?
Hablets.
Wetin dey happen?
We dey argue online, spread fake news with our full chest, divide ourselves on top religion, tribe, and politics matter.
But we go dey shout, no unity for Naija.
My brother, my sister, unity begins with you.
Someone japa, nobody wants stay.
But who go fix Naija if no be you?
Omo, you go stay o.
Naija dey wait for us same way we dey wait for Naija.
That's why National Orientation Agency don't bring this better ogbonge plan. We go change the game. That na 7 for 7 agenda. 7 promises from leaders and 7 citizen codes.
Equality, democracy, entrepreneurship, employment, peace and security, inclusivity, justice, meritocracy. Now the Naija promises.
But without our own discipline, duty of care and tolerance, respect and true leadership, transparency we all need, environmental awareness, resiliency no go walk. 7 promises, them don't talk am. 7 codes, now we go do am o. No dey wait, no dey look face, join body make we run the race. Now you and me, now you and me, now you and me, go fix our Naija.
Leave bribery, wash your hands, come out from mago ways. Talk true when you see security concern now all of us.
No dey complain about Naija, complaining no dey change am o. If you be true Nigerian, if you be ogbonge Naija. If we want better tomorrow, now we go make am work today. Hey.
7 promises, them don't talk am. 7 codes, now we go do am o. No dey wait, no dey look face, join body make we run the race. Now you and me, now you and me, now you and me, go fix our Naija. Akwa Ibom, Bayelsa, Cross River, Delta, Edo, and rivers. Oh,
Akwa Ibom, Bayelsa, Cross River, Delta, Edo, and rivers.
oh, 7 promises, them don't talk am. 7 codes, now we go do am o. No dey wait, no dey look face, join body make we run the race. Now you and me, now you and me, now you and me, go fix our Naija.
If we be true Nigerians, we go rise hand in hand. Uphold the 7 for 7 agenda for Naija, our home, our pride, and our strength.
Powered by National Orientation Agency.
Behind every broken desk,
lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice. News breaks and events happens. We bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Welcome to the Locker Room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
Are you ready for the extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV.
Well, hello and welcome to the Midday News on Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. First, the headlines. President Tinubu calls on religious leaders to prioritize poor underprivileged. Tinubu also says state police won't be delayed. U.S. Congress submits reports on Christian persecution in Nigeria to White House. National Assembly postpones plenary resumption to March the 5th. Cross River Magistrate suspends strike, gives government September deadline. Court strikes forgery case against Ozekome. In business, power firm says regulatory issues stranding 7,000 megawatts capacity. And in sports, Alex Iwobi shines as Fulham beats Sunderland 3-1. In entertainment, Portable rejects 50 million naira boxing match offer, demands a luxury car. And now the news in full. President of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has urged Muslims and Christian leaders to prioritize the need of the poor and underprivileged by implementing policies that benefits the majority of the grassroots level. He made the call during a joint iftar and Lenten dinner with governors at the presidential villa, emphasizing that shared periods of fasting and reflection should inspire compassion and action. Tinubu noted that Ramadan and Lent offer opportunities for leaders to reflect on the plight of others and design programs that positively impact livelihoods. Presidential spokesperson Bayo Ononuga stated that the president's message underscored the importance of interfaith cooperation and social responsibilities. In another development, President Bola Tinubu on Monday pledged that the establishment of state police to combat insecurity would not be postponed. He also declared that Nigeria had emerged from economic uncertainty. Speaking at an interfaith breaking of fast, with governors and senior officials at the Presidential Banquet Hall, Abuja, Tinubu assured Nigerians that his administration's promise to tackle insecurity through state policing remained on track. The president expressed optimism about Nigeria's economic trajectory, declaring that the country was out of the woods and the dark tunnel of uncertainty. Moving on, the Benue State government is seeking federal approval to establish a disarmament, mobilization and reintegration center for repentant local bandits. Director General of the Commission for Peace and Reconciliation, Josephine Haba, disclosed this in Makurdi, stating that the center aims to rehabilitate over 400 individuals, including women, abducted by bandits. Haba revealed that the state government had made a passionate request to Chief of Defense Staff, General Olufemi Oluyede, for the DDR Center, which is expected to be located in local government area of the state. The center will provide rehabilitation services, skills training, and reintegration support with a program duration of 6 months to 1 year. The initiative targets vulnerable youths coerced into banditry, aiming to break the circle of recruitment and reduce insecurity. The state government has identified over 1,800 individuals willing to surrender, with 400 cleared for rehabilitation. Meanwhile, the United States House Committees on Appropriations and Foreign Affairs have submitted a report to the White House detailing findings and recommendations on addressing the alleged persecution of Christians in Nigeria. The report follows a comprehensive investigation led by Congressman Riley Moore and Appropriation Committee Chairman Tom Cole, mandated by President Donald Trump after redesignating Nigeria as a country of particular concern. The investigation involved a fact-finding mission to Nigeria where Moore's delegation visited internally displaced persons camps in Benue, spoke also with victims of terrorism, and met with government officials, including National Security Advisor Nuhu Ribadu. The report highlights what has been described as a severe crisis of Christian persecution in Nigeria, with estimates indicating over 7,000 Christians killed in 2025 alone, and between 50,000 to 100,000 Christians killed since 2009. In another development, the National Assembly has postponed its plenary resumption from February 24th, 2026 to March the 5th, 2026 to allow committees complete ongoing budget defense sessions. The decision was announced by the clerk to the National Assembly, Kamoru Gulano, who cited the need for more time to finalize budget discussions. Plenary sessions in both chambers will now reconvene at 11 a.m. on March the 5th, 2026. The leadership expressed regret for any inconvenience caused and urged members to comply with the revised schedule. The postponement comes as lawmakers continue deliberations on the 2026 appropriation bill, with several ministries, departments, and agencies still appearing before committees for budget defense. Elsewhere, magistrates in Cross River State have suspended their strike, which began on February the 8th, following the intervention of Chief Judge Justice Akon Ikpeme. The suspension was announced by Magistrate Association of Nigeria Chairman Godwin Ona, who stated that the strike was temporarily halted, not called off, pending resolution of their demands by September. The magistrate demands include provision of official vehicles, housing support, and payment of wardrobe allowances, citing unfulfilled promises by the state government made in 2023. Ona expressed optimism that the Chief Judge's intervention would yield positive results, with association postponing payments of housing allowances as an interim measure. A Federal Capital Territory High Court in Maitama, Abuja, has struck out a 3-count forgery charge against Senior Advocate of Nigeria Mike Ozekome, filed by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC. The Attorney General of the Federation took over the case on January the 26th, citing the need for interagency cooperation and thorough review. During Tuesday's proceedings, the Attorney General's counsel, Rotimi Oyedepo, applied to withdraw the case, stating that the offense needed time to review and consolidate issues from multiple investigating agencies to strengthen the prosecution. Justice Peter Kekemeke granted the application, striking out the case. Ozekome was accused of presenting forged documents, including a Nigerian passport, to support his claim of ownership of a property in London. The ICPC had filed a charge on January the 16th, 2026. Moving on, the All Progressive Congress, APC, has declared that the search for a financier for President Bola Tinubu's 2027 re-election form is over, following a 100 million naira cash donation from Kogi State youths. The party's national chairman, Professor Ntewe Yewanda, announced that no further donations are needed, stating that the funds have been deposited into the party's accounts. The donation was presented by Kogi State Governor Ahmed Usman Ododo, who led the youth delegation to the APC National Secretariat in Abuja. He awards praised the youths for their gesture, saying it showed their appreciation for Tinubu's commitments to security and economic growth. The APC is aiming for greater affordability in its nomination forms to ensure inclusivity, with what they're hinting that reduced costs for future elections. And now to the Federal Capital Territory FCT Area Council election held over the weekend. The People's Democratic Party has rejected the results, stating concerns over the outcome. Following the declaration by the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC), which showed the All Progressive Congress winning 5 out of the 6 chairmanship seats, the PDP said it would challenge the results in court. Our correspondent in Abuja, Jimo Ogirima, has more in this report.
Addressing the journalists in Abuja, one of the councillors in the city center, the election was rigged and called for urgent need for electoral reforms. She said their records showed that they won convincingly and figures were manipulated by the APC candidates. She added what they experienced over the weekend showed that Nigeria still has a long way to go, and this is the only way to protect the ballot ahead of the 2027 elections.
We declared that the election was rigged, and this experience underscored the urgent need for electoral reform, including real-time transformation of results. The experience of this past weekend showed that Nigeria still has a long way to go, and we need urgent electoral reform. This is the only way to protect the integrity of the ballots. Our record showed that we won convincingly at the majority of the polling units. However, the figures were manipulated during the collation process to favor the APC candidates. I wish to state again that we are not accepting these results. Our legal team is already preparing to review the process, and we will be taking a step forward after that. We will pursue this matter to its logical conclusion at the tribunal. We remain determined to reclaim the mandate that was freely given to us by the people of City Center.
Jimo Ogrima, reporting from VOP TV in Abuja.
Thank you so very much, Jimo, for that report. You're still watching the Midday News right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more is Darlington Agomo, lawyer and political analyst. Barrister Darlington, a very good afternoon to you, and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon.
Thank you, David. And how are you?
I'm fine, very well. Thank you, Barrister. How are you doing as well?
I'm okay.
All right, then joining us also virtually is Mr. Ayoyinka Oni. Mr. Ayoyinka is a human rights activist and also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Mr. Ayoyinka, thank you so very much for joining the conversation, and a very good afternoon to you.
Thank you for having me. Good afternoon.
All right, and thank you so very much. Well, let me start off the conversation from you, Mr. Ayoyinka. The conversation from the report that our correspondent in Abuja brought in a couple of minutes ago indicates that the People's Democratic Party clearly is saying that they are not agreeing with the result that INEC declared, particularly in the part where 5 of the chairmanship seats in the FCT had gone to the ruling All Progressive Congress. Of course, they cited flawed process and, most importantly, something that they would be taking to court. Also, INEC on her part as well has clearly said that the electronic transmission of results was usually used during the election. But who do we hold responsible if, and for instance, there is a total flaw on the collation of results and, of course, the rejection of results by the PDP?
Very much. Of course, we are going to blame anybody. It's, of course, the INEC, the people in charge of the conducting of the election and giving us the results. And as usual, they have failed the people. But my advice to political parties that have been affected by this joke of an election of just one state, Abuja, should resort to court alone. They should present properly all the discrepancies of addition of figures. When you're having a case where the total number of votes is more than you would have registered in a polling unit, you know that there has been some inflation of figures by, of course, the ruling party. So that should be presented publicly even before the case is going to court. On a case where we are just hearing, oh, the cheating and all that, and people are not showing us those things, they are giving room for these people to just continue. And we have that kind of case in Lagos. The local government election in Lagos was basically a joke, and a very useless joke. But everybody said head to court. But it's not just going to court. You have to present those things so that people will see the evil being perpetrated by INEC for the ruling party. So, of course, INEC is to blame. And this thing is not because of is a failure of system and all that. It's intentional. That's what Nigerians need to know. It's intentional. Even if it's manual, even if it's electronic, these people have intent to help the ruling party to continue to hold that power. So they will open the floors for them to do the rigging and all. So we blame them. My advice is very simple. Don't just go to court alone. Present those cases to the public, and also let your boot be on the ground with series of protests.
All right,
left the time where we are accepting a regular and unfair election and just waiting for court to dictate our lives. Thank you.
All right, then let me bring this conversation to the studio here. Barrister, interestingly, this is a time where the Electoral Act as amended has been signed into law, and of course the INEC did say electronic transmission was fully used, 90%, but the PDP is saying no, we are not taking this result because there have been so much manipulation and of course flawed electoral process. What do you make of this reality? Because again, this is the FCT where rarely the ruling party wins from. So looking at this development, what do you make of this?
The rigging started with a conversation the president had with Wike, the FCT minister. We played it in my other show with the radio station. When Wike went to the president and said he wants to be excluded from the TSA.
Yes.
Good. The president now asked him, I mean, this is a conversation between the two of them. Now asked him, what are you going to, what do you want to do and all that? He said that the FCT minister now presented the things he wants to do and all that. He said, okay. He now told him that, look, if what you are going to do will be in favor of your party, you have lost your job. That means whatever he's going to do must be in favor of APC for him to win FCT. So with that matching order, Wike was excluded from TSA. So how do you now expect him to disappoint the president? Does he want to lose his job? That was the rigging. And the man went ahead to do whatever he can do to, after the ones he did in Rivers State during 2023 election. You can see where we are. So the election was even rigged before the election took off proper. And I will not blame INEC. INEC, this is the man who just came in and he promised us good whatever. Look at what he has done. Why can't he insist, since there was no glitch, no network problem and all that, why not use electronic transmission of results throughout? All those manual collection where we saw TPS, they were TPSing some results. What was that for? If all the elections went through e-transmission, will anybody complain? Please, Nigerians, you can see where we are. You can see how APC doesn't want anything good to come out of Nigeria. There was no glitch anywhere. The network went freely. Let us use Abuja as a test case transmit all the results through e-transmission. They refuse.
But the INEC has clearly said that they use the
If they use it, I just ask you a question here. How come those tippers you saw? Or did you not see it? No, did you not see where perhaps these tippers, what is it for? Who tippers this? Who tippers what? What were they tippers in? And you have somebody saying here that the results they saw was not what was collected. These things are very clear and very obvious.
So, Barrister, looking at this situation, how can we navigate through this? Because as it stands, the Electoral Act 2026 as amended has been signed into law, and that seemed to be like the tiniest of hope for the ordinary Nigerian who will go out to vote come 2027.
The problem is not our laws. We have good laws, both in the Constitution, in all the acts. It is the implementation, the human elements. They are the problem of Nigeria. There are some people whose minds are full of evil. Any good thing, if they don't introduce evil into it, their mind will not rest. They don't want anything good. They want to circumvent all the acts, all the laws. They want to mess up our constitution, our laws, in order to have their way, without thinking of the far-reaching implication. If we continue to have a flawed election in this 21st century, so when are we going to get it right? Or is it in the next coming of Christ, which nobody knows? The world has moved on. These things are things that have been overcome in other climes. But in Nigeria, it's as if we don't even know what we are doing. You are doing election in this age and time, and you are doing manual collation. So what is the technology all about? Why did we bring it? These other countries that are using it, do they have two heads? I wanted somebody to tell me that there was a glitch in Abuja. There was a network failure in Abuja. That's why those manuals started to be used. So we are not ready, seriously, we are not ready. The human element, that is the problem. When you have bad people in leadership, my dear, there is nothing good that will come out of it. You can't give what you don't have.
All right, then, Barrister, let's move to another conversation so that we can also accommodate all the stories. Interestingly, as it stands, the national chairman of the APC has said that the president does not need this donation anymore after now because the Kogi youths have donated 100 million naira to get the form for the president come 2026 primaries, if there would be any in the APC. Looking at this development, Barrister, this is a state that clearly has 50% poverty rate and a significant youth unemployment. The same set of youths can donate 100 million naira for the president to buy a form. Help Nigerians juxtapose this reality, Barrister Dallas.
No youth donated any money. No youth donated 1 naira.
But the governor
also from Kogi.
The governor went with some persons.
The government in Kogi brought out that money, and they now say it is the youth. Which youth? Which youth in Kogi? Where did they get the money that they donated? As a matter of fact, how much are you supposed to even give to any political party? Looking into our electoral laws, they have contravened it. You are not supposed to give that kind of money. You are not supposed to.
Now, Barrister, that is the question I actually wanted to ask you before I go to Ayoinka. Does accepting this donation while serving as a governor constitute electoral fraud under the Nigeria Corrupt Practice Act?
I said, I just told you here, it is against our electoral law, but who will challenge the APC? David, who will, even if you say it, they won't even bother. If you go to court, it will not see the light of day. No one will challenge this APC. I just told you here that they are desecrating our laws. On what ground will a hungry and a jobless youth contribute 100 million to give you? For doing what for them? I don't understand. For what? What have you done in that Kogi that has benefited the youth? As to say, yes, it is payback time. Are you supposed to even collect that money? And the chairman of the party have just validated it. And I'm sure other youths in other APC states are ready to contribute the same amount of money. So by the end of the day, you'll be looking at a form of over 3 billion naira. Because all the states now, their youth will contribute the same amount of money just to buy one form. You can imagine.
All right, then, Barrister, let me take this conversation to Mr. Ayoyinka. Well, I strongly believe you're a young person, and of course, you're not from Kogi State. But looking at the reality that is facing us, that's a state that has the minimum of 50% of her youth unemployed, producing 100 million naira cash. What do you make of this story?
Such amount. I believe by now Nigerians should understand the politics and the gimmicks that these people play. It's a regular thing. When Buhari wanted to go for second term also, they announced somewhere that some youth have donated. It's just all life. No have such money to donate. The people that can donate such money, who are the likes of the Dangote and the Hotelolas and co, they don't do it for fun. They are investing, and they know that they are going to get their returns of investment. So when they make those donations, the government will give them the free passage to be able to build refineries like Dangote did. Buhari gave you the opportunity, or they open more projects for them and all that. But not youths that are hungry and facing insecurity. So it's just political gimmick. All the other million I'm talking about came from the APC government by themselves, either through the governor or even through the federal himself. But that is not even the issue. The issue is the fact that these people have created a fraudulent and a chaotic electoral bill to push ordinary Nigerians out of participating in the political process, increasing it. They have increased the amount that an individual can donate, to elections. It's 100 million. It's there in the electoral bill. So, and it's intentional to push people away. And even for presidential and governor, they have increased it to 50 billion. It used to be 10 billion before. So this for campaign. So these are intentional acts to push ordinary Nigerians, young people with intention, vision, and mission out of the electoral space. And the way to navigate this is not to navigate it. You cannot navigate corruption. The way to go about it is to actually fight this process. We need to fight this system to get a better one. And we cannot fight the system only through the media or only through social media. We must put our boot on the ground. If we are going to evict the APC out of there, if we are going to finish this criminality, we must put our boot on the ground. Thank you.
Now, I'm still going to stay with you, Mr. Ayoyinka. As it stands, what do you think can be done to not only, you did say, put your boots on the ground. Some Nigerians are wondering, in what sense are you referring to? Plus the fact that this clearly is contravening the Electoral Act 2022.
In all the sense of it, or anyhow they want to interpret it, they should interpret it. In all the sense of it, protest, street actions, shut down the state, whatever you need to do to make sure that those that power misruled are currently in power, listens to your demand, and finally leave that place. Because as long as they are there, they have no good intention for the people of Nigeria. And that is what is being done all over the world. Nobody needs to be explaining to Nigeria that in every nation of the world, people are putting their boot on the ground to solve the problem of their country. Even the society that you say that they are developed or they are better, they are still protesting. They are still making demands. That's the only way. There's no other way. These people don't listen to reason. These people don't listen to appeal. These people don't listen to begging. They don't listen to tears. They don't even listen to people dying. They only listen to action by majority of Nigeria.
All right, then. Thank you so very much, Mr. Ayo. But let me come back to the studio. Barrister, the governor, Usman Ododo, did lead the youth delegation and, of course, declared that Tinubu's 8 years tenure is non-negotiable. Now, on the other side, Ododo's deputy also stated that Ododo's 8 years in office is sacrosanct sometime in November 2025. So there are some quarters that have said that this is the government of Kogi State practically using the resource of the state to secure a second term. Do you share the sentiment? What can be done to this abnormality that has just taken place? Because you said the Electoral Act is being contravened here, Barrister.
What are you going to do except to just say what you need to say, but they will have their way. I mean, is it not obvious to everybody that our laws have been contravened? It is not left for the people of Kogi. Unfortunately, the only voice I can hear or see there is Natasha Akbuti, whom they have been chasing all over the place, even as a senator. If they have critical voices like that in Kogi, who can mobilize the people against this government? I think it will make some meaning. But when she's the only one fighting, others have compromised, others have been induced, and so it will take a long while before Yahya Bello and Adodo will leave Kogi alone, even when they're out of office. Because from the look of things now, Yahya Bello will be selecting governors for them. Yes, all the governors that will come in Kogi must come through Yahya Bello and maybe Adodo. That is the gang they have formed in Kogi now. If you are not with them, then nothing for you. That's why they can make such promises. Is it not your performance that will determine how long you are going to stay in office? Is it not your performance? Somebody has not performed, and you are saying that your second term is not negotiable.
Anyways, Barrister, because of time, really, let me go back to Mr. Ayo. You can, of course, end up this conversation with you, Barrister. Mr. Ayo, it's interesting as it stands, the United States House Committee on Appropriation and Foreign Affairs have submitted a report to the White House detailing findings, recommendations, and of course, addressing the alleged persecution of Christians in Nigeria. The report is a comprehensive investigation led by Congressman Riley Moore and, of course, Appropriation Committee Chairman Tom Cole. What do you think might be the outcome of this report? Because there are conversations surrounding the fact that there's also been some major lobbying from the part of the Nigerian government to taking off Nigeria from that list of a country of particular concern. What's your position with this report?
Thank you so much. My position is local. And the reason why my position is local is because that's how Nigerians should be thinking. The reason is this: the United States of America does not have any interest in the progress of Nigeria. Any Nigerian that think they do is just joking. As far as the US is concerned, we are one of their colonies, and there's two where they can continue to amass resources and control the world. World power is their interest, so they'll continue to play their politics. What Tinubu government have done is to lobby in millions and pay these lobbyists to speak good to the president of US on the fact that Nigeria government is ready to cooperate, and they have given them their demands and they have cooperated. And one of them is that to allow them to come into the country, which they have done. And the other demands which me and you don't know yet, but some of us can also speculate. But this report, nothing will come out of it. The reason why this report can be out is the fact that, unlike in Nigeria, the representative, the legislative system over there are in a bit independent. People will speak, committees will make their discovery, and they'll bring it out. They do not care how the president feels. That is why it's been hard. But will anything be done about it? Will does the US care? No, they do not care. Of course. Also, who is doing the investigation on the number of Muslims that are dying? Do you understand? They are only doing investigation on Christians. Are you telling me Muslims are not dying? Muslims are being killed, pagans are being killed, all regions. So the problem is Nigerians are dying. And the government of Nigeria is doing absolutely nothing about it. That should be the concern about Nigeria, not the document by the Senate. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Ayo, for that one. Let me bring it back to the studio. As it stands, do you think that as it stands, this situation as concerning insecurity would find a lasting solution? I say that because just in 2022 alone, there is a report that clearly states that Zamfara State alone lost 43 billion naira. That's about 100 million US dollars. Looking at these level of loss, who is benefiting from the level of insecurity that has bedeviled Nigeria? And then from this report, are we looking at something, a respite on the part of Nigeria?
The person that are gaining are the non-state actors who are constituting this terrorism nuisance. They are making money out of it. And if you ask me, there's going to be respite with the coming of America. Because if they don't, it will be a shame on Donald Trump. I don't see a Donald Trump being rubbish here with all the bravado, with all the gra-gra. If at the end of the day, nothing come out of this thing, then the shame and the embarrassment will be on America. And I don't see a Donald Trump going back on his ways. So maybe they are planning their next action.
Oh, well, that's where we have to wrap up the conversation this beautiful morning. We're speaking with Darlington Agumo, a lawyer and political analyst. And I want to say thank you so very much for being here, sir. Also, Ayoyinka Oni, a human rights activist and a public affairs analyst and commentator. Thank you so very much for also being here with us. We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, Lagos Airport reopens after fire incidents. 3 flights diverted. These and more when we return after this break. Please stay with us. Thank you so very much for being with us. It's State of Media News right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to more stories. The National Hajj Commission of Nigeria, NACON, has directed State Muslim Pilgrims Welfare Board to refund intending pilgrims who couldn't be registered for the 2026 Hajj due to quota limitations. This decision follows a strategic stakeholders meeting at NACON headquarters in Abuja, where the Commission reaffirmed its commitment to transparency and professionalism. NACON Chairman Ismail Yusuf clarified that the reduction in Nigeria's Hajj quota for 2026 is a global adjustment affecting several countries, not a targeted decision. The country's allocation stands at 40,250 pilgrims, excluding tour operators, but uploaded data exceeded the approval figure. The Saudi government has set a firm visa deadline of 1st Shawwal with no indication of extension. NACON urges states to reconcile records, withdraw excess entries, and complete medical screening, documentation, and data uploads within the operational window. Away from that report, the Murtala Mohammed International Airport in Lagos has reopened after a fire outbreak at Terminal 1 with 6 persons sustaining injuries. Managing Director of the Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria, FAN, Olubunmi Kuku, confirmed that 3 international flights operated by Emirates, British Airways, and Lufthansa were diverted due to the incidents. The fire, which started from the IT server room on the 3rd floor, was contained through coordinated efforts involving multiple agencies. All 14 personnel initially trapped in the control tower were safely rescued. FAN has launched an investigation into the cause of the fire, which is believed to be linked to an electrical fault. The airport's renovation project, valued at 712 billion naira, has raised concerns about safety during construction. Moving on, Governor Monday Okwebolo of Edo State has handed over 54 construction machines to all 18 local government councils of the state as the government restates commitment to empowering grassroots communities and accelerating infrastructure development. Our correspondent in Benin City, Rhoda Johnny, has more in this report.
Shares, music, and colorful cultural displays fill the Garrick Memorial Ground on Monday as residents and officials gathered to celebrate the official handover of 54 construction machines to Edo State's 18 local government councils. Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, Edo State Governor Monday Okpebholo, and Senator Adams Oshomole spoke during the ceremony, highlighting the importance of equipping local councils to drive grassroots development.
What the governor has done is to challenge you to do the same thing he is doing here in the city and the other areas. And I believe you will not disappoint us. I believe, like the governor said, this is not for hiring. It is for you to go and create roads. Make sure sanitation is carried out. Make sure that roads are motorable.
Our local government chairman, these equipments are for the development of our communities. It's not for personal use. Take good care of it. Clear the bush very well. Clear the road path very well. So that people can see. Great road. I want to let you know that aquaculture might be small. But these caterpillars are not small also.
Demonstrating that order is what the autonomy of local government shall translate to having tractors to develop the 18 local governments in this state.
Attendees and residents expressed excitement over the initiative, describing it as a major boost for local infrastructure and community projects.
Today is a wonder that I've never seen before in this country. Okpebholo has impressed me as a person and has impressed us as civil society people. And we don't want to commend him, we want to praise him. And we want to use this to say to the local government chairman that our eyes are now on them.
You can see governance in action, and it's very commendable. So everybody now go hold them accountable. And the governor has been very, very intelligent to make this launching a very public event.
The event climaxed with Governor Okpebholo cutting the ribbon and officially handing over the machines, graders, excavators, and rollers, marking the start of development projects across the 18 local government areas. Brother John, POP TV News.
Thank you so very much, Rhoda, for that report. From there on, let's move straight to talking business. Nigeria's power generation companies have blamed regulatory distortions and operational constraints for the country's low electricity output, averaging 4,000 megawatts from an installed capacity of 15,500 megawatts. The Association of Power Generation Companies, APGC, says misconceptions around capacity payments and power purchase agreements have led to stranded and underutilized capacity. The APGC argues that generators are not being compensated for availability of capacity, only for energy dispatched and consumed, adding that the development has disincentivized investment in plant rehabilitation, with an estimated 7,000 megawatts of capacity mechanically unavailable. And in the world of sports, Alex Iwobi played a key role in Fulham's 3-1 win over Sunderland FC, scoring a goal and assisting another. His perfectly placed corner led to Raul Jimenez's header in the 54th minute, and he later converted a penalty won by Calvin Bassey. Speaking to the newsman after the game, Iwobi praised his teammates' transition work with Harry Wilson, attributing it to their strong performance. And from sports, we'll move straight to entertainment. Controversial singer Portable has turned down a $50 million offer to face streamer Kati Efe in a proposed boxing match, deeming the sum insufficient. Music executive Soso Suberakon had proposed a match, which Kata Efe accepted. Portable demands 3 million naira luxury car, 300 million naira, beg your pardon, luxury car, plus the 50 million naira prize money to participate, citing confidence in his ability after past victories over Charles Okocha and Speed Darlington. And with that entertainment story, we've come to the end of the B-Day News right here in Voice of the People Television. Do also subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voiceover personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chella. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde. Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez. On est au Afrima. On est ensemble. VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know Stoneware from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation president. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. You're like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Aronzo. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Only are you, but on the Fuji Monsoon. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
Opinions scream the loudest. It's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome to the show Spotlight on VOP TV. This is the show where we shine the light on creativity, style, culture, music, and purpose-driven people who are shaping the world around us. And yes, and I'm sure you've not forgotten that I'm your special baby girl, Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And guess what? Today is a new day to stay inspired and grounded because we are bringing you exciting blend of gist. Stories plenty today. things that are happening in Nigeria. And yes, we're going to talk about a lot of things. So yes, stay tuned while we ride together. So first off on our list today, we're talking about DJ Cuppy. And yes, Nigerian disc jockey and philanthropist DJ Cuppy has graduated from the King's College London, marking another academic milestone in her career. So the entertainer, known for her balanced music, delivered a speech during the ceremony where she reflected on growth, perseverance, and self-belief. Her achievement has been widely celebrated by fans and supporters across social media. So during her address, Cuppy energized the audience by referencing popular slang associated with fellow Nigerian superstar Davido, drawing cheers and applause from attendees. The moment quickly gained traction online, with many praising her confidence and ability to blend pop culture with an uplifting message to graduating students. Yes, we rise by lifting others. This is really, really inspiring. To see DJ Cuppy do this is really, really inspiring. I'm so happy for her. Like, you know, going to school 11 years after from graduating King's College London, she returned to deliver a powerful speech, and that powerful speech included Davido in it. It is something I'm so like, see, when we say 001 for a reason, we are not joking. Let us tell ourselves this truth. 001 is for a reason. Davido is big. He's someone, when someone says he's big, is big. Please, let's listen to this clip.
DJ Cuppy.
Just 11 years ago, I was sitting in the exact same spot as you, graduating from King's Business School. You see, they say that pressure makes diamonds, and I agree, but I believe deeply that pressure also exposes your core self. Life does not wait for you to feel ready. So please kickstart the idea, kickstart the dream. Action creates clarity. As Afrobeat superstar Davido always says, we rise by lifting others. So lift your classmates, lift your colleagues, lift your community. Lift the people standing where you once stood. Congratulations. Thank you.
Saying we rise by lifting others, and it's not a joke, I'm telling you. So if you have somebody that you need to help, that needs your help, please do it. It's very important. It's not about you saying, oh, you're big, you being big without helping others. It depends on the life that you have actually touched. So yes, before we still go into this story, I had my darling joining me on the show today. You see, she's all, in fact, I just need you to see her because she's all beautiful, you know, glowing with a smile, with the oh yeah, how we doing today?
They sing for my head as you say, my darling.
Wait now. All these hype why I can't give you now, you can't do
now the hype bring the song.
You don't they do them too much. I smell pride.
Okay, like
this is pride.
My darling. How you doing, class?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you doing today?
I'm fine.
So tell me, how's your week been today? Actually.
The day? Well, just there. It was ironically hard to see like almost 10, you know, those trucks, all those people used to. Lagos State, in the fact that they're trying to do good things, yeah. I feel like there should be level of sanity to some things. Okay, so you don't want normal bus to pass through the BRT road. But then why does it look like as if it's like we are on a hunting ground? Before that Maryland, we had about 10 people. Like, so even with BRT, we ended up not being able to pass that particular road.
That road, yeah.
Because they were so there trying to hijack all the yellow buses or cars that are passing there. And it was looking like as if today was on. It was really looking as if I went to the bush and I saw hunters trying to take a prayer.
Oh my God! Like see,
so it was funny.
You know that saying that they say Lagos is not for the weak.
Well, they are very much correct. It's actually not for the weak.
See, if you're coming to Lagos, you just have to have the energy, the strength to. Do you know that sometimes?
But what about we that are born in Lagos? What do we do?
Is it people?
No, you're advising me that they are coming.
Is it people now?
What about us? That in the country, that we in this state, what do we do?
The Lord has been helping you people. And he will keep on helping you people because
it wasn't optional for us. We didn't have an option.
Yeah.
Ironically, we didn't have an option.
It's not like it's going to change.
Well, I don't want it to change, Sha. I just want to. Yes, I don't want it
But you're
to
right.
change.
You're complaining.
I'm not complaining. No. What I'm saying is that they can do it with, and isn't even if you want block yellow buses, no block so you block us BRT. We're supposed to pass that road. So I think people by now should understand. But in that particular axis, there are times where they actually allow yellow buses to pass. Probably there's an hold up or probably like maybe a car spot or something. Yeah. But today only God know what's happen. Be like say, hunter came for the prey.
You know one thing with Nigerians is that we are not so patient. When you see buses and
it's all over
road,
the world. It's all over the world.
Don't
come my country alone. It's all over.
That part where you say make them go follow, they not go follow that place because hold up go there.
Exactly. No one wait. Or this some more they catch. It can't be like say they don't target them, and they actually targeted that time.
Yes.
And they came. Oh my goodness. One was trying to, but before you go even say they don't. Yeah, my around. They don't even follow them. They talk. They'll just put this in. Yeah. That one will just drag the car.
Oh my God! Every
It was
day
hilarious.
is a drama. Like it's a whole thing. I feel
Nigeria is a movie on its own.
I just feel we have to come to this level where we need to do things organized. Like we have to be organized ourselves.
No, it be like they remove the O for organized for Nigeria. Now Ghana is the Ghana.
Oh my God!
Because really, there's nothing organizable in Nigeria. Everything seems to be very chaotic. And if we're taking it as norms, to the point that even when people do things and you try to correct them, it looks like you are doing too much. My dear, it's fine for you to feel that way, but it's still not fine that the brain is tweaking that particular way. We can actually be way better as a country.
Actually.
But now we not being way better, we move.
Regardless. All right, actually, we are talking about things that is happening in Nigeria, and a whole lot of them is this Lagos that we are living in. Everybody is dragging it. But right now, we're talking about DJ Copy, actually. So she made a speech on her graduation day because she just graduated from the King's College in London. And she actually made a speech which involved Davido inside and his speech. And she said, we rise by lifting others. I actually watched that speech and I was mesmerized. She actually gave a very beautiful speech. Yeah. And I'm like saying, see, when somebody is big, he's big. Talking about Davido, see, why you keep your face like that? Because I'm
I'm not saying I did not say you're lying now. When somebody is big, big. Why the emphasis?
Why the emphasis? Because please, we are his fans. And we like the fact that
I like when people stand with their full chest on things. Yeah. Oh, why is big because we are OBO number one.
If not you, then use your speech. You not go there happy. Talk true.
But why people even took the glory away from the person that gave the speech and brought it to Davido? Nigerians, can you be
please?
Like it's coping up big on our own. Why did you people have to bring as if everything now just like limelight?
We just need to acknowledge the fact that that this is who he is. Nobody knows that. I already know that. At least Davido, everybody go say, "Oh, this is Davido. That Davido is a good person. That he's this." How many people in don't help? Everybody go testify to him.
Don't be everybody. People in don't help. People everybody. You don't help me. I've been
but the people in don't help don't come and talk.
He's one of those celebrities that we give kudos to. He's really doing well.
Yeah.
And he has portrayed a very a charitable character in the industry.
Yeah.
Regardless of whatever we have to say about his promiscuous lifestyle and XYZ. But he's actually a very good guy that has led the cause and he's always showing up for people and even his fans. And he's kind of person that once you see that, there is always a avenue to help, he's always at the forefront. So nobody's taking that away from him. But what I am saying, and I remain steadfast on that, is the fact and plain that you people didn't have to attach. You people just like to be everywhere.
I don't.
The video said they even know say they use them. Now in one of your fans go run do that banner. I lie.
Even if I even see that opportunity to do that, I would do that.
You see, but it's not a bad thing. It's good when
let's be sincere. Even this is just the example of we rise by lifting others. If now you say they're using the speech, me I go wrong. We should just say
even at the suffer they run away. Like your grand they sleep, run go for. We know.
What is the truth? Actually, if I see someone use you as an example, I need you to look at the way. Calm down. I need you to see the way on you behave.
See, the only thing my is see as take out of body. Now the video do now. We say yeah.
How you want it? No. You know what I did house they do But trust me, I feel that Nigerians, our ladies are actually making me proud. Like making us proud. Because see them. Ginger Coffee making speech, looking so beautiful on her dress.
always
and her
been
graduation.
pretty.
I'm telling you. And you know, ladies, the way you know say when they talk, say men, when you go come and they talk, say, women waiting and get for the table. See, Amo, we are the full package. But tell me, why I want to talk why they know they see, but I keep quiet. But
No, people are very elective in what they see.
But this question, I just want waiting where men really want. They go
Well,
see the one where they.
Should I call a man now and let's ask him? Probably because now then we go ask. Even then they don't know what they want. It boils down to humanity. We are insatiable naturally.
Yeah.
So if you pick someone who doesn't have 1,000 in his account and you say, oh, I'll give you 100,000, person will say, hallelujah, we'll be very happy that finally I left from 100 naira to 100,000. And then she'll be like, what happened? Why can't I be a millionaire? And the person finally has 1 million, be like, why can't I upgrade? Why can't I be a billionaire? Yeah. Let me also, that same person who has forgotten there was a time we could not. Now let me use myself as an example. Yeah. Everybody always aspires for greater causes. So, the only thing I think I always say to people is that regardless of that, don't let us forget the place of you still being human and not forgetting the fact that you are just a human being. You cannot take sovereignty over life. Yeah. So sometimes the winds and fates of life can actually just direct you to whichever part. So as a person, naturally we are insatiable. So I don't blame the opposite gender because even my own gender said nothing satisfies us. When you ask a woman now, if you ask Precious now, what do you want in a man? And she counts her criteria.
You see that part where I say we are insatiable? Forget this thing. Let's just tell ourselves, see men, they are polygamous.
Say everybody. Everybody. Don't say see men. Let's be honest. Honestly, I think every human, this has nothing to do with a particular gender. I've said this to countless men that it's not only men that are polygamous in nature. Now men now they count. A lot of our gender do worst. And we tend, I think recently one surfaced about a particular marriage where the husband was being promiscuous initially. Yeah. And let me not mention their full name. It's not to be doing free. GLLB Nation dragged the man. Like, I that passed my number generator.
Do you know why I'm saying this? The kind of breed of men we have right now, they do me like say they be. I'm sorry, but I don't want to be say this, but it's as if they are the gold digging thing and the.
My dear, gold digging has been in existence before they gave birth to my.
I'm like saying this is not the kind of men we had then.
That's not true. You didn't live then. You lived now. You only talk about the generation you live. You didn't live then. In the past. I've heard cases where elderly women will talk about the kind of men they had then. Yeah. Why they were able to marry a certain man because of what they had or who their family was.
Do you know some
so
men
you won't
really
say then or now.
Some men really chase you because of what you have actually.
Even before now, it has always been. And same thing with women.
They feel the person where they kind to them. Maybe because that person no could get money. They go one follow the person where they give them bass boys every day, go collect money from that one.
But our gender too does that. It's not particular about a certain gender. It's human nature now.
But what I'm just saying is that we have good women that are, they've already fixed their lives. They're good and, all those. But I don't know what really, if you keep
men, we also have good men that have also really fixed their life and they've done well for themselves and they still get jilted by some very bad women in court.
Well, what I just have to say,
you are standing too firm on our gender side, and I didn't like that because you're making it look as if it's only other gender that is bad.
No, I'm not making it look like that. But if you weigh it,
there's nothing to weigh. We do not do survey.
Let's be truthful to ourselves.
I'm being honest.
Let's be truthful to ourselves.
I'm being honest.
Because right now, it's even happening now. Like,
as of this week now, women will cheat plenty fast.
You will see a young man wants to come date you. Oh, okay, can we just work things out together? They'll be like, they will even make statements like, oh, you don't even have anything.
Because nobody won't marry liability again. They have seen what some of their fathers went through. Marrying their liabilitated mother.
It's not about, do you know you could meet somebody and really grow with that person?
But there are a lot of people that doesn't want to grow.
I just feel that you don't make it look like, oh, that's because the person don't get money, so they are not even in the league of, oh, you cannot date them. Come on.
But we are seeing now, ironically, when a rich man marries a poor woman, it is normal. But when a rich lady marries a poor guy, it makes it look like Yeah.
Now for Nollywood, you go even see that one. I tell you truth.
No.
You know they
Vicky James
like,
married her husband, rich, and a lot of people. Let me not start making examples.
Say Vicky James' husband no get money.
Let us not go into details. Is there, my dear,
talk true.
Don't go into details. In case you don't know,
he will have, but maybe the wife is
no. That's what I'm saying.
But you're putting it like he doesn't have at all.
No, now he's still the employee now. Person, he was working under Vicky James' friend's office. Let's not forget that part.
But he has income, actually.
He has income, but he income not reach one dress where Vicky James go make now. Are you whining my federal? Consultation fee last he pay his own salary. So where are we heading to? But one thing I want us to understand is that where there is love, regardless, I've seen Nigerians always castigate when a woman is doing so well and marry a man not up to your par, and they'll be like, you go marry that guy, you don't get money. And I'm like, hello. But when we always want a Cinderella marrying a prince.
That's
but we don't want
it's only on Nollywood you always see that the rich man will come and marry the.
No, they do. No, quite a lot of people. Let's not start making examples. No, there are plenty. Let's not go into details. I mean, Ned Weko married Regina Kanye. No, rich and poor.
No, which kind of rich and poor?
Now rich and poor.
Talking about Regina, she recently, baby girl just got herself a nude bride.
Now let me tell you,
a week after getting her mom.
You people miss a particular point, and that's the honest truth. I'm not saying Regina was not doing well for herself before meeting Ned.
Yeah.
But one thing should not be taken away: her connection with Ned.
Yeah.
She used it very well. That she was able to build a lot of things for herself. If she had not gone through Ned, would she have walked up to those people by herself? So I'm not taking away a place of being of her hard work. Where was her house?
Are you trying
before
to say
she married Ned?
Are you trying to say she got fame when she met her husband?
That it wasn't fame. It was wealth establishment. That's what I'm talking about. We're talking about fame.
Please, let's be truthful to ourselves.
Everybody know Regina before she married Ned. But who was she in terms of when it comes to when we're talking about people who had enough money in the industry?
Let's say the truth. Do you know how much she was being paid as a Nollywood actress?
Let's not go into that one. My dear, you know why I would say so. Now let's be honest with ourselves. Where are our movies? Please now don't go there. Now bad movie. Now you make her sound like say she was not an A-list actor. So
because
where are you going to?
Because it's an ABBA movie doesn't mean that she wasn't making money from it.
How much is the entire?
And she could actually afford
the entire thing. They always see. Let's not go into details. You will not compare her with an A-list actor. When you're correct, before she even married Ned, how much were they paying her? Marrying Ned, there was a sense of upgrade in what they were offering her.
I don't agree.
How many movies she featured in that it was producer that called her? What was her? By the time she married Ned, her acting this thing was not like that again. She even brought out some movie and I'm like, is this the same Regina? I was expecting exactly. He's out there. It's not like I'm the only one that watched the movie. Let's sentiment aside. So when you're talking about, you want to compare her with Bimbo Ademoye.
Okay.
Those are actors that you can refer to what they earn. Let's not go there. And that's it. It's just like Nkechi Blessing will say, I'm an actor. She's an actor, right?
Oh, that they
go. Honestly speaking, they are actors. They are trying their best. But we, the viewers, are the judge of their best. Now, it's one thing for you to be able to feel like you got an opportunity to be able to act. It's another thing for you to be able to tell a story from the movie. A lot of people don't even depict their roles very well. There are people that when I see them in a particular role, God knows that I'm always ready to sit back and watch them.
See, Owen, what I'm trying to say about this whole thing is sometimes I don't really know what the men want. They see a good lady and they feel because they might be, taken away from poverty. Because God forbid, nobody like poverty. Nobody like to suffer.
Exactly.
So because this lady, nobody knows tomorrow. That's what I'm trying to say.
But you not knowing tomorrow does not mean you should not have a foresight and not plan for your tomorrow. Your tomorrow means you go marry for organizer.
So are you trying to say that you are encouraging the men that maybe they have two ladies they are dating at the time? That okay, maybe there's one that has the money, there's one that has the handwork and doesn't have the money, and there's one that is already set up already. So the person should actually go for the one that is set up, because they receive basketballs. But why he loves the one that doesn't have any money?
Okay, so ironically, such a man, I despise them. In all fairness, I'm of the opinion I don't support any man having multiple relationships. So the minute I even having multiple relationships in my side,
so what? So
The people that
but
say I don't put my
but-
eggs in all the baskets.
now
women,
women they use that slang pass, and that's the honest truth. But
Oh my God.
honestly speaking,
Yeah.
for anyone that wants to choose a partner, it's your choice. So the only thing I always tell my friends is what I'm saying now, that whatever choice you're making, me as your friend, I will support you, but quote and unquote, be able to stand the test of time with that choice. So if you are choosing rich over character, your dignity, your sanity as a person, my dear, all hail Jesus. Bring your Camry, bring your Rolls Royce, bring your this thing. I'm all for it. We go, we cruise. If you get issue, I feel still advise on how to manage that issue. It was your choice. I didn't force you to make that choice. I'm not the, so if you would ask in reverse, I wouldn't make that same choice you made. So that's just the honest. So I wouldn't, you know why I'm not putting it all, because recently, and in all honesty, I think this thing has to do with every human. So now, you know, initially people will be like, like my own late mother told me, don't marry from Abeokuta.
And how do they even bring up these ideas of, religion?
And if you do analysis of people from that part where my mama talk, out of 100, 80 of them, the remaining 10.
You will see your mother telling you, oh, I don't want you to get married to the Yoruba. I don't want you to get married to an Igbo lady. Like, why? Why?
Okay, now if you ask them, my dad likes to say, if you ask, they go see something to talk. Might be based on personal experience or close proximity experience. When I mean close, in terms of maybe your family, their friends, someone that had an encounter, and some of, like my own mother was a market woman, so she was in the midst where she sees a lot of things daily.
Yeah.
And then my grandmother is from that particular place, so she don't marry from. And my grandmother was not a good person, quote and unquote. I always tell my dad, I say, now your mama make my mama say, no, don't marry from that. She'll not be like, hey, they're not that bad. I'll like, but you agree with me that your mom is bad.
So, sorry to cut it short, but this is where, I've been in such a position where I have a friend where the mom said, oh, I don't want my daughter to get married to somebody from this particular village. I heard they behave like this.
That one I hear her say. So mommy ain't going to rest. Then you can make her due diligence.
Yeah.
In order for us not to do a die knowledge.
Maybe because the experience she had with these people, they are not really nice people. So my question is, do all this, all this saying really follow these people from this particular country? Like particular state?
Most times, yes. They have the tendencies. Now, there is one thing they say about my own part in Yoruba, that we have, I don't know how to say it in English. Alatenimo, like we like to say things repeatedly. Like, the Greek or matter matter. I've never been to my hometown. And I can tell you boldly that I have it. It's not like a bad cause.
It's like a spirit.
No, it's not a spirit. I think this thing has to do with you. I've not even, funny enough, aside my dad, I'm not really close to my dad's family. So aside my father, and my father rarely stays at home. He was a businessman that travels all around in my growing up.
Yeah.
So I didn't know how, unconsciously and consciously, when I heard that statement, me and my siblings looked at ourselves and we say, we agree. Not true, not talk. Because we all have it. Wow. And I've never even been to my father's village before. And ironically, that's what they say about them lies so well with me as a human being. And I was born and raised in Lagos.
It's where.
So I agree with that concern that it doesn't matter where they breed you. Now, one thing I think people tend to take away is that these same Abeokuta people that my mom mentioned, and now I have a family friend there now, and she's actually a very good person. And one day when we had a conversation, I said, see, you were the first person I met that gave me a different perception about people from this tribe. And she herself, when they confirm, say, what your mama talk about our tribe? Not true. Even me as a daughter, I can't marry from that tribe.
Wow.
So now what do you say about that? Wow. It doesn't mean they don't get married though. But you're opening yourself up for trials and tribulations. And some people marry for that same tribe and that peace of mind. So it has to do with individuality. How much more you want to curb that part of you.
Yes.
That's why it comes back to humanity that if you have it in you that, regardless, I don't want to hurt my friend. You never do something to vex me. Then I should not, because of that instance of annoyance, I should not insult you, talk down on you, and then later come and say, hey, because I'm hungry at that time, I dare run. It means that person is a bad person. Because I feel like anyone you call your friend, or you are acquainted with, or you are in sense of agreement with to some certain level, even when you offend you, you don't try to bring them down. Because if you are bringing it, it shows what is inside of you. And that's the honest truth.
You know the heart of man, you don't know now. Even God will create us say the heart of man is terribly wicked. He say look us is shaken. He say why have I created this kind of vile creatures? To tell you how dangerous our mind is. Because the sweetest person can actually be a killer.
Of course, change is constant.
And they smile. Some people don't even change. They mask their character so well. They pretend. Have you not seen people that are so nice in physical, but your spirit is restless around them? And when you tell people, and they are like, people will not be like, but they are very nice. They'll be like, my spirit says no.
And we're going to talk about this because even the next story we're going to talk about is about Simi. But before we go there,
my favorite, my favorite. They don't say one talk.
But before we go into that, we have to see. We are still talking about DJ Copy and had a message that she really referred both to Davido. She mentioned Davido and his statement of always saying we rise by lifting others. So yes, we're moving over to our comment section where we have people who have actually come out, fans basically, who has actually come out to say things about DJ Copy. So please, let's take some comments and see what people have actually come out to say concerning this. And yes, Akin Jolie said, great speech. You see, she only quote the only artist that actually graduated. Okay.
We are not understand. Which what do you mean?
No, I
mean, do you know how many artists you have that graduate? That was I bet it's different.
When you calm down, you know that this comment section is bomber to bomber.
And that's how they tell the lightning like say what you mean. Not be only Davido, they have to say graduate.
And Deborah said, see me smiling. She's so beautiful and soft spoken.
Yeah.
And GLD Mima said that's my favorite at Davido.
Nah, so Davido fans said every day.
Let's take more comments. We have a lot of people talking about this and we have more comments. And yes, somebody said there are some things in life that are worth more than plaques and awards. This one is one of them. And yes, you see, I said Davido go there where he did this smile. We not go talk about his speech. And we use it all the time. And let's tell ourselves the truth. So you use it.
Before they bought it, they don't use them.
All right, Gachi.
They made it more popular and it was a good one.
All right, Gachi has said educated DJ, quoted educated artist. See, the fact that, yes, that we go to school. See, you won't be DJ. Last, you go see person where don't go all the plenty best schools. Now, when you turn out na DJ. But see, DJ get class.
They are not much. They are not much.
But DJ get class.
They get class, but they are not much.
All right. Also, I guess Thompson and Walter said, this one go drag with her husband tire. Fear women like school. Because you see the mindset.
This one is already scared that this one is so educated. So you go say no, by his deep, you will know his kind of job. So you know that his kind of person.
You see the mindset.
You should marry between his caliber.
Because what is all this?
Ironically, I think people should not be trying to go into another people's caliber to marry from them. If you are a corporate person, don't go to blue collar and go and marry. You have put yourself up for grabs. Because when you want to go to dinner in your office and your husband decided to go and say he's wearing round neck and short knicker, you now want the fight time. You don't forget that they come.
Like, why do men? I'm sorry. Why do some men before they say they would call the drag queen and say precious? You know they talk. Why do some men feel so intimidated when a lady is maybe higher than them somehow? Because this is an example of it.
I don't blame them. Now self-esteem. I know that in terms of ego now, men ego be like this. So they don't like anything say go me that ego be like say they want day normal. They like the abnormality form where their shoulder is raised, and that's the truth.
Just imagine someone actually graduated and is giving a speech now in your own head. You're trying to say, oh, that the person that this kind of lady will have to be, you will not be shouting at her husband because why?
Oh God, no marry educated woman. I don't marry woman where they go to school for a family.
They like people that they can intimidate.
You can marry a pepper seller or a plantain seller. Or pomo, some people they say pepper pomo.
You don't remember something. But let's not go into that. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are still talking about this. We have a lot of people in our comment section and they are saying things concerning this. And yes, Chioma, if he said, stop tagging the video, rubbish people. Chioma, why are you pained?
No, even from our GP we shall.
Why are you pained, Chioma? And another person said, OBO is the best definition of the word. We rise by lifting others. And yes, another person said, as Afrobeat superstar always said, we rise by lifting others.
How many people you don't rise? You don't lift.
Oh, you rest. May we talk true. See,
no, as in say as Afrobeat. Why not be say even me? I rise by lifting others.
Even you, where?
Like him now, where they say Afrobeat, not only Afrobeat superstar they rise, they lift.
And yes, Pretty Damsel said Davido is a legend. God bless him, actually.
Yeah, God bless him and his family.
And his family.
Amen. Fire.
You know, recently I saw the video with his, putting on the clothes his wife wore they were actually wore for an event. Be like, say, love is sweet. Love is sweet.
May it last forever.
When you go love her.
May it last forever.
Wait, which kind of talk be that one? I don't understand.
Like, help me na die a day. I don't understand Precious again. I'm praying for Davido's family. I mean, their love lasts forever.
No, the way you can't talk the love, like, it don't last.
It never lasts. They just start. The journey just begin. It just begin.
Don't worry.
So the prayer will pray for them. It has been written where? Now talk and when Hania and Two-Face to marry you.
I beg no go there. No, so
let's pray for them. Prayer not dey too much. So let's keep praying for them. As your beloved to him as a fan, they pray for him home.
Okay.
The irony is that as you dey fan, so if the video come out tomorrow, say marry Chema again, marry another person, I go see for.
It no go happen.
No, it will not happen.
I'm even kabash for this.
But I go see support her because say na fan na be.
Moving on.
On to the next item on the article.
On to the next gist. We are going to talk about Simi and the things that has been trending online because they drag that young woman. But before we do that, we'll take a short break. And when we come back, we still have Precious with you and we still have Oyindamola. So please don't go anywhere. Stay with us.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girl Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, everybody. It's about shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weights.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers, whatever, live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Jenny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
And yes, welcome back to the show Spotlight. And yes, it's happening here on VOP TV. And I'm sure you've not forgotten that I'm your special baby girl, Precious Akumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And you know I am not here alone today. I'm here with my darling. Oh,
They do you like music, ba?
Forget this thing. You don't know the kind of record label where I be.
Hey, oh yeah.
All right, we're talking about a lot of things, a lot of achievements from DJ Kofi, and we've said a lot of things with the video, and yes, down to See Me. And this is where we're going to talk about the things that have been happening recently. And yes, Nigerian singer Simi has come under intense online scrutiny after old tweets from 2012 resurfaced, sparking accusation of pedophile and inappropriate behavior. In one of the viral posts, Simi wrote about a 4-year-old boy who she said had a crush on her and rested his head on her lap, prompting widespread outrage on social media users, and with some going as far as calling for legal action, while others debated whether the posts were genuinely problematic or being misinterpreted out of context. So in response to the backlash, Simi clarified that the tweets were written when she was 23 and volunteering at her home at her mother's daycare, insisting that they were rather than any improper conduct. She explained that her words were being twisted to fit a false narrative, emphasizing that she has never engaged in inappropriate behavior with minors, and the singer urged fans and critics alike to consider the context of her post, noting that the renewed attention stemmed largely from her rise in fame rather than actual wrongdoing. So they have been dragging this young lady. All right, so this is what someone said. She said, I haven't been on Twitter today, but someone brought a few of my old tweets to my attention, and I cannot address it. And 14 years ago, I was 23, so I was definitely not a child. I'm not here to make excuses because I don't have anything to make excuses for. What I can't let anyone do is twist my story to fit the false narratives. So in 2012, I lived and helped out at my mother's daycare while I was hustling my music. I tweeted everything that happened in my life, as well as we all did at the time. Kids can be mischievous. If a child did something I found funny, I tweeted about it. Kids are cute and lovable. I want to hug, kiss, and cuddle them. I tweet about it. Nothing I tweeted was from perversion. So this boils down to where people come out to say a lot of things that they are not so sure about. And you know, a lot of things that be happening on social media now. People are faking things just to make the name. You get it? Because recently I even saw where someone had to fake that she was raped. And it was
our auntie. It's not a year and they can't say she's suicidal. She's skinny con. Nothing they not talk. People
what is
after the that's not good. I want to be a good girl.
I just feel that people everybody is going through a lot of things. You don't bring up things that will make them feel more depressed.
Definitely.
You get, but people feel that to make someone depressed, they will be happy.
Some people just take joy in other people's downfall, or they feel elevated because they are so insignificant and they want to prove their significance in the world.
Yes. So as a young lady, Simi, she was 23 then, and the boy was, let's say, he was 4 years old, and normally, he get picking where you go carry me. They carry my, my little children.
So did you see those tweets?
Actually, the tweets are really scary.
It's not one. It's
not two.
It was quite
much.
She
tweeted, if it's something that you tweet every day about your life, then definitely it has to be surrounded with children.
Exactly. So ironically, even the fact that I'm a fan of Simi, everybody knows that. But I won't first greet the person who go dig those tweets. You try.
Be like saying,
like your life sweet me past.
Another thing is that everybody is saying anything. They should be careful because social media no go forget. That is just
we all know that. But people didn't know that back then.
Actually.
A lot of people didn't know that back then. So a lot of people had, on some people here, they don't somehow don't do some things or pass for social media. They say it comes back to haunt them. This is an example. So
seriously,
for someone like Simi, I don't see her from that point of angle. And she has been one of those who is an advocate against rape, molestations, and the likes before now. At that same time when those tweets you referred to existed. But those tweets are quite disturbing. I don't know. Now, the irony is that I don't even know which one is original, which one is fake. Because a lot of people started bringing out AI version of their own. So we don't even know which one are the exact ones. So in all, I'm not supporting someone. Because now, we might look at it from the angle of what Simi has portrayed herself to us to be and want to try to downplay the effects of what that may have. But I don't think there's been any situation or any case that anybody actually went ahead to report or there is any allegation against her.
Yeah.
So if you're bringing up those tweets, those are just written words, which are not something that we can overlook. So if there's anyone at that time that probably you feel that way with evidence, you can step forward. I am sure Simi is not an unreasonable person.
Actually.
That will not. And I remember people coming out, people went as far as, it wasn't just that. They brought out a tweet where she was still crushing on a particular artist, and they were like, hey, she doesn't love her husband. Hello, baby.
Please.
Do you know how many years they dated? She said because it was available. Somebody that is AA that married an SS, is availability that made her marry him.
Then they allow AG baby to breathe. Like I don't get this.
Ironically, the husband knows that the wife loves him, and the wife knows the husband loves her, and they are doing well for themselves. So your narrative, hello,
like people just want to feed from your from pain, like
happy feeding, no, like happy feeding, feed like a baby, because nobody's gonna tell me anything. So ironically, when I saw some of those tweets, I didn't even when I realized that some were the one that people went to go and do doctors and all, so we don't even know which one was real, which one was fake, which one was this, which one was not. So I'm like, we don't even know even if that one I saw, even now the true one, as long as I don't even have the strength to now start going back on somebody's Twitter account to look for, and this is somebody that tweets like water.
That person has strength, because tell me how you will go and be digging tweets like this. You have all the energy.
Energy will take make your life better. And somebody now had one last-rated celebrity had an opinion and said, if I'm Heji baby, I'm not what this is not a marriage, because she only said hello. Somebody she married as a virgin. Are you for real? If she wanted to be promiscuous, you think
if Simi comes out of this, I just believe that just target.
She's not even anything.
When I see this person, if they see this person,
no, she's not even bothered.
Actually, she's not.
She's not bothered, and she's not even in anything. Now do something. She's busy with her twins and our darling Deja, taking care of our home, taking care of our husband, and trying to overcome her postpartum and everything. And people are just so the heart of man is wicked now.
Oh my God. All right, see, fans don't actually come out talk plenty things about this. Let's go over to the comment section, because now there people don't they talk plenty things. Now there they go see now. People will agree with me. Some people will not agree with that. Why would you see man no say anything to you? But then let's move on to the comment section and see what people have actually come out to say concerning this. And yes, Laura AGK said those tweets are disturbing. See, let's be truthful to ourselves. It depends on okay, there was something that was taught. Let me make reference to this. There was something that was taught to me on Sunday. And there was a booklet that had 6 on the paper, the number 6 on the paper. And when they dropped the paper, they called 2 persons to stand in between, like in the middle of the 2 numbers. And this person was standing here and the person was standing here. And they asked this person, there's a way you will look at that 6. It is 9. That you're looking at.
Yeah.
Do you get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
So what narrative are you trying to say, that the person that's saying 6 is wrong? Or are you trying to say the person that's saying 9 is also wrong?
Not at all.
Both of them have their own
angle.
Thank you.
Their perceptions differ.
Thank you. So it's a 2 different things. Like you people, depending on how you're viewing it. But I'm not viewing it in the fact that that these tweets are there are tweets that are someone that is a pedophile or something like that. I'm viewing these tweets that this is a young lady that is growing, that loves children. Do you get what I'm trying to say? But see, some Nigerians know they see. In fact,
if
they
want
always
to
like
investigate, they should go ahead. I'm sure there are bodies for that. They can easily go to our page, find out the real tweets.
Yeah.
Because people can actually create fake tweets. We know that before now. And they could use AI generation and the likes. So let them find out the real tweet. Probably print it out. Let's be sure it's coming directly from our page. There's so many pages that are mimicking her, that has been mimicking her for decades. That they bear her name and everything.
Yeah.
So please, let's just be sure that what you're investigating is the right thing.
It's the right thing.
And you're doing the right thing.
Please, let's take more comments.
But for pedophile's sake, pedokwa.
Let's take more comments and see what people are still saying about this. And yes, it's God's father said, but when Ezra's tweets went viral, you see the reason why people are doing this. Okay. He said, but when Ezra's tweets went viral, he was terminated from his own company. Now, wow, double standard.
Hallelujah.
So
Simi not anybody's company.
So Simi,
no,
that means they want to bring
Simi is
her
not in
down.
anybody's company. Then secondly, what was Ezra's tweet? Is it like what? Now, I think Nigerians, we don't really do like China people. Because when you watch the of Korean movie, you understand the way and manner at which they handle cyberbullying and the likes.
Yeah.
That they even bully some people to death even before they hear the actual truth. Sometimes they don't even investigate. If you sabi talk, now you go win the case. That's what they do. So now, Ezra tweeted something. and the company found it they find it offensive and feel like this kind of person should not represent our brand out there. That's Ezra.
But his tweets
for
were even
Simi,
more scary. Like,
did you get
to see that tweet?
This particular person, did you get to see that tweet on Simi's page? On Simi's page, not the screenshot or the WhatsApp status you watched. On Simi's page, and you come to a conclusion that Simi desires to be blacklisted or to be, because that's the only thing that can happen to her. She's not working for anybody's company. She works for her own company. So nobody wants to. So if she feel like, oh, she deserves to be blacklisted for that reason, before you come and start selling the narrative of when Ezra tweet surfaced. What was Ezra's tweet? What is Simi tweet? How does it correlate?
Did they see tweets with cats? Did they see tweets?
Like, did you see tweets with that? Maybe like she and a child, and she was touching a child.
Do you get making references about your landlord's daughter? Like, wait, see me this. See, we need to tell ourselves
Nigeria
do better. Should by Simi out of all this whole thing. I don't think, okay, Shebi authority say they want go check waiting the apple, let them investigate. Fine.
So be it.
But is well. That is all I can say. Let's take some more comments and see what people are still saying about this. And we have a lot of comments and people are still talking. And yes, another person said, because it's y'all's favorite, it's a joke and it's not that deep. Ori boboyin tidaru. Okay, and then another person said, yeah, it's definitely true. But just imagine it was a man's tweet. He go explain tire. See, you are now trying to bring this perception or perspective about being a man and being a woman. Because, see, let's tell ourselves the truth. It's not about, there is nothing wrong with those tweets. Like, we've seen it, fine. But in the perspective of you having a child, children, for crying out loud, it's like, how do you even, oh God. See, we 2 days too serious for this country where we did. Anyways, I think it's this.
No, lie, we're not serious. We just like to, feel like some people want to feel a sense of intimidating the other person through social media. Some of you, they bring you to the court now to come and defend what you type online. Only gonna know where you do.
Please. I just feel that this whole thing should be resolved. That's just my own. Because all this plenty talk. I don't even.
Simi go see using a sing song.
All right, this is where we draw the curtain. Thank you so much for staying with us on the Spotlight Show. And yes, remember, if you're going viral or going global, please stay true to your stories and tell them with heart. And don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle at VOPTV Live and subscribe to our channels for more episodes and updates on Spotlight Show. Yes, I hope you've not forgotten that I'm your special baby girl, Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And you know I didn't do this alone today. I had my darling angel.
Beautiful Oyindamola Olufutong from the Stable Lab.
All right. Thank you so much for staying with us. See you next time. Bye for now.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voiceover personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
You guys, your boy Chela. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde. Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez. On est au Afrima. On est ensemble. VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know somewhere from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. Like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Aronzo. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Only are you, but on the Fuji Monsu. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOPT.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news, we analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes wrong, please discuss.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VO.
Well, hello and welcome to the African News and Voice of the People television. I am David Edwin. Before beginning news, I would urge you to kindly visit our website. It is www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news stories. We begin the African news from Sudan, where Sudan has stated that any proposal to end the war with the Rapid Support Forces, that's the RSF, and achieve peace must take into consideration the country's supreme interest, Sudan's national security, full national sovereignty, unity of Sudan's territory, its institutions, and territorial integrity. In a statement, the Sudanese Foreign Ministry added that any proposal that does not consider such interest would not be accepted by the government and therefore would not find its way to implementation. It also emphasized that Sudan is a sovereign state and takes its positions and decisions based on its supreme national interest. However, the ministry did not provide further details about the nature of the proposal. The United States senior advisor, Masad Boulous, had earlier proposed a 5-pillar strategy to end the war in Sudan, calling for an immediate humanitarian truce,
and a transition to a civilian government to prevent what he described as institutional collapse. And from Sudan, we move straight to Zimbabwe, where the Constitutional Court of Zimbabwe has dismissed an application seeking to invalidate the Private Voluntary Organization Act 2025 and hold the president of Zimbabwe accountable for allegedly assenting to a law passed without proper public participation. It ruled that no constitutional bridge was established. The applicant, who had argued that public hearing in Harare and Masvingo had been disrupted, thereby preventing meaningful contribution on the bill, and claimed that this invalidated both the legislative process and the president's subsequent assent to the law. However, the ruling by 7 justices, led by Justice Rita Makaru, found that the applicants, Passionate Fuza and Jonah Wakurawa, had not shown what the Zimbabwean parliament failed to fulfill its duties under Section 141 of the Constitution during the passage of the Act. According to the court, it was considered that no allegation had been made and proven against the second respondent that he had failed to fulfill a constitutional obligation and that the joinder was therefore incompetent. Still in Zimbabwe, the Zimbabwean community in South Africa has expressed concerns at the arrest and pending prosecution of Balamin Katunga Mugabe, the son of the late former President Robert Mugabe. Chairperson of the Zimbabwean community in South Africa, Ntobo Mbena, said the allegations were deeply troubling, adding that such belief that the son of the former president shot his worker was quite alarming and a sad thing for them. Wishing the injured person a speedy recovery, Mabhena urged the South African justice system to pursue this case to a logical end, adding that they expect the law to take its course. Katunga, 28 years of age, was arrested alongside another man following a shooting at a Heed Park residence in Johannesburg, in which a 23-year-old employee was critically injured. Both suspects had been charged with attempted murder and are expected to appear in court. And in South Africa has called on all United Nations member states to recognize Palestinian statehood and act in solidarity with Palestinian people. Foreign Minister Ronald Lamola told a meeting of the UN Human Rights Council in Geneva, Switzerland, that the world cannot continue to appeal for an end to Israel's unlawful occupation, together with efforts to permanently displace the Palestinian people in Gaza and in the West Bank. He reiterated South Africa's unwavering support and solidarity with the Palestinian people. Lamola also said South Africa is concerned about attacks on the UN Special Rapporteur on occupied Palestinian territories, Francesca Albanese, as well as special procedures mandates holders in general. According to him, special procedure mandates holders play a key role promoting and protecting human rights, and they must be protected. Lamola added that South Africa is concerned about attacks on multilateralism, the unpredictable geopolitical dynamics, and the erosion of a rule-based international border. Moving on to other stories, Cameroon's military court has sentenced 3 soldiers to between 5 and 10 years in prison for their role in the killing of no fewer than 21 civilians in the country's Anglophone Northwest region. The court found them guilty of murder, arson, and destruction for the February 14, 2020 attack on the village of Ngabo. The soldiers and the Fulani militia killed civilians, including 13 children, and burnt homes in the incident described as a rare instance of Cameroon's government acknowledging the atrocities of its soldiers in the Anglophone regions, which have been racked by a separatist conflict for nearly 10 years. The authorities initially denied responsibility for the attack on Ngabo, but later backpedaled following international pressure and the findings of an investigation ordered by President Paul Biya. The case dragged on for 6 years after hearings were postponed multiple times. And from Cameroon, we move straight to Kenya, where Kenya's Commission on Administrative Justice has raised concerns over what it terms as excessive charges imposed on students and parents seeking access to senior secondary school placement results. In a letter to Principal Secretary of the State Department for Basic Education, Julius Bitok, the Commission said the 30 Kenyan shilling fee charged to access placement results via SMS is unaffordable for many families, describing it as a barrier to candidates transitioning to grade 10. The Ombudsman urged the State Department to spearhead negotiations with mobile service providers to lower the cost of accessing the results. It also noted that though an online portal exists as an alternative channel, the Ministry of Education had not provided adequate information to parents and students on how to use it and avoid additional SMS charges. Among others, the Commission further called on the State Department to develop mechanisms to ensure easier access to placement results. In another development, Kenya's Director of Public Prosecution, that the DPP, Renson Ngonga, has attributed delays in prosecuting cases of police misconduct to slow and incomplete investigation by oversight and investigative agencies, particularly indicting the Independent Policing Oversight Authorities as the IPOA and the Directorate of Criminal Investigation, DCI. Ngonga said his office can only act after investigators have gathered sufficient evidence and forwarded complete files for review and prosecution. He noted that public outrage often targets the DPP, whether incidents involving police brutality or misconduct occur, yet responsibility for investigation lies with other agencies depending on the nature of the incidents. He stressed that the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution operates at the final stage of the criminal justice process and cannot initiate trials without credible and well-documented investigations. Ngonga emphasized that prosecutions cannot be driven by public pressure alone, warning that weak evidence could undermine cases in courts and violate the rights of suspects. Moving on, in a move aimed at centralizing the oversight of donor funding programs, the Ugandan government has barred accounting officers across ministries, departments, and agencies from entering any governance-related agreement with development partners without prior cabinet approval. The directive was issued by the Secretary to the Treasury, Ramathan Ngobi, through the second budget call circular, calling the finalization of ministerial policy statements and detailed revenue and expenditure estimates for the 2026-2027 financial year. According to Gobi, the Guardians is in line with the cabinet minute, underscoring that the decision is binding on all government entities. The circular further provides that any financing proposals related to governance must first undergo structured consultative process involving key state institutions. Moving on to other stories, tension is escalating in Uganda's Nsowe Central Forest Reserve following violent clashes between licensed tree planting investors and groups of pastoralists accused of illegally occupying government forest land. The confrontation have reportedly led to widespread destruction of planted trees, assault of workers, and property losses estimated at billions of shillings, covering roughly 4,635 hectares of Gomba district. Nsowe Forest had suffered heavy degradation over Nsowe Forest has suffered heavy degradation over the years due to pastoralist encroachment, including cattle grazing and clearing for farming. In 2017, the government, through the National Forestry Authority, allocated 2,885 hectares to private investors to restore the degraded forest with eucalyptus and pine trees. The remaining 1,750 hectares were allocated to 175 residents already living within the forest, each receiving 25 acres on condition that they plant trees. Since then, investors have planted trees on 2,308 hectares and continued with restoration activities. However, new groups of pastoralists, some allegedly from Rwanda, Gulu, Tanzania, Sango Bay, and neighboring districts such as Nyankwazi, have reportedly invaded the forest, cutting down young and mature trees, grazing cattle, and establishing temporary camps. Moving on, a Tunisian court has ordered the release of Ahmed Souab, a prominent lawyer and fierce critic of President Kais Saied, in a move the opposition hopes will pave the way for the release of other jailed opponents. Souab had been serving a 5-year jail term following his arrest and imprisonment last year. The court gave no reason for its decision at a hearing on Monday. Souab's lawyers and family said he had recently been suffering health problems. His brother, Mungi, welcomed the development as very good news, hoping that it will be followed by the release of all unjustly imprisoned detainees. Souab's arrest sparked widespread anger among political parties and civil society groups, which saw it as a dangerous escalation of authoritarianism in Tunisia. Souab is a retired administrative judge and lawyer who had repeatedly said the judiciary has lost its independence under President Kais Saied. You're still watching the African news right here on Voice of the People television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more is a lawyer and a public affairs analyst and commentator in the studio, Mr. Darlington Agumo. A very good afternoon to you, sir, and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon.
My pleasure, David. How are you?
I'm fine, very well. Thank you, Barrister. Thank you. And how are you doing as well?
Okay.
Also joined us virtually is Barrister Edward Okwaro Matakinye. He is a human rights activist in Uganda as well. A very good afternoon to you, Barrister Edward, and thank you for joining the conversation as well this afternoon.
Thank you. Good afternoon to you, David, and Senior Counsel at the studio.
All right, then let's start off this conversation from the studio here. Well, interestingly, there is a conversation about the level of arrest by the presidency, well, allegedly now by the presidency, and the concerns of the fact that as it stands, opposition figures are saying these are political arrests to silence opposition in Tunisia. What do you make of this?
Whenever a dictator is in office, the first thing he is likely to do is to silence opposition. They don't want anybody to remind them of their shortcomings. And so, I am not surprised with what we are hearing about Said. And is that, when a leader has failed in office, he wouldn't want you to criticize him. He wouldn't want him to expose him. He wouldn't want you to tell the whole world what he's doing. And so anybody who is likely to do that is an enemy and must be put in prison. That is how dictators are known. That is their hallmark. And so when this news is coming out from Tunisia, I wasn't surprised.
So looking at the fact that Ahmed Chouab has been, a court in Tunisia has ordered for his release, some have said that this clearly looks like a cynical ploy by the president to ease international pressure, while of course keeping Tunisia on the path of the authoritarianism that he's been accused of over time. Do you also share this sentiment?
Yeah, they should sustain the pressure on him to do the right thing. Releasing one person out of many is not enough. The opposition and the human rights activists in that country, they should not rest on their oars because one lawyer has been released. Others should mount pressure on these tyrants to release other detainees so that democracy can thrive in Tunisia. It's not enough to release one person. If you release one, you must release all.
All right, then let's take this conversation to Uganda. Well, Barrister Edward, this conversation about the release of this lawyer who have already been serving a 5-year jail term following his arrest and imprisonment last year because, hey, he's been sentenced and he's been serving that term. But some have said that the judiciary in Tunisia is clearly acting from the pressure of critics. And the question now would be, why release this young man because of his health crisis? Has the rule of law been reduced to political expediencies, or are we seeing some act of what I would say a plea on the part of the family of this man?
Thank you, David. What I can say in this situation, you have seen several illustrations like this in Africa, where actually you oppose the ruling government, you become an enemy. So democracy is actually on trial. Democracy is undermined in most of our countries in Africa. So I would actually say this is already a rape of a constitution. The constitution is defied in this case. You have a right in most countries like Uganda, you are supposed to be produced to court within 24 hours for actually now be tried in the court. But in cases where you get the government is in fear, the government is actually has actually captured institutions. So there is no wonder that even the judiciary is actually acting on the command of the ruler. That is now the situation.
Well, I'm still going to stay with you, Barrister Edward, because the civil society in Tunisia has clearly said that Tunisia is at the risk of sliding back to into the pre-2011 authoritarianism rule, which, of course, is something that they are trying to fight against. But from your perspective, is there a possibility that the gains of the Arab Spring is not visible afterwards, because this, again, is a conversation that has been ongoing. Should these kind of arrests continue?
It takes a minute a country to actually fall down in situations where you get bad leaders. In this case, probably this is what Tunisia is facing right now. So it is my view that Tunisia is actually going under a trial in democracy. Has to test the constitution. Tunisia has to test the judiciary. The parliament should work, come up and actually now look at what is needed in Tunisia. So, in short, David, I see the democracy, the type of rule which was actually fought, getting back to that.
Okay. All right, then let me bring the conversation back to the studio here. Well, interestingly as it stands, similar patterns of jailing critics was, of course, discovered in the Ben Ali's regime, of course, which rarely, of course, released some of these detainees. Now, the Kais Saied era of Tunisia occasionally releases opponents under pressure. Do you think this is a suggestive tactical flexibility style to not be equated to the Ben Ali regime? Because some have said that Tunisia seemed not to have learned from the Arab Spring era.
I think so. I think so because, you know, some dictators, they thrive on intimidation. The man believed that if he released these detainees in piecemeal, maybe after a certain pressure, he will release a sort of detainees. And then after some more pressure, he will do so. They will now see him as a listening president.
So that would definitely improve the image of Tunisia.
Exactly. In fact, his own image. Because he's not even thinking of the image of his own image, so that the international community will see him as a benevolent dictator and all that. But it is not enough. In a thriving democracy, this thing shouldn't happen. You don't imprison opponents. You don't imprison critics. If not, the whole Americans would have been in prison because of Donald Trump. I don't think we are even talking here in Africa. You need to listen to what Americans are telling Donald Trump. With all his bravado abroad, with all his showmanship abroad, at home, America used to tell him all manner of things, but he doesn't care. It's a democracy. That is what it means. But in Africa, criticize one president, he will turn into a tiger and swallow everybody.
Now, as it stands, is there the possibility that, according to the presidency, this is a major crackdown on dissent? Because you would recall Shoaib's arrest last year, of course, was widely seen as the president's crackdown on dissent, which they said was undermining the security of the country at the time. But this level of arrest was consistent and consistently seen with arrest of opposition figures, journalists, and of course, activists. On the part of the presidency now, my question is, the crackdown on dissent and of course restoring law and order in the country, is this justified by arresting oppositions, journalists, and activists as well?
Under the rule of law, it can never be justified. Arresting people because of criticizing you is the wrong move in democracy. Because democracy thrives on criticism. You cannot claim to be the perfect man when you're a leader. You must listen to critics. And if you refuse to do so, then you are turning into another thing. All those things that he's doing in Tunisia, he's just wasting his time. In fact, he is rubbishing his image. Because stories will be told later. Like we are discussing it here in Nigeria. I'm sure all over Africa, other channels of the media are talking about it. Is that a compliment? The answer is no. So the earlier you do the right thing, the better. It will not remove anything from you to listen to what? Opposition critics. It will not remove anything. So instead of you to listen to them and then take it in your stride, you now need to jail all of them and all that. You are creating problem for yourself, very big problem. That's just the truth.
All right, then. Well, as it stands, the opposition figures in jail presently in Tunisia is increasing by the day, and hopefully, the voice of the people might, prevail in the end.
And this may attract the attention of the military somehow, because they have been telling you, we don't want coup in Africa. We don't want coup in Africa. By the time this thing will continue, the military will become uncomfortable. And you know what will follow.
But as it stands, do you think that the military is not even involved in this?
That's what I'm saying.
With the president?
Yes, I know that, yes. But then, a section of the military, because all of them cannot be in bed with the president. A section of the military may be disgruntled, and they may use this as a weapon, as an excuse. And the majority of the people will welcome them whenever they come.
Well, that is almost inevitable because the parliament has been disbanded in the country. So ruling by decree, anything is almost possible. Let me take the conversation to Uganda. Well, I want to talk about a story emanating from your country where centralizing the oversight of donor-funded program, the Ugandan government has barred accounting officers across ministries, departments, and agencies from entering any governance-related agreement with development partners without prior cabinet approval. Well, Barrister Edward, what's your position with this? Some have said that is Uganda's centralization of donor oversight a genuine push for sovereignty or a calculated move to choke off donor support for governance reforms and civil society activism?
Yeah, obviously, you'd actually relate to that because it is Uganda was just under the check and going through a check of elections which has just ended January. Yeah. And you saw what came out of it. So the government is a bit careful to expose itself in most of the areas. As we talk right now, in fact, the elections in Uganda are not yet accepted by all the world partners because Uganda is still questioned on how the elections were conducted. So one of the areas, obviously, the government is very much careful is the issue of finances. To tell you for sure, the partners who have been investing in Uganda heavily are not happy with what expired in January. So this is also making the government to tighten its belt because the finances may be used against the government. So that's why the government is putting such restrictions. So it is political. It is not something which is actually new to Uganda alone. Most of the governments in Africa, the dictators are always very much careful when it reaches such a level where you see your partners are supporting opposition.
Oh, well, let me bring this conversation back to the studio here. Well, question that is really got in my head right now is, why does the Ugandan government fear centralized donor engagement? Does this really expose insecurity about its governance record and accountability structure?
So that the amount will not be captured. That is just the simple truth. They don't want the amount to be captured because of the misuse they have that has been involved in this money. If the whole money is put in one basket, of course, you will capture it. Then you now ask questions, where did all this money go? Who used it? What did you use it for? But when it is scattered, of course, you cannot be able to capture the whole amount. That's what he's playing at. And all African leaders play these tricks. They wouldn't tell you how much foreign donors are bringing in, they will never tell you because of the misuse that they want to put it to. They will never allow you. Some of this money, some go into their own pockets. So do you want him to account for the money he put in his pocket? Do you want him to account for it? That is what happened. There's no other excuse.
So would this directive trigger donor flights? I mean, Uganda being isolated and underfunded as well.
Of course, yes. It will attract attention. So they will try somehow to cover it up and then reassure the donor agencies and all that. They might even put up a phantom project and tell you this is where they put it and all that. But was that the purpose? Most times when donor agencies give you money, it is targeted at a project. And so when you are not ready to pursue that project, you are going to misuse the money. And when they ask you, you now put up one excuse or the other, just to confuse them and divert their attention.
So as it stands, should this trigger donor flights and the economy is underfunded, or some part of the economy is underfunded, how much of an impact would this have on the Ugandan people?
They don't care. David, why do you think Africa is underdeveloped? Most of the money are in foreign banks and all that. Hey, David, half of the money of Africa are in foreign accounts, no thanks to their leaders. If you should repatriate all the money that leaders have stolen from Africa, Africa will be a paradise. That's just the simple truth. So they wouldn't want such thing to be exposed. They secretly do business with this money and all that, and then keep it abroad.
All right, then let me take this conversation to Uganda. Well, Barrister Edward, as it stands now, the government of your country tightening grip on donor governance. Some have said that this is marking a major beginning of a broader trend in Africa, because this is just like Barrister Aguma also said here. There is the conversation surrounding the fact that some of these governments are weaponizing sovereignty to silence reforms. What's your position with this as well?
Yeah, very true. The government is trying its best to silence the so-called partners, because, ideally when a project has started, just as Council has said in our studio, that money is supposed to go directly to support that project. But when you bring issues like you should have books, check the books first before it is dispersed. Now it starts a questioning yourself. The government has failed in most of the projects. So we don't know how the government will now manage even these donor funds. Yes, the government should have accountability of every money which comes to which enters to the central bank. That is true. And we know this money is channeled through a very good open and transparency means. So you can still, as a government, get the information. So this one is totally aimed in drawing some kind of lines on the issues of actually controlling whatever is happening in the country. There is a lot of issues concerning even the person who was elected recently is not safe. It feels like he's not safe. The son is not also feeling safe. That's why you see the issue any kind of a statement. So I believe the intentions are not good for Ugandans. The intentions are just to try and now try to cover the corruption which is too much rampant in the country.
All right, then. Let me just stay with you and, of course, move up to another conversation before we just wrap this up, maybe in 1 minute. The South African government has called on the United Nations member states to recognize Palestinian statehood and act in solidarity with Palestinian people. Well, Foreign Minister Ronald Lamola told in a meeting of the UN Human Rights Council in Geneva, Switzerland, that the world cannot continue to appeal for an end to Israel's unlawful occupation an end to the ongoing genocide together with efforts to permanently displace the Palestinian people. What do you make of this consistent vocal nature of the South African government, particularly in the part of the Palestinians, as against Israel? A move that Washington is not finding funny afterwards.
If the process is followed and so that the request is so much and dire, I believe that we actually feel recognition is something which should be done as per the law. Now, if it is it's done in the right procedures, these people are to be recognized, then I don't see any situation. But also, we look at the security part of it. It may bring issues. That is how I look at it.
All right, then let me bring it back to the studio. Implications of this statement. Some have said Washington is already not in good business with South Africa, but Pretoria is still consistently talking and asking the UN to take a major stance as concerning the statehood of Palestine. What's your position with this?
The only thing that is driving the consistency from South Africa is their experience with apartheid. What South Africa went through in apartheid, they're liking it to what Israel is doing to Palestinians in Gaza. So when they remember what they went through and what they suffered, they are now in solidarity with the people of Palestine.
But some have said that this is oversimplifying the comparison here.
In what way?
Well, in the fact that the Israel-Palestinian conflict might just not be the same toll with the appetite that South Africa saw.
That's what I'm telling you. I said they're liking it too. Because during apartheid, yes, we know that it was more horrendous in South Africa. But they're liking it to what they went through.
Okay.
There is no other explanation for you to occupy another person's land and then impose your will on that person. You know, you are the one managing everything. You don't allow them to be free. You don't allow them to do things that, you know, and this is a country that's supposed to be a sovereign nation. And if you go to the history of this thing proper, the Palestinians were there before the Israelites came in. And so there is every reason for the whole world, not just South Africa, the whole world to come in solidarity with the people of Palestine so that there will be peace for once. There should be peace for once. After all, if you check the size of this place we are talking about, yes, they can make a deal and then accommodate each other and still live in peace.
All right, then. Because of our time, really, this is where we have to draw anchor on the analysis segment of the African News. We've been talking with Darlington Agomo, a lawyer and public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Thank you so very much for being here.
My pleasure.
Also, all the way from Uganda, joined us virtually, Barrister Edward Okwaro Matakinye, a human rights activist and also business associate. Thank you so very much for being here as well.
Thank you, and have a good afternoon.
You too. We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, more stories on the African news and business. Sports will be up next. Please stay. Glad to have you back. It is still the African News right here in Voice of the People Television. Now to more stories. Sudan's Kordofan University said its campus in El Obeid city sustained heavy damage after drones that it said belonged to the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces RSF struck the facility. In a statement, the university's media office said the attack targeted buildings within the central campus complex in El Obeid, the capital of North Kordofan state, causing extensive damage to the infrastructure. The Emergency Lawyers Association and local right groups had condemned the strike and held the RSF responsible, describing it as part of an escalating pattern of attacks on civilian sites. It said that targeting educational institutions constitutes a violation of international humanitarian law, stressing that assaults on universities undermine the right to education and threatens students' future. And from that story, we'll move straight to talking business. The Ghana's finance ministry says the government has paid 10 billion cedis, about $910 million in interest under its domestic debt exchange program. It stated that the payment marks the sixth coupon settlement since a restructuring began as the country works to emerge from its deepest economic crisis in a generation. In a statement, the ministry explained that the payment was intended to reassure both domestic and international investors, strengthening market confidence, and supports the country's credit outlook, while also promising stability across the financial sector. It's added that the latest settlement is the second full cash coupon payment with no payment in kind component, which reflects improved fiscal capacity and a stronger sovereignty position. And from that particular story, we'll move straight to talking sports. Africa's biggest, brightest young football talents will converge on Maputo as the final of the prestigious school tournament takes center stage from April the 2nd to the 10th, 2026. The Confederation of African Football CAF flagship youth competition has rapidly grown into one of the continent's most significant grassroots platforms. And this year's final promises another thrilling chapter. Built for Mozambique's vibrant capital, the tournament will bring together the best school teams from across Africa, all battling for continental glory. Since inception, the championship has played a critical role in talent identification and youth development. Beyond the silverware, the tourney embodies CAF's broader mission to invest in grassroots global and nurture the next generation of professionals. And with that sports story, we've come to the end of African News right here on Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. You have a good afternoon.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV, as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Nnamdi Azikiwe, popularly known as Zik, was a prominent Nigerian nationalist and the first president of Nigeria. He was born on November 16, 1904 in Zungeru, which was then part of the British Protectorate of Northern Nigeria.
In defense of my honor and with due deference to those concerned, I submit.
Azikiwe played a significant role in the fight for Nigeria's independence from British colonial rule. He was one of the founding members of the National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroons, NCNC, a political party that advocated for self-governance and represented the interests of the Nigerian people. Under Azikiwe's leadership, the NCNC gained widespread support, particularly in the eastern region of Nigeria. He was known for his eloquent and powerful oratory skills, which helped him rally the masses and inspire them to fight for their rights. In 1963, Nigeria gained independence and Azikiwe became the country's first indigenous Governor General. He later served as the President of Nigeria from 1963 till 1966. Azikiwe's contributions to Nigeria's independence movement and his leadership in the early years of the country's independence have left a lasting impact on Nigerian history.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV. Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voice-over personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chella. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde. Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez. On est au Afrima. On est ensemble. VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know somewhere from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. Like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Arunze. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Education is not just preparation for life, it is life itself. This powerful statement by Professor Wole Soyinka highlights the true essence of education as a tool for personal transformation, societal progress, and national development. Good afternoon and welcome to another insightful edition of Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television, the program where we take a critical look at developments in the education sector, analyze policies and reforms, as well as spotlight innovations shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond. I'm Matthew Ogunswada. Today on the program, we will be discussing studying abroad, the opportunities it offers, and the key things every prospective student needs to know. Also on the program, we'll look at the importance of digital literacy and how promoting innovation and equal learning opportunities can help prepare every child for the future. But first, let's begin with our opening conversation of the day. Studying abroad is a dream shared by many students and young professionals seeking quality education, global exposure, and better career opportunities. However, beyond the excitement lies a process that requires careful planning, accurate information, and informed decision-making. From choosing the right country and institution, to understanding admission requirements, scholarship, visa processes, and financial planning, they are critical factors every prospective international student must understand before taking that life-changing step. On today's program, we'll be exploring how important things you need to know if you want to study abroad, the realities, the opportunities, the challenges, and how to avoid costly mistakes. Now, to help us break this down, we are joined by two seasoned education experts with extensive experience. In the studio, I have Louis Omolayo Adekola. Louis is an international education consultant and higher education management specialist. He's also the convener and program coordinator of the International Education Africa Summit and Award. Good afternoon, Louis, and thank you so much for joining me on the program.
It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for coming to Edu Dialogue.
Sure.
All right, joining me virtually, I have Peter Oyefolu. Peter Oyefolu is a third-year PhD researcher in chemical and biological engineering at Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute, New York. He's also an Education USA Opportunity Fund Program Scholar and currently serves as the president of the Black Graduate Student Association at Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute in the New York. Good afternoon, Peter, and thank you so much for joining us on Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television.
Good afternoon, Matthew. It's a pleasure being here. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Okay, let me begin with you. Many people have the dream of studying abroad, but where should they start from? What is the first step that anyone considering studying abroad? What is the first step they should take?
Thank you for that good question. For me, I feel that the first step anyone planning to study abroad needs to take is to sit down and plan. Right? You need to know what is the big why you want to study abroad. Why are you leaving the shores of Nigeria or the shores of your country to somewhere else? What exact opportunities are you looking for? So that would calibrate the university you want to go to, the program fits, and also the country you think would be able to provide the kind of learning you need for that particular purpose. So I would say the first thing is having a clarity of purpose and a clear, well-driven.
Having a clarity of purpose there, which is quite significant at this point in time. There needs to be proper, clear vision as to why you are studying abroad. But you mentioned something about institution, and I want you to tell us, are there specific institutions, and how important is choosing the right country and institution? And then what factors should students consider before choosing an institution?
Yeah, that's a complex question because I've been doing this for quite a long time now, and I have, just to answer this kind of question, like I could spend like 2 hours or 3 hours session to properly give proper, clear answers to that. However, I would say it differs based on the background and based on the level of education you're aspiring for. For example, someone who is going abroad to do a bachelor's degree has a different approach in the entire application process and the way the concentration should matter. Then doing a master's or a PhD program, it also differs as well. It also differs for someone who is going to US, UK, Europe. Different permutations come into the entire scope. So in terms of university generally, and I might be a bit biased because I am based in the United States of America, so my experience is tailored much to those seeking opportunities in the US. So I would say first you need to explore the schools. Go online, use some, there are a lot of links out there that tells you the schools, the ranking system, and the fitness of that program for your study. Also, if you're considering like a PhD, a master's, there are also different parameters. I don't know if you want me to go into each individually,
You can
but
go ahead. You can go ahead.
Okay, go ahead. Okay, so for example, for someone who wants to apply to a PhD program, like you did your bachelor's in Nigeria, you did your master's in Nigeria. In the US, it's a different system in the sense that you can go directly from your bachelor's to a PhD. Yeah, that's strange, right?
Without having to do masters.
Exactly. You don't have to do a master's. But if you look at it holistically, you are actually doing a master's in the program. Because typically, when you do a master's is like roughly 1 to 2 years. Then for a PhD is a minimum of 3 years if you already have a master's, right? But if you're going from a bachelor's directly to a PhD, you have to do it within a minimum of 4 years if you don't have a master's already. So indirectly, you're doing a master's and then the additional 3 years that is minimally required for a PhD. That's for the US demographic. But in the UK, Europe continent generally is different, and then go for a PhD. But the beautiful side for the US perspective is that the PhD usually comes with a lot of funding, right? Because you are there in the program, you're there to assist in the research, or you're there to assist as a teaching assistant or assist in some other administrative work. So you are not just learning, you are also contributing service and helping them develop some projects that they need workforce for. So it's like a tit for tat. You are getting educated and you are offering that in exchange for services. That's why PhD seems like a better route or the easiest route to get funded for.
Thank you so much, Peter. I will come back to you when it comes to concerns about finances. But let me come to the studio because you mentioned the US perspective, and of course we have an higher education consultant here in the studio who have an extensive experience of both US and of course the UK. Luis, thank you so much for joining me on the program once more. What do you think, or how significant would you say should be the process for every Nigerian that is seeking scholarship opportunities abroad? What should they look at, and if they are looking for higher education in the outside country apart from the seashores of the country?
Okay, so this is about the studies or the scholarship specifically?
The both.
Okay, so I think the other speaker has already given a lot of perspective, especially when it comes to choosing institution and choosing the course. The first thing, apart from, he talked a lot about planning, and I think that planning is very, very essential. One other thing that I would usually say to people is first, know yourself. He was talking about knowing your why, but I would say take a little step back and know yourself, because it is when you know yourself, you know your background, you know what your interests are, you know what your passion is, you know what you want to achieve with your life, like what your future prospects are. That serves as a yardstick for you choosing what you want to choose. That guides you in understanding that I've done this course for my first degree, for example, for those who are going for masters, that is. I've done this program for my first degree, and so in order for me to build this future for myself, I need to do this program for my masters. And for those who probably have not done bachelor's before, they're at that point of choosing their path, that decision about who they are, that understanding of who they are and their why, tying it back to what he said, then guides the student. The other thing that I want to add to that is research, the importance of research. It's very important to understand what options are available to you. So whether you're going for an undergraduate program, a postgraduate program, which can be postgraduate thought or postgraduate research, it's very important to do extensive research, because it's easy for students to assume that I have to do this course because they've heard someone else say that they're doing that course. But it doesn't always work that way. So it's very important for that student to do their research and know what really aligns to their goals and go for it. That also ties back to even choosing scholarships, for example. So those who are, for example, looking at, okay, before I go to scholarships, I think it's also very important to give a little perspective when it comes to European or the UK
countries, yeah. Because he has balanced it by saying the US. So it would be good for you to also come about the European and the UK perspective.
Yeah, so like specifically when it comes to the UK, for example, you can't really go straight with a bachelor's to do a PhD. You most of the time, I mean, to the best of my knowledge, you will need to do a master's. It can be a master's taught, a master's of research, master by research, master in research.
Wow.
That's very interesting.
It shows that there are different categories of masters.
There are. So, you know, some of us didn't actually understand the very different dynamics when it comes to MRes programs until the UK actually changed the policy that allows students to come with their dependent. And then we realized that students can only go with their dependents if they're doing an MRes program, but an MRes that is on the level 8, which means that it's higher than the typical taught masters. So now, those different ones, there's also the MPhil, there is also the PhD. As he was explaining earlier, these ones are like the year one of the PhD. If you look at it from the way the US system is, so the US system is structured in a way that you can go from a bachelor straight to a PhD, like he said, but then it would mean it will be longer. But in this case, you have to do those ones and then proceed to a PhD. So those are different options that are there. Now, when it comes to scholarships or assessing funding, I'll go back to what I was saying about research. It's very important for people to know what scholarships are relevant to them or the ones that they are a good fit for. There are different types of scholarships. Like I always say, there are the internal scholarships, there are the external scholarships. So the internal, I would regard based on institutions. So institutions have internal scholarships. For example, I don't know if I can mention names of institutions. So there are institutions, for example, like the University of Exeter would have their excellence scholarship. There was one that I got from the University of Bristol at the time, which was a Think Big scholarship. The University of Sussex, for example, has scholarships like the Progressive Futures scholarships. And these are internal scholarships. Some of them would be partial scholarship. That's another categorization of scholarship.
Do you also regard that as partial funding?
What?
Do you regard that as partial funding?
Yes, partial scholarships are, so there is full funding, there is partial scholarships.
Okay.
And full funding as well also come in levels. Because if someone gets full tuition, for example, we can say that's a full scholarship because they don't have to pay the school anything. They only need to pay to survive, to live. But in some cases as well, people get scholarships that covers both the tuition fees and their living expenses. And in some cases of the kind of scholarships that I got a scholarship that covers my tuition, covers my living expenses, but also covers every other things like my flight, my visa application, everything. So I didn't have to pay anything. So it's important to get an understanding, do a research or get an understanding of different types of scholarships. But there are also, so I talked about internal scholarships, but there are also external scholarships. External scholarships would be, and examples of those would be like the Chevening Scholarship, the Commonwealth Scholarships. Those are external to the university. And in places like America, you will see like the Fulbright Scholarship. In other parts of Europe, you will see like the Swedish institutes, you see like the DAAD or DAAD, as the case may be for Germany. So there are different scholarships. So of course, in Europe as well, there is the Erasmus Mundus, which is also external, you know. So these scholarships differ. So it's very important. Also, the final part that I will mention, just so we can proceed, is that, and it ties back to what I said about research. Some scholarships require you to have a first class or a 2-1. And this it has nothing to do whether it's internal or external, or whether it's partial or full. It's when you do the research that you realize that this scholarship requires me to have a first class or a 2-1, but these other scholarships requires me to have leadership experience or be passionate about the environment or be passionate about women and child and things like that. So understanding all of those would help you to position yourself rightly.
All right, so talking about students seeking scholarship and talking about good grades, which you of course mentioned, how do you think everyone should begin to prepare early in terms of having good grades in universities so that they can be able to access this global scholarship?
Excellent. So I was just talking just right now, and I was referring to the different types of scholarships, and I talked about the fact that some will require you to have a first class or a 2-1, and for a 2-1 would mean second class upper certificate grades in your certificate. I would always say to everybody, it's very important to prioritize your education and ensure that you have good grades. So it's very important that students start from when they're in the university. So start early while you're in the university, take your academics very seriously, take your learning very seriously, because in some cases you also need to go into interviews and defend what you've studied, because for admission teams would always go through your transcript to understand what modules have you taken while you're in your first degree, for example. And again, tying back to what it says, the higher you go, the more your options when it comes to getting scholarships. So for example, there are more master's scholarships than there are undergraduate scholarships. There are more PhDs than masters.
In the UK as well?
I mean, generally, I think it's easier.
Cuts across all countries?
Yes,
okay,
generally, it's easier to get. The higher you go, the higher your potential of getting scholarships. Because at that point, you're more bespoke, if I must say, you're more tailored or special, you're becoming a specialist. And so people would fund your research knowing that you can contribute to what they're supporting. So now back to what I was saying, very important for people to start early while they're in school, ensure you have good grades. But it doesn't end on the grade. And for my brother in America would understand the importance of these other things. When it comes to extracurricular activities as well, it's very important to understand that your grade is not enough. If you have first class, if you have 2-1, for example, there are so many people who have graduated with a 2-1. There's so many people in the world who have first class. As much as we think that, it's few people, but by the time people come together and you're contesting for very limited slots, you realize that it's very important to have extra layers. And so what have you done apart from studies? Were you part of an organization, for example? Have you exposed yourself to leadership opportunities, for example? Were you part of a sports society? Were you part of drama and theater? Were you part of maybe, doing something else? Or have you published a paper? All those things, come together to culminate in what positions you for the kind of scholarship that you're applying for. So it's never too late, really. Whether you're in school or not, ensure that your grades are upright. If you've graduated and you think that you don't have sufficient, the grade that will give you that scholarship, then look for other scholarships that are not particular about the grade, and then begin to build capacity around it.
Okay, talking about building capacity, which you of course mentioned now, let's talk about visa processing. And a lot of applicants get rejected during visa or admission processes. What are the common mistakes students make that could lead to visa rejection, and what should they do to preempt and prevent that? Okay, so it's a complex question to answer, because visa processing differs by region, differs by country. But I'll try to highlight some mistakes that I think can be general. The first would be not starting early, because processing visa takes time. Student needs to know that it takes time to really process visa. It's not, in some cases, for example, if you're applying for a UK visa, for example, you need to have your money, what we call the proof of funds, in your account for, say, 28 days before you apply for visa. And the proof of funds will include the balance of your tuition. So, for example, you've paid an initial deposit, or you've paid part of your tuition, you've gotten some partial scholarship. Those are deducted before you are issued your CAS. And the CAS is the confirmation of acceptance of studies. That's the final document you get from your sponsor, which is the university, before you apply for visa. Now, you've gotten to that stage, you've gotten your CAS, you've paid those amounts. The balance of the amount that you haven't paid yet of your tuition, plus the living expenses, which is determined by the location of your institution, has to be the total of that needs to be in your account for 28 days before you apply for visa. It can be in your account or your parents' account. So it means that you need to give yourself at least 1 month. However, if you're applying to other countries like say Canada, you need a longer time, because you need the money to be in that. You need to present a bank statement of like 3 months. And some other countries would require more than that. So it's very important for people to know. Then apart from that, you need to book your slot for, in some cases, interviews. In some cases, some universities are the ones doing the credibility in the interviews before you go for biometrics for the visa. So you need to factor those time in. Time for medical tests, tests.
like TB test and so on. So not planning early could be a grave mistake. And in some cases as well, and this is what we've begun to see in recent time, not only in Nigeria, it's a global thing, but more popular in some areas, people using documents that are fraudulent. And that's a really big problem, because people think that they are going to navigate their way and wiggle their way through it, because they're like, oh, this person has used this document. You can do that. The problem is that if you're found to be using a fraudulent document, you are exposing yourself not only to a visa refusal, but to a ban. And the thing is that once you get a ban in a country, just stay at home. Just stay at home and start rethinking your life. Maybe being a better person would be a good thing to do at that point. I think there was one other thing I wanted to say, which is not declaring. For example, people have gotten visa refusals in the past. And so they think that by declaring that I've gotten a visa refusal before, maybe they wouldn't give me a visa. No, you have to be as truthful as possible, because the truth is they want to see your record, and they can actually see some of these records. So I think I'll just stop there at those 3 points.
You mentioned the fact that a lot of people can be rejected during the visa processing.
Yeah.
And of course, tell us what they should do differently. What should we do differently, even if we have rejections?
Even if you have rejections, let it be. Once they ask you, have you been rejected visa to this country before or to other countries? Let it be, state it there. State it there. And you don't have to provide like all the details of what went down, as long as it was a refusal. Visa refusals are very common. It's just like being a Nigerian and having malaria. It's so common. Like it's a common thing, or just maybe not even malaria, like having fever or catching the flu. So, declare those things. Let it be there that this was what happened, but you're applying again. And then what are you doing differently? I think it's better to declare those things and provide sufficient information. It also ties back to, doing your research. When you know your institution, if there's a place when they're asking you a question about where you're going to stay, you are able to talk about where you're going to stay. If you have a question around like, do you have a family in the US, for example, or do you have a family in the UK, be as truthful as possible. And give yourself time to actually go over your document as much as possible before submitting. Because if you're applying for a master's, for example, and you're applying for a visa to go and study for a master's, there is a level of brilliance, or is a level of competences when it comes to English language or something that is expected of you. You don't want to be filling a visa form and there's so much blunders and it looks like you're not even ready for the studies that you want to have. And so that's 2. Third is that there are sometimes that people cannot actually do this by themselves, and that's where having support, having the right support comes in. There are agencies, there are consultants, that can do this work for you. It's very important to be aware, and to choose rightly when it comes to this. But, you can always ask questions. And I always say to people, whether you're going to study now or later, ask questions. For example, there are organizations like the Education USA in Nigeria. There is the Goethe Institute. There is British Council. There's Campus France. There are all these different organizations that are always on ground to provide additional support for students. So if you're weary of getting an agency to assist you, you can always speak to organizations like this. You never try, you never know.
So I think some people are trying to avoid scams, because there are a lot of scams, all over the places. But you mentioned something about a level of being able to speak English rightly. And I want you to talk about English proficiency tests. We have IELTS, we have TOEFL, GRE, GMAT. Why is it important as part of the admission process? And then how significant are those tests? Who actually needs them? And then what advice would you give to students preparing to take them?
Okay, so there are different tests that are available. And some of them may be relevant to certain countries and may not be relevant to certain countries. So while some countries would require, say, GMAT or GRE, some universities and some countries may not require that. So GMAT, GRE are very American, and and the SATs, the SATs as well, and of course the advanced placement tests, for example, for undergrad, are very American. But when it comes to like the UK, for the UK, Europe, and all that, you would have tests like, say, the IB, no IP, the IB diploma, which is the International Baccalaureate, and then we also have the European Baccalaureate, we have the Cambridge test, we have all those different A-levels for undergrad, and then for postgrad, when it comes to postgrad, of course, your bachelor's is your first point of call. When it comes to UK and some European countries, your WAEC, NECO, what are the ones? NAPTEB, English would be sufficient, or the IGCSE, English would be sufficient for English proficiency. In some countries, they would, or some institutions, they would require that you present that as well as an English proficiency certificate from your university of first degree, understanding that universities in Nigeria are taught, are taught in English. So for this, then you don't need to write those proficiency tests. Some universities in the UK are still requiring that people write those tests, as well as some universities outside of UK, in Europe, in America, in Canada. A lot of like Nigerians have taken it upon themselves to fight some battles and getting universities to sort of change their policy when it comes to this test. So it may or may not be relevant for the course that you're studying. It may or may not be relevant for the school that you're going to. So an example, GMAT is relevant for certain courses, and the GRE is relevant to certain courses. IELTS, TOEFL, all those ones are English tests. They are relevant for certain institutions, not relevant for certain institutions, or not required for certain institutions. So it's in the point of doing your research that you understand if my university requires this or not. If you're not willing to write a proficiency test and you are, say, you're going to the UK, you can make your findings and find an institution that doesn't require. Just the same way, if you're applying to America, for example, there are universities that would require that you pay an application fee. If you don't want to pay that, you find some universities that doesn't require you to pay that. Or you find a university and then you write to them and say, oh, I want to apply. However, I don't have the capacity at the time. So it's really in the point of research that you know which one, what do you need to do. But now, when you're now applying for scholarships, it then gives you another layer to it. So some scholarships will require that it might not be required for their admission to do IELTS or to do TOEFL. But if you're applying for a scholarship, it might be a requirement, which means that you have to do it. And I'll give an example of myself. When I was applying for the Chevening Scholarship, I didn't require English test for my admission to the university that I was going to. However, I needed to write IELTS within 2 years for the scholarship. Now, since COVID in 2020, you don't require, your applicants, those who are applying for Chevening, are not required to present that. So policies also change. I use that to say that there's a dynamics around it. Number one, your institution for admission might not require it, but if you're applying for a scholarship, it might be required. And then the fact that an institution or a scholarship body required it last year does not mean they will require it this year.
All right, let me quickly come to Peter, because I know you also have an experience regarding writing English proficiency test. And beyond academics, what cultural or lifestyle adjustments should students prepare for when moving to another country?
Yeah, that's a good question. In terms of like cultural changes, first can be personal lifestyle, like how you utilize your time, and also when it comes to academics, it's a different ball game, like how you approach some courseworks, how you utilize your time to do those courseworks. So in the US, to be precise, it's like a melting pot of different culture. Luckily, you can see people from Nigeria, from different parts of the world, so you won't technically be alone. So you can, still see your culture being represented somewhere, around your locality. But in terms of the culture itself, the food might be very different. The dress code can be very different. The weather can be really, really different. And again, this also makes it an important criteria if you're deciding the country or the state or the university you want to study. For example, if you're someone that you hate cold, like you don't really like to be in a place that's really cold, then you should not apply to some schools, or you should choose some schools over the other. Then in terms of academics, for example, back in Nigeria, I remember that I could have to take like 14, 12 courseworks, and I'll still be able to survive and do them very well. But here in the US, like, doing just 3 coursework, 4 coursework, even 2 is enough to almost take your life, if I'm being sarcastic, in the sense that this coursework comes with lots of homework, a lot of assignments that you have to do, and that get you thinking. And again, in terms of intellectual cultural change, I don't mean to be biased, but I've seen both academic system from Nigeria and in the US. In terms of Nigeria, most times the students cogitate, remember what you have read. So you read and you're trying to recollect what you have read because that's what you will write in the exam. But here, the landscape is very different. You are not tell you to come to exam all with crib sheets, write all the stuff you want to remember, write them down because the questions are based on how well you understood what you have read. So it's a different dynamics related to that your question. Yeah.
So what would be your advice or top advice to anyone right now who truly desires to study abroad?
For someone who really desires to study abroad, I can give advice in 2 dimensions. First, if you're someone who's from a well-to-do family, you're financially backed, you have uncles and people that can help you. Good for you. You can apply straight to schools without really considering the financial, burden. But if you're someone maybe like me that I knew how it started, right? And you feel that you don't have much connections that can help you in this particular pathway, I would say you should consider pre-admission phase scholarships. There's some scholarships out there that are not for you. I mean, they are not when you get to the school, they are before you get to the school. For example, I'm very, privileged to be a beneficiary of Education USA Opportunity First program. And this, this scholarship helped, cover the entire pre-admission phase, expenses like, securing international passports, paying for flights, paying for the English language tests and some standardized tests that I ought to pay for. The program covered for that. And even when I got the admission offer to the school that I was going to, they paid for my flight and also gave me some relocation allowances and stuff like that. So it gave me a smooth landing. So I didn't have to incur a lot of debts that a lot of Nigerians do have because of the cost of doing that. But I would say that aside the pre-admission phase, there are also some other scholarships out there that can cover everything from beginning of the process to the very end, or they can even pay for the pre-admission phase, expenses. I know, Commonwealth, Shelby and the likes, they cover your flights, and so there are different layers to it. So I would say for someone who is considering this, I would say, study hard, check out available resources out there, and please, if you think doing this stuff is too cumbersome and you feel you don't have the energy for it, then I would say you should reconsider, going abroad in the first place for academics, because application is just the smallest of the workload you will do when you get to the US or you get to the UK to study actually, because it's a lot of demand, especially when you go for a PhD. You realize that, oh boy, what did I get myself? Because you didn't, push yourself further in getting prepared for what the job or what the study, demands of you.
Beautiful. And then what should be the current reality that they should be aware of after graduation or while studying?
Yeah, so it differs across countries. For example, in some countries, you can go to school and also work simultaneously. When I say work, like you can work outside the school campus, take some non-campus jobs, and that is common in the UK, United Kingdom, and some other countries. But in the US, once you come to the US, like you're only coming to study, and any other job you are to take can only be limited to campus jobs, right? So if, for example, I've seen a lot of people who, apply to schools, let's say, for example, US, and they get some partial funding, or the funding does not cover living expenses, and they think that when they get there, they can get a job that will cover that. I will say, I'm sorry about that. That's not really applicable in the US, because except you get the campus jobs, and most times the campus jobs cannot really cover your living expenses. They can only cover maybe a little, but if you can, get assistantships, teaching assistantship, research assistantship, or some other forms of fellowships, like I did, you are good to go. But as in other area, let's say you don't have much funding, you're trying to see how you can navigate things. I would say from friends, gather loans, good, but be sure that if you're coming to the US, the only way you can regain or make payment is after you are done studying. They can apply for occupational practice training. This is called OPT. Or while you're studying, you can, if you're going for like a master's or a PhD, you can apply for a CPT, which is called curriculum practice training. Yeah.
All right. And Luis, what would be your final advice to anyone that wants to study abroad?
My final advice would be to know why you want to study abroad. Just like Peter said earlier, know your why. Always ask yourself that why. Why am I doing this? Why am I investing this time, this resources, this energy into going abroad to study? That's number one. Number two is that know that your options are endless. Like, there are so many opportunities that are available around the world. And I wanted to mention this because oftentimes when we think study abroad, we often stretch our minds all the way to America, to Canada, to the US, Australia, New Zealand, and things like that. But I also want people to understand that you can also study abroad in other places. There are other parts of Europe, and of course around Africa. There are great institutions across the continent. It's very important for people to know that when you're traveling abroad to study, it's not just about, yes, we understand that a lot of people travel because they're looking at maybe opportunities, post-graduation, and all that, and they're like, oh, I want to stay back in this country. But people can actually go to other parts of Africa. They're great institutions. So where you can actually grow your capacity, get contextualized knowledge, you can stay back and come back home if you want. Final thing I want to say is that anybody going abroad, please do not box yourself into whatever country you're going to. Because whether you've gone to the US, you've gone to Canada or to the US, or you've gone to South Africa or Egypt or Morocco, the thing is that the opportunity for your future success may not be in that country. It might be at home, it might be somewhere else.
Thank you so much. Luis Omolayo Adekola is an international education consultant, higher education management specialist, and also the convener and program coordinator of the International Education Africa Summit and Awards. Thank you for coming on the program, Luis.
Pleasure. It's a pleasure being here.
Thank you. And also, Peter Oyefolu is a third-year PhD researcher in chemical and biological engineering at Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute, New York. He's an Education USA Opportunity Fund Program Scholar and currently serves as the president of the Black Graduate Student Association at the Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute. Thank you so much, Peter, for coming on the program.
Thank you so much, Michael, for having me. It's a pleasure.
Thank you. You're still watching Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. We'll take a quick break now and return with top stories in Nigeria's education sector. Do join us again.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Ever wonder what inspires your favorite gospel artists? Explore and discover the rich heritage of continental gospel music and how this transformative journey has evolved and shaped cultures around the world. As we dig deep into archival treasures, feel the energy in our praise jam, Gospel Fusion on Voice of the People television. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. and be part of a transformative experience that uplifts and inspires. Join us as we explore the transformative power of gospel music and its ability to uplift spirits and unite hearts. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. on Voice of the People television. Gospel Fusion. Let's fuse our hearts in praise and joy.
Hi, my name is Tosin Mohammed. I'm a gospel artist. Keep watching VOP TV.
Almighty Father, you are the mighty Redeemer. We've come to worship at your feet, oh Lord. This is Ayotunde Adejumo, chilling with you on the Voice of the People TV. Don't touch that remote. You are where God wants you to be. Listening to the Voice of the People TV.
The Bible says we should give thanks in all circumstances. And all circumstances include the good times and the bad, the high times and the low, the times when everything look as if they are going well, and those times when Enugbe, the ground is dry like the sand in the desert. Those times when you feel like giving up, you should give thanks still. My name is Jeff Melu, and I'm a gospel poet. And you should keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch that dial.
Yes, sir. Kábíyèsí Olúọ̀run, we were born to give you twale, to give you worship. People of God, you are watching Voice of the People TV, and my name is Flo Rocker. I encourage you to listen to things of the gospel. You know, we live in a very perilous times where there are some things you watch on television, you will lose faith, you will lose God. Keep your eyes on Voice of the People TV and remain blessed. Flo Rocker says so. Kuzoshi.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Glad to have you join us again. Let's now bring you top stories in Nigeria's education sector. The Joint Admission and Matriculation Board, JAMB, says registration for the 2026 Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination will close on 26 February with no extension. According to the registrar, Professor Ishiaku Loyede, prospective candidates are advised to complete their registration immediately, as the board will not entertain the usual last-minute rush or calls for a deadline shift. He also cautioned candidates against misleading advice, encouraging delays, noting that such tactics often create opportunities for examination malpractice. About 1 million candidates have indicated interest so far, and applicants are urged to register early to avoid congestion at centers. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has appointed Oba Olufolarin Olukayode Ogunsowo as the 6th Chancellor of the Lagos State University. The appointment follows the completion of the tenure of Professor Gbolahan Elias SAN, the university's 5th Chancellor, and takes effect from 13th February 2026 for a single 5-year term, renewable once according to LASU Law 2004. Registrar and Secretary to Council, Mr. Emmanuel Fano, confirmed the announcement. However, top officials, including Vice Chancellor Professor Ebiyemi Olatunji Bello, have congratulated Oba Ogunsowo and expressed confidence in his leadership. And to wrap up the news, let's tell you that Delta University Abraka has matriculated 9,498 students for its 2025-2026 academic session highlighting a focus on capacity building and manpower development. Speaking at the matriculation ceremony, Vice Chancellor Professor Samuel Asagba said the students were among 10 of thousands who applied for admission into the university. He also noted that Delta University has established itself as a center of academic excellence, attracting candidates seeking quality tertiary education. Professor Asagba added that the university is working to introduce more robust programs to meet the academic needs of this generation. He also thanked Governor Sheriff Oborewori for his contribution to the overall development of the institution. And that's a wrap on Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. Today, we've examined studying abroad and the important consideration prospective students must make before making that life-changing decision. From global education exposure to digital inclusion, it's clear that the future of our nation depends not just on access to education, but on the quality of knowledge, skills, and opportunities available to learners. For more insights and in-depth discussion, please subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV, and across all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. If you witness news or events in your community, we would love to hear from you. Please share your eyewitness report, event coverage requests, photos or videos with us on WhatsApp at 0814-606-4057. You can also email our newsroom at news@vop.ng. I'm Matthew Ogunswada. Join us next week as we continue to spotlight the ideas, policies, people shaping Nigeria's education sector. Until then, stay informed, stay engaged, and remember that education remains the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. Many thanks for watching. Bye for now.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech, who puts the
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People.
Through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Oshodi is a vibrant, bustling district in Lagos, Nigeria, known for its energetic mix of commerce, culture, and resilience. It is a place where opportunity and chaos thrive together, reflecting the city's dynamic spirit. Before Oshodi became a symbol of Lagos hustle, it was a quiet settlement occupied by the Awori people, one of the earliest Yoruba subgroups in the region. The name Oshodi is believed to have been derived from Balogun Oshodi Tapa, a war captain under the famous Yoruba warrior Oba Kosoko. With Lagos' rapid development, Oshodi became a key transportation hub connecting different parts of the city. By 1970 and 1980s, it had become a bustling marketplace and a major stop for people traveling through Lagos. Today, Oshodi is a lively and busy place full of people, market stalls, and activities from morning to night. It is known for being the energetic heart of Lagos and a challenging area due to the crowd and traffic. Despite the chaos, Oshodi shows the strength and determination of the people who live and work there. In recent years, Oshodi underwent one of the most ambitious urban transformations in Lagos history, the birth of Oshodi Transport Interchange. This multi-terminal megastructure was designed to tame the chaos, bringing the modern transport system to one of Africa's busiest cities. Beneath the modern facade, the original Oshodi hustle lives on. Traders still line the side streets, food vendors still serve steaming plates of jollof rice, and thousands still rely on this place as the start or end of their daily journey. To the outsider, Oshodi might look like the unfiltered chaos, but to those who know its streets, it is an ecosystem, a place where the rule of survival, negotiation, and community are learned on the go. From sunrise to moonlight, Oshodi is a reminder of Lagos' unyielding energy, a place where the city's past, present, and future collide all in 1 square mile of unstoppable motion. Oshodi isn't just a place on the map, it is a testament to the Nigerian will to thrive no matter the odds. Welcome to Oshodi, the hustle capital of Lagos.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
The buzz from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth, the issues. On Voice of the People Television, don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
Alright, hello, it's about that shagging man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not speed. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things and makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed.
Hello there and welcome to the program. It's another beautiful, wonderful Tuesday afternoon. So let's get started. But of course, I know that so much is happening in this country now that we've been getting, different, news stories, and I know everybody will be asking, what are we to discuss today? But of course, we have lots of conversations to discuss, on the show. Welcome to People's Voice on Unity, where citizens are shaping the narrative. And of course, today we're dissecting a major story that is dominating the headline and sparking conversation across the nation. Yesterday, the president hosted about 20 governors and 2 deputy governors, at State House, where they all broke fast. And while he was making his speech, there was something that actually caught the attention of Nigerians, where he said, "We are out of the woods. The economy is improving." And when everyone actually heard that statement, Nigerians started, murmuring that since last night, and of course this morning, it became, a very serious conversation. And so many people were asking, which of the economy are we talking about? Are we really out of the woods, or we are even getting deeper into, the woods? And of course, he also mentioned that there's lights, or we are even out of that particular dark tunnel. But we don't know the lens our president is actually talking from. Maybe there's a new lens, or maybe there's something new that they are seeing that we've not seen yet. Of course, so many experts also said that economic reforms takes time, but this is more than a year now, and Nigerians are impatient already because of what is going on in the country. So I think you should be set for us to dissect this conversation together. Join the conversation with experts in sciences and perspectives. Share your thoughts with us. I am Savior Udo. Let's look into other news stories with details. IG Egbetokun removed Tunji Disu to take over. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has instructed Inspector General of Police IGP Kayode Egbetokun to resign effectively immediately. Egbetokun is set to be replaced by Assistant Inspector General of Police Tunji Disu, currently in charge of Force CID Annex Lagos. Egbetokun, appointed as the 22nd indigenous IGP in June 2023, was due to retire in September 2024, but had his tenure extended to 4 years via a National Assembly amendment. His removal follows controversies and criticism over police operations and, of course, human rights concerns. I think Showore would be celebrating where he is presently. And some people actually saw a video making rounds on social media where Showore actually said that before 1 p.m., I think he used that word, said before 1 p.m. or by 1 p.m., that we'll get an announcement that the IG, would be removed. And that was what happened today. But let's wait to hear, more developing stories as regards to what really transpired, between the presidency and the IG. And away from that particular one, Tinubu governors meet NLC leaders in crucial talks. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and governors from the Progressive Governors Forum are meeting with Nigeria Labour Congress, NLC, leaders at the Presidential Villa, Abuja. In a bid to deepen dialogue and address economic concerns, the summit aims to foster governance, dialogue, stakeholder collaboration, and inclusive participation in national development initiatives. The NLC is expected to present its charter of demands, including wage increases, job protection, and creation of just transition fund. Labour sources say the meeting could be pivotal in resetting Labour government relations amid the economic pressures. The meeting's outcome may determine if negotiation replaces street protest as the main channel of Labour influence, especially with the 2027 election looming. Are we about to see another alliance between the NLC and the federal government? And my question, why is it that it was only, the progressive governors, that were in the meeting? It's just a question. I was thinking that it should be open, all governors in this country should have actually attended this meeting instead of, but we would hear, more conversation as regards to that in the coming days. We just hope that this is not another, way of campaigning to the Labour, because Labour, the NLC has their Labour Party, and I believe they understand what that means. Let's come back to the senator of Edo State, Oshomole. He said, Wike stood by me when I was politically isolated. Former Edo State Governor Adams Oshomole has praised Minister of Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, for standing by him during a removal as APC National Chairman. Oshomole has revealed that he was actually hanging over a different situation when he was isolated, and of course so many people left him. But Wike made a call through to him and of course checking in on him. And while handing over construction equipment to Edo State local government, as saying Wike reached out when everyone abandoned him. And Wike is the first person from the South-South geopolitical zone to refine and redefine development in Abuja. Oshomole stated, commending Wike's leadership and performance in the recent FCT local government elections. It looks like Wike is the celebrated bride in Nigeria now, because I saw this particular video yesterday when he landed, with his private jet, of course, in Edo State, and it was, it was the governor of Edo State and Oshomole. It was a full entourage of chief of staff, at the SSG. They were at the airport. Even I think in 15 minutes or 30 minutes before Wike, landed yesterday. And I was like, really? Is it Wike that they are giving this heroic welcome party and all of that? But it was, it was really nice. And of course, they got a particular hype man. They got a particular hype man because the guy was just shouting, the man that silenced Atiku, the man that silenced Obi, the man that silenced Erufai, praising Wike while he was actually, onboarding from, the aircraft. And it was quite a very funny scenario yesterday. But if this is what Wike, is getting these days, I think he has actually worked for it. A man who actually holds two political structures and no one is questioning him. No one is even saying that this is anti-party, but what can we say? We are just here to read their situations. Away from that particular one, let's talk about another situation that is bothering the nation. Obi urges smarter borrowing to boost Nigeria's productivity. Former Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi says Nigeria's growing debt isn't the problem, but how funds are used. Nigeria is world's third largest debtor with $18.7 billion obligation behind Bangladesh, who happens to be $23 billion. Obi notes that Bangladesh invested, borrowed funds in manufacturing, energy, and human capital, boosting GDP to $460 to $500 billion and per capita income to $2,700. In contrast, Nigeria's GDP fell to below $250 billion, with per capita income dropping to $850 to $1,000. A new Nigeria where loans translate into productivity instead of consumption is very much possible, to be said. And of course, I also saw in the news where the Debt Management Office, also gave a report that the state government debt is actually, been total to 4.002 trillion as we speak, as of today, And our question is it when the federal government has been releasing even more money to state, government, is this the time that our governors should be taking more loans? Because if we need to ask them the question, what have they been doing with the funds that are coming in from the federal government? The president has actually increased what they've been getting. And aside from that, the loans they've been taking, what have they been doing with it? These are questions. So it's not every time we actually, mention the president, or we say the presidency or the federal government. Let's also talk about the state governors. They've been getting more this time around, But of course, my analysts would actually, respond to all of this particular one. 2027 polls, vote buying, violence threats to electoral legitimacy, says the National Peace Committee. They've actually raised a concern over vote buying, violence, and insecurity threatening the legitimacy of Ekiti State's gubernatorial election on June 20, 2026. The NPC's stakeholders validation forum in Ado-Ekiti aims to strengthen peaceful electoral processes and prevent violence. Erosom Ajanya, a senior program manager of the Kota Center, said the forum will assess security dynamics and generate recommendations to prevent election-related violence. The NPC is monitoring the electoral environment and, of course, are developing a context analysis to guide stakeholders' engagement. We just hope that everything will be put in place. Yesterday we had the deputy publicity person from the INEC who actually came to say so much about our electioneering process in Nigeria, and he said, which we can't forget, he said INEC can only do 40% of all of these. 60% is being shared amongst the security agency, the political parties, and of course the people. So we have so many people who who have their own share of what they really want to do when it comes to the polls. So if INEC could do their bid, they can't do everything. Okay, so at the end of the day, you still realize that Nigerians are also still Nigerians a problem. To join the conversation, kindly call the number 09044732605. 09044732605. Follow us on social media at VOBTV Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on VOBTV, and of course on YouTube with Voice of People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll be taking this conversation by the president. We're out of the woods. The economy is improving, says the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Don't go nowhere, please. I'll be right back. Welcome back to the program. It is still People's Voice on Voice of People Television. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has called on governors to prioritize policy benefiting the poor and underprivileged, emphasizing compassion and inclusive development. He made the appeal at an interfaith fast-breaking event at the presidential villa, highlighting the shared humanity underscored by the concurrent Ramadan and Lent observance. Tinubu also announced plans to establish state police to tackle insecurity, saying security is the foundation of prosperity. He stated that Nigeria is making progress, saying we're out of the woods, out of the dark tunnel of uncertainty. The economy is improving. He urged governors to support the less privileged and empower young people, adding development must not recognize religion, compassion must not recognize tribe, opportunity must not recognize status. These are the words of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And of course, joining me live in the studio, I have Mr. Ekundayo Lawa, a social and political analyst. You're welcome on board, sir.
Thank you. Good evening.
Mr. Lawa, how have you been? You heard all of the news stories, and I know that you want to respond to them. Yeah. So which one are you starting with first?
Let me see the NLC.
Okay, that of the NSC. All right.
Maybe they are about to finally decamp the APC. Maybe that's why they have it. They had that meeting with the president. So they will now declare officially now that they have now officially declared. I mean, decamped.
Decamp. But is it possible
to APC? That's what. Is that not what you are seeing?
Mr. Lawa, is it possible?
Maybe it's now Nigerian Labour Commission. They will change it from Nigerian Labour Congress to because they have no Congress. Who among the working class will actually say anything good about the present day NLC? Do you see anybody coming on board to say, no, this NLC represents us? They don't even have any, the only thing that connects them to NLC is just what the name says, and they are deducting some money from their salary.
So are you saying the NLC has not been, will I say, representing the people, or of course, workers well?
They've not been represented at all, not well at all.
How do you mean? I would like you to give clarity on
How
that.
can the people you represent are suffering and you are dining with the people who are oppressing them?
But if they are called for meeting, do you want them to actually decline? When they said that they've actually stated reasons for the meeting, as regards to them.
How many times have they gone for meeting with the executive? How many times? Is it the first time that it yielded no result?
But it shouldn't also be the last. You understand? If they are called for meeting, for them to come and have meeting because of the workers, because of their members, I think it is not bad for them to actually attend that meeting.
When your members have no confidence in your meetings, who do you represent? Is it yourself or your members?
But there should have been something that would have made the members not, recognize their position or the service the leadership of the NLC are doing. And I would like you to give clarity on that, if at all you have any reasons, because members cannot just wake up overnight to say that we don't recognize or we don't respect whatsoever decision you think you're making, on our behalf, or whatsoever meeting you're going to do, you are actually doing it for your pocket. Members should have actually, come out, or if at all they are already saying it, but they should give, grounds. They should give evidential, reasons why they are not in support of what their leaderships are doing.
Now, if a leader or if the leadership wants to go for something like a meeting, I expected them to have put it into the domain, the public domain of their members, so that the members can respond whether they should go ahead or they should not go ahead. This NLC doesn't speak to their people. They don't talk to the people because you put it on their domain. They will respond. They will respond and say, okay, don't go. But they don't do that. The only thing the people, the members they represent here is that they're having a meeting with the president. They're having a meeting with the executive. And people they are tired of that. Because when you say Nigerian Labour Congress, which part of the labor in Nigeria do you represent? Is it the private sector? Is it the public sector? Is it everybody? Then which domain did they put it in which people responded to say, okay, we have confidence in your leadership, but we don't have, you can go ahead with this meeting, you can, because we've been having a series of this meeting and it has not been yielding any result. Because when you protect your members, you protect their welfare, their jobs, but we don't see that. Do you see how they protect the welfare? Do you see how they protect? Okay, let's talk about the salary they are collecting. Is it that same salary that all of them are collecting over the whole state plus the private? There are so many graduates who are working, who are labor in this country and are earning below 50,000, below 40,000 per month.
Mr. Lawal, you know that if there is no meeting, there won't be solution. And you would agree with me that the NLC, as of course the leadership, have actually been attending several meetings, and through that meeting, we've been seeing several results.
Give me one example of the results.
Of course, they said, let's talk about the minimum wage.
Why is it that the problem we have is that minimum wage? Let me look at this. Look at the trend. In 1960s, Nigerian money was greater than the dollar.
The dollar, yes.
So let me say, as of that time,
it was equivalent to the pounds.
Yes, equivalent. If the minimum wage of that time is maybe $1, that means Nigeria's minimum wage will be greater than that of the one in America.
Yes.
Now look at it now. The minimum wage in America is around, I think, $2,000. I think. Now, if you calculate that, you translate it to Naira now, you see that there's a very, very wide margin. The one in America is so far, the one in Europe is so far away from our own. But when it comes to spending, the government will be comparing, that is, when it comes to their own, what they want to take, that's the government. They'll be comparing us with America. But when it comes to Europe, Western world, but when it comes to giving to the people, they'll be telling us to endure, to wait. Development doesn't come at once. But their salaries are increasing. The governor's allocations have increased. The reps allocation, all of them across board, up to the local government, have increased across board. But when it comes to the labor, you'll be hearing you have to endure. You have to endure. So then tell me, how do they represent these same people? Have you called out the leadership of the executive that no, you are not being fair? Your own salaries have increased, as you know, regularly. You are getting more benefits. You are being given cars. But how many have been given to the civil servants? I mean the labor. Let me even say how many across board? If you look at the police, that's why sometimes when you blame police for what they do on the street, that you see there's so many illegalities that they do, but also look at the way they are treated.
But that shouldn't be a yardstick.
It's true. You know why? Because there's a proverb that says, if you can't beat them, you join them. That's what some of them are doing. At least if there's nobody to fight for us, then me too, I'll use whatever I have to get what I want. It's happening in the judiciary. Have you been to court? Have you been to court? Go and see if you want to take a bail of somebody. You see the demand that the registrars and every other person will demand from you, or else that will not be signed.
That was the same thing I said sometime last week. I said, Mr. Lawal, you go to, they said police is your friend, of course, which that particular statement is quite controversial enough. Now, when you get to the station, they say bail is free. Have you ever seen any case at all in any division, in any state command, in any area command, that they actually, you want to release someone from any police station and the person is allowed to go without not paying bail?
If they will release that person to you eventually without collecting that money for bail, you must be, very connected. You must be very, very strong.
Guess what, Mr. Lawal? No matter how strong and connected you are,
eventually drop something.
You must drop something.
If it is as little as they will collect something,
you must drop something.
Money for biro. They will ask money for biro. Or maybe money for paper. Yes, full sheet.
Now, if at all they drove your car into that compound, you have to pay for the parking that you park in that station. Mr. Lawal,
I know now. I go to station very well, I know what's it. And another thing is that it's even worse when it comes to the judiciary, the court, to get a bail. In fact, the moment a case, a very tiny case in which the judge will just look at it and say, there's no, it will just resolve that case immediately. They will say, no, remand that person in detention. By that time, start processing bail. But that's when they will now find a way to get you. You see, so it cuts across. If you go to local government or the states, you want something done. It's not about the local government or the state secretariat. You want to get something done. There's a lot of extortions. Even this LASRA, this
don't let us call people out.
So you can tell me how the Nigerian Labour Congress is protecting the workers.
But my question now, Mr. Lawa, are you saying that the leadership of the NLC should be changed?
Long time ago, because this is the first time in the history of Labour that the chairman has been humiliated. You remember the time he was, assaulted physically, I think in one eastern state.
Yeah, that's it. I think in Imo State.
Imo State.
But after then, they gave him a ticket to come to Dubai with the president. Did you see?
That's it.
Let's move from this particular conversation. All right. You also heard that the IG has been forced to resign with immediate effect.
That's why in Yoruba proverb they will say that "Passion tafi no iyale, o ń bẹ lókè àjà fún yàwó." So if you think that your husband is beating the first wife on your behalf because you are the new wife and you are very happy, beat it very well. That cane is never thrown away.
No.
It's kept. There's a day in which you yourself will move to the position of the old wife because another wife will come and then you'll be beaten again.
Mr. Lawa, don't take me to that particular position. But regardless, I was told that some people were jubilating that the IG Kayode Egbetokun, left, and some police officers as well. I don't know why. I don't know what he has done. But of course, I know that people from Showere's, Caicos are the ones jubilating more. But we're told that some police officers are also doing that. But that's not my position for me to actually decide. But all I would just say is thank you for your service. That's to the IG. He's actually done so much. I've followed him from the days where he was, behind the president now. He's been a loyal, person to the president.
Yes.
If you check
when was the fresh wife then?
When the president was even a governor, he has been there before then, and he's been there, he's been loyal. So, of course, I don't know what has actually transpired. I don't know.
Because the word immediate effect has a lot. It carries weight.
If
effect.
the president had said that, it's time for, I actually extended, through my power to extend your stay, even when you were meant to retire. We could have understood that. He said, okay, now I think officially I want to celebrate you to retire. Yeah. But when you are saying retire with immediate effect, it is well. Yeah. Let us go to the last conversation before we now come to where I know that you are waiting to actually, let loose whatever you have to say. Wike stood by me when I was politically isolated from Oshomole. And Wike looks like the latest bride now. The president also appreciated him for helping the APC to win, the Abuja council elections. And when you look at the situation, where is Wike? Is Wike a PDP member or APC member?
I was going to say that Wike is like he's a tool. I keep saying that Wike is a tool. It's a tool. Everybody picks him within that caucus, use him, and when you feel like somebody else needs,
do you think Wike can be dumped?
Over like a spanner.
You think Wike can be dumped?
No, what I'm saying is that when you are still using a spanner, okay, when you are still, you can pass it to somebody else. Somebody else can say, no, I want to use this spanner. You pass it to that. So everybody will not say, that spanner was a very good spanner. I use it too. That is what is going on. By the time that spanner's mouth becomes too weak to use, it will be dumped. Because the moment you are used as a tool, just put it at the back of your mind that a time is coming we should be dumped. That's what we're saying about the IGP that just resigned. We are looking at the word removed with immediate effect. That's those two words have weight.
Removed with immediate effect.
Effect.
No, that's immediate effect is the problem.
We are asked before he was doing well with the president. Everybody was saying anything.
Even when he was meant to retire, the president
extended. People said no. He went to the house and got it done. And now we are hearing with immediate effect. Come and go to your wife. Now, it's the same thing. It will come to that time. It will come to that time in which that weakest spanner will become weak. There will be a better spanner and it will be put in where it's supposed to be, he too will cry. Because it has always been happening. Go and look at the history of the president. Go and look at the way he runs his things. In politics, to them, is they don't have a permanent friend. They only have a permanent interest. The day you are not part of that interest again, you are put away. So that is what is happening to Wike. That's why you can see Oshiomhole in APC. Wike in PDP long time ago is telling us that Oshiomhole, even when we don't even know Wike was working for APC, he said that he was the only person. That means, as of that time,
he was still keeping in touch with everybody,
underground, still
with every opposition party.
Putting, you see, so I don't understand.
Wike has really done so much. That was the reason why, I remember, I think 2 weeks
even
ago.
with all the flaws, we saw in this election, the FCT election. I saw one in which they write 1,221.
I discussed it yesterday. I even asked the INEC. I asked the INEC deputy publicity, person. I asked him. I said I would like to, upload something for him to also see. It was somewhere in Kwali, I think, yes, where the elected, the vote, the total vote was around
I think
212 or 213.
2,000.
No, 213.
Okay, yes, 200 and something, yes.
213. That was what we saw there. But
on APC vote, APC total vote was 1,212. And they now total everything together with what ADC scored, PDP scored, with that 1,000, and they came, and the INEC, the officer arrived at 220.
When I asked,
and somebody came out and said, yes, it was, that is the INEC chairman came up and said, and told us that yes, it was a successful. It was a imagine.
Okay, you know what?
Many TPEX.
He said it was a successful. The reason why I would like to say this, Mr. Lawa, if the INEC chairman had said it was a successful election, he was talking from a standpoint of security, or to an extent, you
should have clarified that.
But notwithstanding, don't forget that some coalition centers were still, collating their results, while some like AMAC had been announced, Gwagwalada had been announced, and some of them. Now, the INEC deputy publicity person that came on the show yesterday, he said something. He said he was also at one of the polling units. But the truth remains that if this particular thing we have uploaded, which he is not saying that, it's a lie, of course, he is actually seeing this, and he has confirmed, he has seen the copy, and he said that this is between the party and whosoever that is in charge of that particular polling unit. No, see, it was so clear yesterday. His name is Wilfred. Yes, it was so clear, Wilfred Foga. It was so clear yesterday that he said this is the reason why they usually say that INEC cannot do everything. They can only do 40% when it comes to the polls, but 60% is being shared amongst all of us. The security.
I don't agree with you.
No, do you know? Do you know?
I agree with him totally.
I have my reason. Mr. Lawa, I'm not saying you should agree, but the truth remains that if someone is removed from that particular commission called INEC, and the person is just a person, do you know that the person has his or her integrity, right? Either to actually do any malpractices or remain clean. So let's always understand this particular thing. The same way we say we have bad police, we have good police. If you employ people, or you even get ad hoc staff to assist when it comes to election, you cannot control their integrity. If they are giving money, I'm coming, because if you are telling them that, for this particular poll, this election, I am giving you 50,000 from INEC, and one political person comes as party agent and tell them that I'm giving you 200,000, I'm giving you 500,000 for you to write anything. And the person, just like you told me about the NLC people, and the person knows what he or she is going through in the house, knowing fully what they have at home. Mr. Lawa.
Do you know why I don't agree with you? Everything you've been saying now. Do you know why?
Please go ahead.
Now, there's a law
which is
against corruption.
Of course. Good. What happened in Anambra when they were caught?
Now, that thing that person did, if you take that matter to court, do you think INEC will be free? That's the question I want to ask. All this one is this
and I will answer you now.
Because when you get to all this we are saying, this is under maybe moral or something or what. This is the law. Did you manipulate the result or not? Because you can't tell me 1,212. You added everything together.
Can I ask you a question?
It came down. I'm coming.
Okay.
Wait. It came down. See, that is why I respected when this man cried, the JAMB chairman. When the man came up, talked about that glitch and cried. So many people were against him, this and that. And I told them, I said, let me tell you something. For somebody to come on air and admit his error is one of the biggest things that you can ever have from a good leader. For him to, that means that thing was not intentional.
Mr. Lawal, you asked a question and
now I'm coming. Now, the same glitch happened to Mahmoud Yakub. I never accepted.
Who is now your ambassador?
No, I'm yes. Now this one is already plowing the same road. You get it? He's already plowing the same road. I expected him to have, the moment you decided to have come on here and say, sorry, this is our error, and we admit the error. This is the way we are going to go to rectify it. You know that, this person is somebody who abhor corruption and is going to put things right. No, everybody is coming out and says 50%. Were you paid to make 50% error, or were you paid to make 10% error? No, you were paid to be perfect in your job. Nobody is paid to have an error.
Mr. Lawal, who is perfect?
No. Listen to me very well. I'm asking you a question. I said you are paid like this job. When you got this job, did you tell the chairman that now that you're employing me now, please expect error? You know, I'm a human being. I'm not perfect. So expect like 50% error. Do you think he will employ you?
Instead of that, you have to also state that you can work under duress.
Under duress, and you are not. Somebody came up and now telling me that 50%.
But Mr. Lawal,
it shows that it's a deliberate thing. They deliberately did it. INEC deliberately did that because you would have come on here and apologized to Nigerians and said the reason why you are going to rectify it, you are going to explain why it happened, and then you are going to tell us you are going to rectify it, maybe because the way the people were trained, they were not properly trained, and that this thing will not happen again. This is the solution. You are now coming out to tell us that we are human, we need to make 50% error, we need to take 10% error. When you have been paid, it's only in Nigeria that you see a leader coming on board to tell you that I can't fix this thing in 4 years.
Okay, Mr. Lawal. When you
after it's been paid, with all the benefits plus increment,
I like to hold your thoughts. I understand that you already have this thing, with INEC, which I want you to see it from another lens. Now, this whole revelations came up, less than 24 hours. That was when we started getting some of those, footages and videos. But if you actually use the word you said that the person was meant to be prosecuted, the question I'd like to ask you, who exactly?
No, I'm not saying prosecution. I'm not.
Who are you to? Who is to be blamed as regards to that particular?
Is the other chairman now? Whether it is a local government election or the presidential election.
So for that particular, the election is election. Was it the other chairman that wrote that particular?
No. See, let me say somebody,
are you aware that we had other party agents who actually saw that particular?
We don't care.
Result?
See, let me tell you something. That is why we are asking for electronic transmission of results. Okay. Wait, excuse me. Wait.
We have to go.
Just give me 1 minute. Okay. Why? That's why people are clamoring for electronic transmission of results. Okay. You don't need to have a party agent there for election to be transmitted. The moment you vote, it's already transmitted. I don't need approval from any party. I don't need anybody to sign it. The machine sent the result immediately. So
we don't have all of that.
But you now said no because you now legalize glitches. You said there must be glitches. So when these glitches eventually happen, so even if INEC did not, if there's no glitch, they will question INEC that why you want to tell me there are no glitches? It's a lie. This perfect election is not right.
Okay, so Mr. Lawal, that was actually a come back home and wrap up the conversation. This was how I wanted the show to be, for us to take all of the news stories, not having just one direction. But let's come to the breaking of fast speech by the president. Of course, it's not new in the nation that whenever there is a Ramadan season, or of course, whenever there is fasting, and the president is actually Muslim, he breaks fast with the governors and top officials in the country. And if it is the vice president that's the Muslim, of course, he would also do that same thing as governors in states. So we don't have issues with calling about 20 governors and 2 deputy governors.
And made an idol. You can be an idol worshiper. You go during their own time.
Regardless,
even if you are a president,
we respect everybody's
yes, religion. Even if you are not doing anything.
The president actually made so many people raise their eyebrows when he said that we're out of the woods. And my question, if we're out of the woods, why is inflation still choking us? If we're out of the woods, why are we still struggling with our health sector? If we're out of the woods, we are still borrowing, yet debt is almost finishing this nation. If truly we're out of the woods, why are food prices not finally reduced? Because everybody's always saying, oh, rice has dropped to the final point. And sincerely, I must ask a question. If you are saying rice has dropped to a final point, how much be precise and which of the rice? It's just a question. If truly we're out of the woods, fuel price is still there. When we're thinking it would still drop more, it came back to, to a particular position. So I don't know which of the woods, and I might be wrong. So I'd like to ask you, as regards to the president's statement, if you want to really take an assessment and, of course, look into that particular statement of saying the dark days of tunnel of uncertainty are over. I'd like to give clarity and, of course, what is your take as regards to the president's speech?
Maybe the president is trying to tell us that the fasting of that day is over.
No, he said
Are you sure
the economy is improving. No, not the fasting.
Maybe the economy of that fasting for that day, maybe the food has already been served. The food is already there for them to share that day for the people. That's why he said, because I don't think he's talking about the nation. Let's face it, but I don't think he's talking about the nation.
They said the reforms are yielding results.
And that's what I'm saying. Maybe the reform they made for that, breaking of fasting for that day. Maybe that's what he's talking about. I don't think he's talking about Nigeria.
He was talking about Nigeria.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Because if he's talking about Nigeria, then totally is out of point to me. Because it's totally out of point.
So are you saying the reforms are not yielding results? What are you saying?
Where's the reform now? When you are reforming something, there is reform, there is refurbish. I don't know, maybe it's refurbish. Now, this thing is this. I told you how we started in 1960. When our money was greater than the dollar.
Well, all of things have really evolved.
Wait, don't say things are see. Let me tell you something. If you don't know where you are coming from, you can't know where you are going because you must have a target. That's what they call reform. You want to reform it. That means it's not working. You want to reform it. Now, if you look at the trend up to now, as of this point, it has even got so worse that it's extremely difficult to come back to that point. You can see we've been within these 3 years of this administration, we've been revolving around a certain point. Despite the fact that there's more money, more borrowing, even now that there are not even many, the budgets are not being completed in some years. We saw corruption being, monies lost in the ministry under the watch of the government being written off as a debt. We saw
NNPC, of course, they also wrote their off, and of course
they wrote it off.
Yeah.
A budget in which it can take care of half of the budget of the state in Nigeria is written off for a ministry that did not remit the money. There's no accountability. There's no fight for corruption fight. So where exactly? If you talk about food, now I keep warning, this rice you are talking about, let's talk about our staple food. How much do you buy yam now? Because that's our staple food. You can plant everywhere. You can't plant rice everywhere, but you can plant yam everywhere here. You can even plant it in your flower bed here outside in your company here. But how much is a tuber of yam? How much is a pint of garri? How much is pepper or tomatoes? Let's talk about our staple food and see whether they are growing. I mean, the price is dropping.
All right.
Let's talk about insecurity.
Okay.
Even as of this fasting period, we still see these terrorists still working normally.
Okay, Mr. Lawa, because we're pressed for time and we have to go now. So I'd like to give clarity on some things. We don't just come here to call the government out. Of course, we prefer solutions. So I would like to ask you, in just 1 minute, what do you think, should be the processes, or what do you think the government should, do and to look into so we can actually get a better economy?
One, don't make your government a party government. Look for experts and technocrats to put into the government to do the job. Stop making the government a party thing. It's not a partisan thing. It's for everybody, whether they vote for you, they don't vote, or no, people don't even care. The government is for all of them. Stop making it a party thing. That's one of the things that is ruining this government. A party thing. It's our party that is in government. So our party must be the one controlling the government. That is the major problem that we have with the government. Second, go to resource control. Go to resource control. Each state should control its resources, and the federal collect percentage from them. Everybody will sit tight. Everybody will sit right. Everybody will encourage people to come to their states. All this, where you see bandits, the banditry will all this terrorism will disappear. Because you know that if people run away from your state, who is going to pay tax? Who is going to work for the state? So you be on your toes. So we should go to resource control. And then when you go to resource, that is autonomy, state autonomy, control their resources, having their state policing and state police, then the federal should oversee. Focus more on what you can do for us internationally, not locally. The president's duty is not majorly locally. Without the president, the government will work. Without the governor, the government will, because why do they have ministries? What they need is just budget to run the government. So the president should focus more on what the advantage you can gain from the other countries outside. Your international policy is what the government should focus on, so that you can see how you can make outside more favorable for Nigerians, for more money, for resources to come into this country. Okay. You see how they deport us? Every now and then, the Nigerians are deported. Okay. Even in Turkey, I heard they are deporting us again.
All right, Mr. Lawa, thank you so much. I think I would actually have to go on recess. This particular conversation has been adjourned to tomorrow. Hopefully, we'll be accommodated to actually talk about this particular one. This is how far we can actually go on the show this wonderful evening. Thank you so much, Mr. Lawa, for being part of the program. We actually missed you last week. All right, coming up next, if you love the world of sport, I'd like to stay put. Coming up next is Locker Room. Yes, and don't give up, because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough do last. Whatsoever you face will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Xavier Udo. Have a good evening. Rest.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the Locker Room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please discuss.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react. Understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
All right, welcome to another action-packed edition of The Locker Room on Voice of the People Television. I am Jerry Apelo saying welcome to the show. So much to talk about the exciting world of football. And of course, we're here to serve you the hottest and the latest gist as the Champions League returns with very interesting, mouth-watering second leg playoffs this very interesting Tuesday. And of course, on Wednesday's fixtures, we'll also be looking upon us. All right, you can be a part of the conversation as well. Those who are watching us on YouTube at VOP TV and at VOP TV Plus, you can drop your comments under the comment section. Don't forget to subscribe, hit that notification bell so you never get to miss an episode of The Locker Room. We're also on Instagram, Facebook, and of course TikTok. And of course, the man makes a return, Hafiz, the Algerian. I don't know, maybe tomorrow he will become a Somalian, just like the producer. Right, he started with this lovely afternoon. Hafiz, so much to talk about the exciting world of football. Yeah. We saw Manchester United yesterday. It looks like something is happening. And Roy Keane has been talking tough, saying that Carrick is the man.
Of course, one thing I just feel is that people are very, very momentary.
they just work with what's going on. Few games and he gets to lose now. The narrative will change. But yeah, the Algerian is back here just like he claimed. I think I went on a tour, with Eric Chell's former club, MC Oran. He showed me some parts. I remember Algeria. Speaking of Algeria, I remember just back in the days, the Champions League, African Champions League, the CAF Champions League, as it were, when the likes of JS Kabylie, Mouloudia Oran, when they used to participate. But now we have the likes of Ares Bikani and all of that. And of course, brilliant one. It's good to hear, to talk about football. We have Champions League upon us. Our Nigerian stars will be involved today. The likes of Rafael Onyedika, Ademola Lookman, they will be involved. Club Brugge against Atletico Madrid. And of course, for Manchester United, a good one. They went to the old Dickinson Stadium, a team that defeated them at Old Trafford last season. And it was like a payback. 1-0, Benjamin Šeško getting the goal. It seems like he's coming into his own. And Michael Carrick, it looks like he's going to get the permanent job, at the end of the season. Good one for Manchester United all around. And they are back in their Champions League spots. And so I'm sure Mayowa also will be buzzing by the time he joins the show. So it's good to be here. Let's break all of it down this evening together.
All right, and nothing's going to stop Mayowa from fulfilling his part of the deal, because definitely Liverpool is hot up as well. And Manchester United making top 4. Wow. I don't know. It's still early. Anything can still happen.
Of course.
There's still the battle between Liverpool, Manchester United, and
Chelsea. Chelsea are also in there.
Chelsea has to make top 5 this season.
It's even looking like Aston Villa might be the one to take the fall at the end of the day, because remember, they used to be known as the title contenders at some point, but you and I know that Aston Villa, they don't really have that ability yet, to contend for the title, even though they have somebody that knows how to win titles. I was talking about Unai Emery, right there with them. But of course, Manchester United are there, they're hanging in there somewhere. Chelsea might have a say in this title race, Jerry, at the end of the day, because they are playing Arsenal next at the Emirates Stadium, and of course they're still involved in Manchester City this time at Stamford Bridge. So I think that's one right there. Chelsea might have a say at the end of the day, but then they will also be looking to secure their own personal space and get to the Champions League, for next season. Liverpool, I don't know.
The AI coach is beginning to crack, and
he's seeing the reality of the Premier League.
Yeah, I saw how they were leading. All of a sudden, things just spiraled. And,
that's talking about the match against Burnley. I think touch on that one. Yes, they got a red card. Silly yellow card, the first one for Wesley Fofana, then he collected the second one. And of course, Burnley came back, they got the goal. But the thing is, at the aftermath of the game, Wesley Fofana coming out to report racist targets towards him, and his family and all of that. I think that should stop now. In the Premier League, the past weekend, reported yesterday about Tolu Kudari as well. I think this should stop. We don't want to be seeing this in Big 2026, but of course we want to enjoy the beautiful game. And Wesley Fofana, I would say, should keep his head up, rise above all of that one, and move on to the next game. Though he will be missing a very crucial one against Arsenal at the Emirates Stadium. But of course, he will be back, and I'm sure he'll be back better. Same for Tolu as well.
To say the fact that I got a call from a Manchester United fan who gave me some analysis of how Manchester United can still win the league. He was mentioning that Arsenal was going to play some more draws, and Man City will lose.
And Man United will win all the remaining games.
And Man United is going to win all the remaining games and win the league. Yeah. Just to say, some will say there's this word when somebody's talking about the devil. Talking about
the devil.
Speak of the devil. Mayowa is here. Mayowa, we're just talking about how a Man United fan called me early this morning. That was around 7:38 this morning, and gave me analysis of how Manchester United is going to win the league. He even rubbished me, saying that you have been the one who doesn't want to talk about Manchester United. You don't want to recognize their efforts. I said, wait, did you sleep? It's like you saw after the win, you dreamt about me through the night and called me this early to talk about Manchester United.
No, he's trying to let you know
that they are going to win the league.
That maybe not to win the league, but they have an outside chance
of
making it into the top 3.
He was categorical. He emphasized.
But the reality is that they are close. Maybe not to the win. I think they are close to securing the Champions League spot than winning the league.
They might be Miroslav closer. But they are never close.
They're never close to it.
Mayowa, it's great to have you.
What are you guys talking about? Manchester United cannot win the league.
Why not? Everybody, it's an
what do you
open
mean?
floor.
Which league?
You are playing a game
It's
per
just-
week now, so you have a chance.
It's not Sunday league
Yeah.
we're talking about. Too. We're talking about the
It's
English
just-
Premier League.
Yeah, it's just how many points between Manchester United and Arsenal. I think it's about 10 points, if I'm not mistaken. So
Yes.
I mean,
Yes,
10 points can be gotten. That's 3 games lost. That's 3 games and a couple of draw. Man City can lose games. Who say? I mean, we are fine on us in the 6 games, 5-1, 1 draw. I mean, that's a fantastic result.
Maiwa, I think you should fire all cylinders to make sure that guy gets a haircut first than think of winning the league, because the guy is still there waiting for 5 games straight. Let him get his haircut. After that, you can think of winning the league, Abi.
But the thing is that,
Yeah.
even as much as everybody's talking about Manchester United winning last night, nobody's talking about that Manchester United was going to draw that game.
Up until that goal.
Yeah, up until that goal. And it was still 50-50 that Everton would have still won that game.
Well, you could say the same for Liverpool too. They were on the way to drawing that game, and then a winner came out.
Let's stick to the fact now. The fact is that
in the last
everybody is talking about getting the 3 points eventually, right?
Yeah.
But it shows that this Man United side, they're just 1 game away from losing. They are very close to losing now.
But I think the game was, in a way, sometimes it looked balanced.
Because
sometimes it looked like Everton were going to take the lead.
If any match that a goalkeeper becomes the man of the match, that means the goalkeeper went through a lot.
Of course, he went through a lot, of course.
Lamens went through a lot. And if he continues to go through a lot, let's not hope he will not become another future Onana. Yeah, he's doing well right now.
But you have to give credit to where credit is due. Give Manchester United's defense. Beginning of the season, they've been suffering. But in games like that, they managed to stay put. Yes, Lamens was there, the last man, between the sticks. It was like a solid rock for them. I think,
if we're not
banter aside, let's give it to Manchester United.
lost that game.
Banter aside, let's give it to Manchester United. Maybe winning the league is not that realistic. But of course, Champions League, with the season they've been having, Champions League is not bad.
They were giving you hope now. This man is coming to reality.
No, but it's what it is now.
No, it's the truth. We're going to qualify for the Champions League. However, I will take you back to Alex Ferguson. There are some games that you win that way. It's not all games that you come out rosy.
Yeah.
If you are playing against a team, a David Moyes team, definitely you are expected to struggle. They didn't allow Manchester United to play, and we saw it. And what matters is the 3 points. They got the goal and they won. Yeah. The same thing can be said for Liverpool. I'm not trying to drag Jerry into this, but it's the truth. Yeah. The same can be said against for Liverpool. It took them, last minute kick for that particular game to win, and that's the hallmark of a champion. So I mean, all win are win. We have 3 points and we won. Wow. That's just it.
Inside life.
Not just like this narrative.
All win
because all win are win. But when a certain team at the top of the table, when they were using set pieces to win, they said they are calling them set piece FC. Now all win are win. You see this agenda thing there? It's just beautiful. I like it because when it swings to your side, you take it.
But Hafiz, let's be honest. I think something is beginning to rear itself in the EPL and it needs to be addressed. Look at what Everton was doing. They played about 10 corner kicks yesterday, and they are practically suffocating Lamens.
Goalkeeper, yes.
I think
Arsenal brought it to the league.
Why are you pointing at me? I don't know what you're saying.
I think EPL as a whole, they need to do something about it. It's taken away from football. In as much as we want to say we want to win games, doing that to a goalkeeper should always be a foul any day, anytime. But they are like, I don't understand it.
I mean, there's something that they're always serious on goalkeeper protection, but I'm surprised now that they don't do it anymore. There was this game they played. I'm trying to remember now. They won 2-0. Their second goal, the guy actually put the ball in the back of the net in front of the goalkeeper. He was there, like just to the front of the goalkeeper, shielded him. Why do you shield the goalkeeper? That should even be a yellow card. But of course, the Premier League, it shows their inconsistency. It might count for some games, it won't count for other games. But that's just the sad part. Hopefully, they will rectify that one going forward.
Hopefully, they'll rectify that going forward. Let's talk about the big story. Nigerian Super Eagles striker Victor Osimhen has issued a stern warning to his Turkish club Galatasaray, threatening to report them to FIFA over unpaid wages. According to reports, the forward, who has not received his due payment from the club, has already taken steps to address the issue through FIFA and is contemplating refusing to play in matches if the situation is not swiftly resolved. Osimhen, known for his prolific performances on the field, expressed his frustration, stating The Super Eagles striker's threat adds another layer of tension to his relationship with Galatasaray as clubs across Europe face increasing pressure to meet player obligations amidst a financially challenging climate. With Osimhen's potential action hanging in the balance, all eyes will be on FIFA's involvement in resolving the matter. The situation comes at a critical time for both Osimhen's career and Galatasaray, with the striker having a major role in their forward line. Yes, Osimhen is very important. If he was injured or something, you say he has not. Anyway, pay the player what is owed. But so far, so good. Osimhen has been their best player. The last Champions League in Juventus, he didn't score but got 2 assists. That's massive. And they are rolling back on that 5-2 win away in Turin. I don't know, why should a club side owe a player?
Well, for me, I think it's normal for clubs to have financial now maybe imbalance at some point in time, and maybe that's what Galatasaray might be going through at this point. But when you look at it critically too as well, Victor Osimhen came with a profile. He has a huge profile. In his first season when he was on loan, he bagged in goals. Then he signed a contract and is earning like maybe close to or even over 15 million euros per year. At the club, that is huge. And his coach actually came out, to speak. That's Okamburu. He came out and he said Osimhen's wage alone, is enough to go out the whole team, to pay the whole team. And that's talking about him. And they brought in other names as well, like Ilkay Gundogan, Wilfred Singo, Leroy Sané. Yes, they might be on their last legs. Singo is young, but they might be on their last legs, Sané and Gundogan, but they'll still be commanding huge wages alongside Osimhen. So I think Okamburu came out when he was lamenting against the high salaries being paid by the club and also used in transfers. So maybe when they spent during the summer and they're trying to put these players also on the wage bill because they have a very, very high wage bill. Sasha Boy is also there. I think they have a percentage they will be paying with Bayern Munchen is also there as well. So due to the rising wage bill and also player salaries and also transfer dealings, maybe Galatasaray might be experiencing some discomforts financially at this point. But also because this was an insider news, also an insider has come out that the club have been discussing internally, and he has also rubbished all of this one, saying Osimhen is not trying to take any crucial step to go to FIFA to report or anything, that he's happy at the club. So let's see what's going to come out in the coming days. But for me, I think they should not let this affect their game against Juventus in the Champions League. They have formed a closely knit side. They are leading in the Turkey League. They have 54 points. Fenerbahce are just 2 points behind. So I think they should focus more on what's going on the pitch and let the administrators deal with this. Yes, you don't want anybody to owe, at this point, but I think dedication, and since they don't have an history or a profile of owing their players, maybe this one should just let it slide, and let's see what is going to come out in the coming days.
All right. So, Mara, what is it about Nigerian players? In January, he was part of the players that protested being owed the Nations Cup. And now, even his club side is joining the queue. You see that the man has to go to Rabiji, or what is going on? If you were Victor Osimhen, what would you do?
Well, it's very simple. There is no smoke without fire. There will be an element of truth there. And I think Galatasaray should do what they need to do. It doesn't make any sense for you to sign a player you cannot afford. Nobody forced them to sign Victor Osimhen. They decided to sign him by themselves. It is incumbent on them for them to ensure that they pay his wages. It doesn't make any sense, for Okamburu to come out and say the wages they are paying him could go around and pay every other person. They knew the conditions before signing him, and it would be unfair for them to treat him that way. If you know you can't afford him, why did you bring him in? That is the question. I hope it does not degenerate, because the moment you begin to have issues over money does not end lightly, and that's just the truth. There is nowhere people fight over money and the relationship remains solid. One person would have to live for the other person, and that's just the truth. I hope this is false. I hope this will not happen. I hope it's not going to. I hope it's not going to happen. I hope it will not distract them from ensuring that they focus on the Champions League and they do well in the Turkish league. However, it's insulting that Okambura could come out and say that. I hope they resolve it internally, and I hope it does not disrupt the work they are doing. And this goes out to all other clubs. Do not have the money. It's as simple as that. If you have the money, that's when you should be playing and allow the player to suffer like what we are about to see with Osimhen.
Are you sending messages to some clubs in the NPFL too?
No, those ones are only
Yeah.
it's a culture. You can't stop you from a culture. It's a culture, it's a way of life. So
it shouldn't be on a normal.
It has become a culture. So it will now take the grace of God for them to live that culture. You have to break away from that system that sees owning players as a part of the game.
But of course, it should be something that we should be trying to rectify going forward. So at least to take the NPFL from being 12th in Africa, that is embarrassing.
12th.
12th in Africa.
They're even 12th. I think
12th.
That's a lot. That's a lot of
12th best league in Africa.
That's a lot. They are still doing well for 12th because of with
and to
the
be honest, if you see the level
seeing,
of leagues above the NPFL, you'll be like, much respect to those countries, but of course you'll be like, there's structure. Yes, that's why I'm saying that. Even if it's a team of 4 teams, it's a league of 4 teams, 8 teams, even 12 teams, once there is balance and structure, it should go on. And that's what we've been crying out in the NPFL for a very, very long time. And hopefully they will rectify that one, because that's owing of player salaries and wages. It's a big thing, trust me, Nigeria.
I just hope I will not be having my grandchildren by then. Before that will happen. So, anyway, let's talk about Wrexham goalkeeper Arthur Okonkwo, who has been cleared to play for the senior national team of Nigeria by World Football Governing Body FIFA, and is available for selection in the upcoming international round of games. Nigeria will be up against World Cup bound teams in Iran and Jordan respectively in a 4-team invitational tournament, opening their campaign against Iran on the 27th match before taking on the host 4 days later. And the build-up to the tournament, Nigeria will likely be without first-choice goalkeeper Stanley Wabali, who is presently without a club, opening the possibility of having another goalkeeper in goal. Okonkwo, according to sources close to the 24-year-old, will be ready for his international bow if selected by head coach Eric Chell, who convinced him to switch his international allegiance to Nigeria. And of course, the pair met in London last year during the Unity Cup tournament in England, where Okonkwo agreed to play for Nigeria. Definitely, I would like to see this guy. He's been doing big things for Wrexham, and the trajectory moving from the 4th league, now they're in League One, and hopefully they will make the championship next season.
They are in the championship.
They're already in the championship.
Yeah, they're in the championship.
Fantastic side.
They're doing good for themselves.
Fantastic side. And Okonkwo has been their first choice goalkeeper of recent. And I think it's an Arsenal product.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, a fantastic player. Definitely a lot of Nigerians would like to see him in goal, at least to give Stanley Wabali a run for his money. Who doesn't have a club at the moment?
Yeah, I think good one generally also for Nigeria, because I think that goalkeeping department has been a place where we wanted to see more bodies, over a long period of time. There was a time I personally used to question that over 250 million people in Nigeria, and we don't have a solid goalkeeper. And I think this one also will want to put Stanley Wabali on his toes, and maybe it's time to start speaking with his agents and saying, look, it's time for me to get a club. Because trust me, I told you here on the show, I said a clubless goalkeeper should not even be featuring for the Super Eagles. Yes, there are I also saw some calls from the NPFL, the Rivers United. They're also making calls to him saying, look, even if you don't have a club yet, come and train with us or come and be with us for now so that you can have a stay. I think if he goes to the NPFL, with the way the NPFL has been looking right now, he shouldn't be called up to be Nigeria's #1. So right now,
#1 goes to the league. He shouldn't be called up.
I think this also shows some, some intention from Eric Shell as well. That look, I need more seriousness for him to be able to convince Arthur Okonkwo to switch, his international allegiance from England to Nigeria. And also Mayowa doesn't really agree with trying to make Nigeria the second choice. But of course, it is what it is. If we are seeing somebody doing big things and we can poach him, especially in the goalkeeping department that we've lacked bodies over the years, I think this one is a welcome addition to the Super Eagles of Nigeria. And with the likes of Maduka Okoye still there as well, Amaso Basoge, if he pulls up good performances for his club as well, Francis Uzo, who for me I have my personal reservations, and I think we should be moving on from him. But I don't want to, go into that right now. Ato Okonkwo, we also, put them up their toes and make the competition in goalkeeping department even more stiffer at this point.
All right, Maiwa, what do you think? The goalkeeping situation, Ato Okonkwo has been doing great things. Is it high time he challenges Nwabali for the #1 spot?
Well, I mean, if he has been cleared to play for Nigeria, and he's not going via the DR Congo way, then definitely we should be looking at bringing him into the national team. I don't agree with it. I don't want our national team to be a team B of another country, but that is where we are at the moment, and we have to make do with what we have at the moment. So I mean, Nwabali, I've said it consistently. A whole lot of people might disagree with me. I don't think he has held down the #1 shirt. To that capital, he doesn't have a club at the moment, and we don't want people who are clubless to come to the to play for the Super Eagles. And the goalkeeper, that has been in good form, that has been in great form for Wrexham United, I think will be an added advantage for us. We have Maduka Okoye, who plays in the top league in Italy. Then we have another player in the championship, Otokoko, that is probably that has switched to Nigeria. So more competitions. Let's see who the best of them is. However, in the history of Nigerian goalkeeping situation, all the goalkeepers that have stayed very long in that #1 position, they were Nigerian made. The question is this: with these Oyibo people, with these foreign-born Nigerians, would they be able to cut it? Would they be able to nail that #1 shirt? Let the competition begin, and let's see which of them will be able to prove us wrong.
Maiwa, one of this certain goalkeeper, I know that Germany, they tried to call him up, but maybe he hasn't gone to an international tournament. They haven't played the World Cup. I'm talking about Noah Atubolu. Do you think there's any hope for Noah Atubolu to still be called up by the Super Eagles?
Well, I think the issue of Noah Atubolu, I think he was making some unreasonable demands that he wanted to play. That was one of the reasons. And if you are that good, Germany would have called you up. Let's be honest with ourselves. He might be doing fantastic for whichever club he's playing for, but I think it's not good enough. That's why Germany is not calling him up. I can bet it with you. If Germany has the opportunity, if it's that good, Germany would have called him. If they call him, he'll probably jump at the opportunity. You don't come to Nigeria and be making demands. You have to make your demands with your performance, not sit down in the comfort of your room and be making demands as if before Nigeria has never had a good goalkeeper before.
But I mean, if you look at the goalkeeping department, you want to make demands, knowing that you don't even have a tougher competition.
Yeah, I think #1 is actually safe, but having #2 and 3 is very, very crucial. Because Maduka Okoye, I don't know where he stands as far as the Super Eagles.
For me, I think he's going to be the #1 going forward. And if Richard doesn't believe in him, maybe Ato Okonkwo.
That is if he takes invitation. For instance, this friendly would have been very great to have Maduka Okoye on board alongside the Wrexham Ato Okonkwo.
Maybe we should just wait to see the list.
Imagine Maduka Okoye plays the first game, Ato plays the second
game,
and Nwabali could actually rest because we know that he's good for #1, but the competition has to come so that everybody will sit up and know that you are not assured of the #1 position. That's healthy competition for the #1 sport. Let's talk about the Super Falcons of Nigeria. The head coach, Justin Madugu, has explained his decision to leave out Asisa Oshoala from the squad for the double-header friendly against the indomitable Lionesses of Cameroon. Madugu unveiled his 25-player squad for the friendlies last week. Oshoala, 31, who has been in outstanding form for Saudi club Al Hilal, was a surprise omission from the squad. However, the gaffer maintained that the former Barcelona star remains part of his plans for the upcoming 2026 Women's African Cup of Nations. The Super Falcons will be aiming to secure a record extending 11th title when the competition kicks off in Morocco next month. Okay, Madugu has just said that Sister Oshoala understands leaving her out of this friendlies because he knows that she is part of his big plans as far as the competition is concerned. So I think that looks more tenable to at least give more room to players, younger players, to test some experience ahead of the WAFCON.
Yeah, I think it's simple and self-explanatory. After I particularly came out to speak on that one, I think it's a welcome one. It's a friendly, double-header friendly. Yes, yeah, that means has already made plans like, look, after this friendlies, it doesn't justify, this friendlies does not justify your place in the team. It's not saying you are going to be knocked out or you are going to be replaced. We just want to see other players that can step up and also, be like a cover for you, or will also give you a level of competition going into the tournament proper. We know that you are part and parcel of the Super Falcons. But they mentioned the Super Falcons now. She's still 31, still balling out for Al Hilal in Saudi Arabia. When we mention the Super Falcons, we mention Assisat Oshuala. Yes, our performances might have been dwindling in recent tournaments, in recent games, but of course, you don't still want to leave Assisat Oshuala in front of your net, just like that. She will back the goals. And I think, yes, the Madugu is saying that, look, you are going to go to the tournament, but let us give these other players, opportunities, to present themselves. And we have a lot of players, in the Super Falcons, these names that he has called up, for these friendlies. Some of them are making their debut, and we want to see them going forward as well. And also, I'm particularly happy for the return of Gift Monday, who I feel like, is also going to be like, she's going to bring a level of competition to Oshuala, going forward. So I think Madugu is trying to see his squad and, he will streamline them based on their performances, hopefully, because we know how the NFF can be when it comes to selection of players. Hopefully, he will streamline these players and say, look, I'm going to pick out of these players plus Oshuala to go and negotiate, the WAFCON in Morocco and bring the 11th title back to Nigeria.
All right. And of course, my one, the explanation, is it tenable, leaving out of Cesar Oshuala, or the man is just doing PR?
Well, I think you get a political form from Madugu. He's doing politics with that statement. Let's be honest with ourselves. Oshuala is not going to be part of that particular team.
Really?
He's going to be there. Probably maybe somebody gets injured. That's the reason why he's going to make it. Yeah, that's the truth. Madugu is a very ruthless coach. And I understand the reason why, he has come out to say this. Oshuala might still pull some kind of weight and does not want to, come out and say you are not part of my team. In case something happens to those that you probably use, so it doesn't, look stupid, and after go and start begging Oshuala. That's the reason why he's making this particular statement. I can bet it with you, if all the strikers and all the forwards that you need, if they are fully fit, Oshuala is not going to make the team. And I understand it. I've said it consistently. Oshuala has paid his due. If you are talking about the issue of the Super Falcons, you cannot write off what Oshuala has done for that particular team. However, we are, as a national team, anybody that makes the team must be performing at optimal capacity. At the moment, Oshuala for the national team, she's not performing, and we need people that can perform. The last AFCON, WAFCON, Oshuala will just make cameo appearances, and that shows that the team is beginning to move on from her. And I think this is a way to begin to tell her that, your time is up with the Super Falcons team.
All right.
But I think it's a two-way thing, Jerry, because when you look at it now, that means Madugu, if he's making that bold statement and saying, look, you are not going to be part, but I don't want to announce it now. It's going to be egg on his faces if the Falcons don't win, because I think he will be preparing for the backlash. But trust me, that will be the first thing that will be said. If the Falcons don't want to win the tournament, they will say, why didn't you take I
feel so sorry that I'm cutting in. The thing is this. Let's look at the performance of Oshuala, especially for the last AFCON.
Yeah.
What was the contribution of Oshuala? So anybody that wants to give a Madugu a backlash to Oshuala and we didn't end up winning, probably doesn't know about football. Your performance should dictate how you should play. There's a particular Gift Monday that was dropped. I myself complained on this show that why is Gift Monday being dropped? Gift Monday was informed, but she was dropped, and we saw the result. So I think with what Madugu has done, with Oshuala making a cameo appearance, I think we should trust his judgment. Whatever happens, I think we should believe he's making the right decision. If he ends up not winning the title, what has been Oshuala's contribution in the last WAFCON?
Absolutely.
It's practically zero.
Yeah. Okay, what has been a contribution? Okay. Anyway, maybe she'll do the Ahmed Musa, my slot. And
no, I don't think Oshuala has to do my slot.
Yeah, because she's still doing well in the Saudi league.
She's the darling of a lot of people. So of course, if the NFF is still the NFF as we know
Ahmed Musa was a big brother to a lot of players in the Super Eagles.
If the NFF is still the NFF as we know it, trust me, she's going to be there.
Yeah,
she is. Yeah,
she's going to be there.
Of course.
And I hope Madugu is not a foreigner.
She might not get to play a lot of games. Just like Maiwa said, it might be cameo appearances, but I think she's going to make it. And of course, if you want to look at these players being invited, I think they are being invited based on their performances at their clubs at the moment. And trust me, she's also fit and firing for Al Hilal. Yes, it might be Saudi League, but she's...
It's unfortunate Madugu is not a foreign coach. He would have submitted a 19-point demand after winning the Sema. But he is at home, so he can't complain. And but the fact that he's giving room to select his players, it's quite a bold move. And of course, taking those chances to prove that he's a top manager, the manager of the year. Last time, talking about AFCON, CAF Awards.
CAF Awards,
So, and he was also selected the Ballon d'Or, top 10 in the world. Okay,
I think that's a good one. It's a good one for him. And of course, I think with these players, let's see what's going to happen in the double header friendly. But I think with these players, I think the Super Falcons are good to go and win number 11. They can.
They can't win the number 11. All right, let's talk about the UEFA Champions League. Action resumes tonight. Inter Milan manager Christian Kivel says he's confident the club will overturn the 2-goal deficit against Bodo Glimt in tonight's Champions League second leg playoff. I recall that the Nerazzurri lost 3-1 at the first leg last week in Norway and risked joining reigning Italian champions Napoli in being eliminated from Europe's elite club competition. And Kivel stated that Inter Milan will do everything to get the needed victory and goals against Bodo Glimt. Mayowa, do you think that Inter Milan is up to the task?
Well, they are a very big team, and you would expect a big team to step up and do the magic. However, do not write off Bodo Glimt. The last time an underdog won the Champions League is about 22 years ago. That was when Porto came up with Jose Mourinho and beat a whole lot of things. And they ended up winning the Champions League. That was the last time, any underdog team won the Champions League. The story of Bodo Glimt is surprising to a whole lot of people. They did it against Man City. They also beat Inter Milan. And even before that, if I'm not mistaken, they beat one of the big boys too in the group stage before the Man City and the Inter Milan game. So I would not write them off. 2 goals might be in the San Siro, might be small thing for them to be able to overcome. However, don't write off a Bodo Glimt. They've done it before and they can do it again. I will not be surprised if at the end of the day, maybe Inter Milan will win the battle, but Bodo Glimt will win the war.
All right. Okay, about winning the battle, winning the war.
I think it's a good one. This new version of the Champions League took place last season, started last season, and I think it's a welcome idea for me. It shows a more level of competition between these sides. Not just the regular group stage and all of that. I think it has shown that you can come up against anybody and anybody can knock you out. And Bodo Glimt as well, just like Mayowa said, you don't want to sleep on them. They defeated Atletico Madrid away from home. They defeated them at the Metropolitano 2-1. So it means that it's not just in Norway that they can play ball. And when you watch that first leg, oh wow, the way they played Inter Milan, the goals they scored, not as if they just scrambled goals in. It was set piece FC. They played Inter Milan like they actually played one team in Norway like that. So they scored beautiful goals. I mean, the third goal, even the first goal from Fett, absolutely sensational. And trust me, Inter Milan now will be feeling the pressure. Yes, you might say this football. Of course, an early goal can put Bodo Glimt on the ropes again. And Inter Milan, of course, they will come out firing. They will want to attack or go all out. But trust me, they don't want to leave it in a shot at the back because Bodo Glimt, they can possess the ball and they can also hit them on the counter. So it's going to be a very, very tight game. I don't think Inter Milan will have it easy. They will not walk through just like that. Bodo Glimt, trust me, will give them a run for their money. And to show that they dismantled Manchester City as well. Also, they played Tottenham. It was a loss. Was it a loss or a draw? But they gave Tottenham as well a run for their money. So it's a good team. They have former AC Milan, a winger, that's Jens Peter Hauger, who actually made a statement from the first leg saying that he wants to play against Milan. He wants to come back to Milan and do the business, on Inter Milan. So it's going to be a tough affair right there at the San Siro. But Inter Milan, they might, just bring out that form that made them get to the finals of last season. They were last season's finalists. Maybe they will show that form again. But it's going to be a tough one out there at San Siro.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. And of course, I think last season we had teams like Bre and even there was a season Girona was the joker of the
Girona played last season.
Yeah, Girona was the joker of that league phase.
Yeah.
But it looks like Bodo Glimt might be the joker this time around. What if they do one against Inter Milan? Are we seeing them going all the way, Maiwa?
I want an underdog to win this season. My wife is telling me right now she's hoping Man City will win the game, but in any case, we win the Champions League this season. However, I want an underdog to win. And the Bodo Glimt, trying to knock out one of the big weights, one of the heavyweights. It will be a story for the Champions League. It's been far too long that we saw an underdog win. 22 years is far too long. I think if a Bodo Glimt do it, I will not be surprised if they can do it against an Inter Milan. I will not be surprised if they get to at least the semi-finals. And if they get to the semi-finals, who says they can't get to the final?
All right. If they get to the semi-finals, who says they can't make it?
They can do a Borussia Dortmund in 2013.
I don't know. Norwegian sides, the Champions League, they've not been that successful. Maybe, I don't know, this might be the season. But Inter Milan is the only team that can stop them tonight from doing that.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's talk about the game between Atletico Madrid and Club Brugge. This game, the first leg, was a blockbuster fixture.
Yeah.
Few would have predicted this tie to be level, heading back to Madrid, but Brugge's resilience has turned it into one of the round's most intriguing matchups. Atletico are usually formidable in two-legged ties when they avoid losing the away first leg. They have progressed in 9 out of 10 such scenarios, including all 4 under Diego Simeone. But history also warns them they are winless in their last 4 against the Belgian side. A run only was against their city rivals Real Madrid in European competition. Yeah, this is a very big fixture. Stats don't lie.
Yeah.
But it's going to be a very difficult run. But Atletico Madrid has have a good form, topsy-turvy, up and down.
Yeah.
But on their day, they should be able to beat Club Brugge. But with that Rafa Indica's...
Club Brugge guys, they are kryptonite.
Yeah, that Rafa Indica's inspired team, it looks like they can do something at the Wanda Metropolitano.
Club Brugge are a fantastic team. The way they play their football looks beautiful on the eye. They are one of the best attacking teams actually in Europe. But of course, they've also shown one thing, that they can concede. I mean, remember they played 3-3 against Barcelona as well. They even conceded, when they dominated Monaco in Belgium, they conceded a goal to Ansu Fati. So for me, I think they have shown that they can concede, but they can also attack. Yes, they played Arsenal as well, and they were dealt with too. So for me, Atletico Madrid, they've shown to be very, very, very inconsistent. They might pop up with a big win today and go on to lose against even a lesser opponent the next day. So I think Atletico Madrid, they will have it all to do right there at the Riyadh Metropolitano. But 3-3, yes, if it were to be in the days where away goals used to count, you could say Atletico Madrid can just rest. Trust me, Atletico Madrid will go into this game and win 1-0. We know the Atletico Madrid of old, when the away goals used to be there, but this time around, they have to get a win by all costs to be able to qualify. Another draw, then they will go into extra time and possibly penalties. Of course, the first leg, I said, it was a game between Ademola Lookman and, of course, Rafael Onyedika, our 2 Super Eagles boys. And they both scored in that game. Even Onyedika delivered an assist. So it shows that Onyedika, too, in that Club Brugge team is very, very important. And also with the likes of veteran Hans Van Aken, players like Carlos Forbes, the former Wolves player. They also have likes of Christos Zolis as well. I think they are going to want to prove their worth against Atletico Madrid. But again, it's happening at the Riyadh Metropolitano. Yes, you can say they lost there to Bodo Glimt, but this time around, it's a much tougher fixture, and there's a lot to be played for. So I think it's going to be a tough game. It might get to extra time or even penalties.
All right, Maiwa Brugge arrived with confidence, quietly simmering. They've lost just 1 of their last 7 clashes with Spanish opposition and haven't tasted defeat in 4 straight Champions League games against La Liga sides. Would they fancy their chances tonight?
Well, definitely they want to fancy their chances. I mean, what they did against Atletico at home was very impressive. Our own Rafael Ndika scoring, and our own Ademola Lookman also on the score sheet. However, Atletico has been very poor in terms of defending this season. Even earlier in the week, Diego Simeone was talking about he wants Ademola Lookman to also join in the defense. Yes, it's good forward, but it's also is also joining defense. What they have done so far is, since Simeone has transitioned from his ultra defensive style, he begins to concede more goals. Even the game they won over the weekend, they ended up conceding 2 goals, and that would be a problem in the Champions League. If you want to go find the Champions League, one of the things you need to do properly is to ensure that you keep the number of goals you concede very low. Atletico is one of those teams that concede goals, for fun, and that is not good enough for them. So, club scoring 3 goals, and with the stats backing them, they will have the belief that they can do it against an Atletico side. However, the attacking might of Atletico Madrid, if they play tonight, we might probably see Atletico, going through. I still want to tip it to Atletico Madrid. Probably maybe our own Admiral Lukman be instrumental in Atletico Madrid making it to the next stage.
All right, probably. And of course, the Belgians' youthful spark has been their secret weapon with 10 goals from players aged 21 and under. A tally only 3 teams have ever beaten in a single Champions League season. Of course, Hans Van Aken remains their heartbeat, leading the team in goal contributions, line-breaking passes, and possession won. And of course, we'll be looking at Ademola Lookman with this one. But let's talk about the one between Newcastle United and Karabakh. If what's on paper is correct, 6-1 aggregate scoreline. And
it's done and dusted.
And some will say it's done and dusted. Away 6-1. What are you going to play at Goodison Park? Is it to serve the ball around?
You need to score 5 unreplied goals to take it to extra
5. To take it to extra time, not to win the game.
But football might be funny. Maybe an early goal, 2 early goals. The result, the scoreline might be shaky.
At Goodison Park, early goals.
Okay, you mean it's St. James's Park? It's going to be.
Kosoro.
But there will be goals.
There
will be goals for the investors. There will be goals.
Maybe Newcastle will score more. But if Karabakh comes back and do it,
that will be the greatest remontada of all time.
Let me just keep my mouth shut. So that I just say it and I jinx it. I don't think Karabakh will come back. If Karabakh does it, Eddie Howe should be fired immediately and not let him go to the dressing before they fire him. I'm serious. The owner should come down and fire him on the pitch, because how do you lose the 5-goal lead? It's not going to happen. Newcastle is already in the next round.
Yeah, that would be if Nottingham Forest owner was the owner of Newcastle. Marinakis would definitely come down from the stands and fire Eddie Howe.
But there's something with the Champions League. We've seen 3-goal leads turned around. We've seen 4 goals. Who says we can't see 5 goals?
Yeah, we've seen 4 goals. Yeah. I think Barcelona did it.
Yeah, because Paris Saint-Germain lose Enrique against Unai Emery.
Yeah.
I can still recall Unai Emery's face that day after that goal came in from
Liverpool
from Sergio Roberto.
Liverpool is doing it.
Liverpool did it to Barcelona.
They did it to Roma. Did it to Barcelona.
Roma also did it to Barcelona. So who says it can't happen again? It can't.
But we are talking about 5 goals. If you never, not a Karabakh side. Not the Karabakh side.
What if Newcastle starts that game and they get red card? 2 red cards early.
Maybe 4 people get red card. Maybe. Or 3 people. Maybe.
But it looks done and dusted, to be honest. It looks done and dusted. But of course, we want to see a fantastic game of football. It might just happen.
All right. I feel for the Azerbaijani side.
Yeah.
That result leaves a very, very difficult mountain to climb. And English clubs have long enjoyed a commanding record over Karabakh, winning 9 of their 10 meetings, and the Azerbaijani champions have fared even worse on English soil.
Guess what? Guess the only team that hasn't won there? Chelsea.
Yeah, Chelsea.
Chelsea could not beat Karabakh.
Chelsea fans don't like that, but at least one of the Chelsea fans says
but it's the truth now.
They say Karabakh is a big club. One Chelsea fan told me that Karabakh is a big club anyway.
Yeah.
When they were about to lose.
A team that Newcastle dismantled 6-1 in their own backyard.
Right.
But much respect to Karabakh, we love them. A lot of things we're praying for them to come back to the Champions League so that they can get their 3 points.
Yeah, it's going to be a very difficult one. Of course, finally, before we wrap it up, Bayer Leverkusen takes on Olympiacos. Leverkusen travel back to Germany with a strong, though not unbreakable, 2-0 advantage win in Greece. I don't know. When you go away to win, I don't know what the away team will now be doing at your home, trying to obtain a 2-0 result.
I think what will just give them hope is the fact that, like I said earlier, the away goals has been abolished. Yeah. So right now you can still see yourself as having an outside chance. Yes, they might get to Germany. We've seen Leverkusen to this season. They've been kind of inconsistent even in the Bundesliga. So what if Olympiacos goes there, score an early goal, Of course, there will be jitters around there, right there in the Bay Arena. But trust me, I think Leverkusen will want to go and try to shut up shop and maybe get some goals maybe from the counter. It's going to be an exciting game.
All right, Mayo, let's wrap up with this one.
Well, I mean, the fun part of it is Marinakis will be in Germany. He'll be watching Olympiacos. That's also his team. So I hope he doesn't go down and start warning the coach. But in any case, like Assis rightly said, Bayer Leverkusen, they've been, inconsistent. Olympiacos will shock them. However, with the kind of quality they have and they are playing at home, I think they should have enough quality to be able to go past, an Olympiacos side. Probably maybe a 2-0, 2-1 win for a Bayer Leverkusen. If the consistent Bayer Leverkusen show up, and not the inconsistent one that we see in the Bundesliga.
All right, definitely. Let's see how this all pans out. Make sure you enjoy the UEFA Champions League tonight. And of course, a big thanks to Maiwa and Hafiz for being awesome on the show. All the best, not the best for Man United's top 4 race. Anyway.
Don't be a hater.
It's not about me.
3 points is a whole game. 3 points is a whole game.
It's not hard for the team to
3 points is a whole game.
Lucky 3 points. 3
points is a whole game.
That came from
lucky 3 points. We were both lucky. 2 of us were both lucky. We'll talk about your luck. You 90 minutes. My own 75 minutes.
I like the way I'm always somewhere in the middle.
All right.
I'm not involved.
Thank you very much. Fire, I love peace.
Yeah.
Of course, big thanks to the guys behind the scene who made the show great. Talking about the likes of Shegun, not leaving out Sam, Jerry, and of course Hassan. My name is Jerry Apelawai, saying thanks for being a part of the locker room. Up next is Political Lens with Chukwuma Okoro. Stay tuned.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
From the views on the street
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things and makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOPTV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOPTV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOPTV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bomakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's a brother Shaggy, the man from back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weights.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers, whatever, live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
From the views on the street,
Hello there, good evening, and welcome to Political Lens. I am Chukwuma Okoro. Now, in case you don't know, we are broadcasting on Metro SLTV channel 264 on YouTube and other social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. You can also be a part of this conversation by calling in or sending WhatsApp messages to the number scrolling on your screen. Now, in the next 40 minutes or thereabout, I will take you, or we will take you through very interesting stories. On the show today, IGP Ekbodokun resigned from the police force as Inspector General of Police. Away from that, governors clashed with Tinubu over state police and why Tinubu lost Lagos to Obi in 2023. Now, these are the major topics of discussion. But before we get into all of that, there is a developing story, and the news has it that Peter Obi escaped an assassination attempt in Edo State. Now, according to the information we have, the national coordinator of the Obidient movement, Yunus Atanko, on Tuesday, that is today, this afternoon, raised alarm over attack on former presidential candidate Peter Obi and its members in Benin, Edo State. And Tanko disclosed that armed thugs had shot at Obi and members of the movement during the former defection of Olumide Abata into the African Democratic Congress, ADC, in Benin City. In a text statement he signed, tagged Breaking Red Alert in Benin, Edo State, Tanko said, PO and the leadership of the ADC are under siege, an attack in Benin, Edo State. At the former declaration of Olumide Abata into the African Democratic Congress, ADC, armed individuals followed out from the ADC Secretariat to the residence of Chief John Odigye Oyegun. They shot at the gate and destroyed several vehicles in what appears to be a survived assassination attempt on our lives. Democracy is in danger. Now, this is coming from Tanko Yunusa, and from the video that we have there, let's get an audio to the video so that we can, hear what the fellow there is trying to explain to the public.
The guy head there, post by the back. I had to pay the hospital, the clinic bill, and I take care of the guy. The structure there is another level. They wounded someone. And the secretariat there, yeah, they shot somebody. They blast the guy head here, blast him at the back. They beat him merciless. Yes, they shot one man in the neck, down hospital. This thing is we cannot sincerely continue like this.
Who are the people doing this?
It's the ABC talks. We know. They have a history of violence.
Make a formal complaint, and I'll show you this cannot be true at all. We have a country, and we are a part of the country. We cannot have terrorism terrorizing the country and have officials of the government terrorizing citizens. It's not acceptable.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
There you have it. That is Peter Obi himself speaking about the incident. Now, let's bring in our guest. We've been joined virtually by Chief Martins Onovo. Martins is a trained engineer, social critic, political affairs analyst, and former presidential candidate of the National Conscience Party. Good evening, Engineer Onovo, and good to have you again on Political Lens.
Good evening.
Good evening, Martins. How have you been? Good to see you. It's been a while.
Okay, we're happy, and we're healthy, and we're happy to be here.
Okay, all right, beautiful. I appreciate your presence on my show. Now, before we get into the major topics of discussion, there is developing story, breaking news, that the former presidential candidate of the Labour Party in the 2023 general election, Peter Obi, just survived an assassination attempt in Edo State. Well, from the ADC secretariat to the residence of Chief Odigye Oyegun, and they had an attack at the door and all of that. And if you look at the screen, you'll see, shattered windscreen and all of that. So briefly, before we get into the major topic of discussion, what does it tell you about the security of lives and property in Nigeria? And recall that at some point, the governor of Edo State, Mondo Obebolo, had clearly warned him, don't come to Edo State because I cannot guarantee your safety. How do you react to all of this? How do you react to this incident?
It does not tell us anything new. It does not tell us anything new. About 5 years ago,
We informed Nigerians that the APC is the direct sponsor of insecurity and terrorism in Nigeria. Nothing is new. This attack is not new. Like the guy in the video said, this is what they've been doing. This is what they did in Lagos in 2023. This is what they did in Rivers State. I don't know why we keep pretending, and I think it's the media that encourages this pretense, where we pretend we don't know what's going on. We know what's going on. It's physical. It can be observed. And we know that the ruling party is very violent and very desperate, and people have been killed. These people have names. We can ask the question, who killed Onimisi in Ikene? So many people have been killed. Who killed the woman leader of PDP in Kogi? Well, the media is supposed to inform the people. The media is supposed to... this thing is clear now.
Okay.
There is no doubt about what is going on, and the level of impunity is the worst. In other words, the whole people cannot do anything. That's what we are seeing at every turn. You rig election, you kill people, we cannot do anything. You sponsor terrorism, we cannot do anything.
All right, we'll talk about all of that in a bit. Well, it's a developing story, so we'll see how all of this pan out, whether the Edo State government, whether the federal police is going to conduct an investigation to find out all the people or those behind this dastardly act. But gratefully, no life has been reported lost as at the point of filing in this report. Now, let's get into a major topic of discussion. Bola Tinubu has, removed Kayode Ebetokun from his position as the Inspector General of Police, IGP, according to senior police officials and sources within the Police Service Commission, PSC. Ebetokun was reportedly asked to prepare his handover notes after meeting with the president at the presidential villa yesterday. He is said to be succeeded by Tunji Disu, the Assistant Inspector General of Police, in charge of the Force Criminal Investigation Department, FCID, Annex in Alabon, Lagos. Well, sources allege that Ebetokun's removal followed mounting controversies, allegations of incompetence and health concerns, including reported kidney-related issues. Well, this is a health-related issue. Now, IGP was suddenly removed. How do you react to this development? It's another developing story. A lot of things, happening within the polity. How did the news of the removal of the IGP hit you?
Well, we have expected him to leave all this while because it depends on your own interpretation of the Police Act. Our own interpretation, his tenure was long over. So he should have left a long time ago. But unfortunately, and that's why we're talking about impunity, because impunity is a higher level of lawlessness. Because you can be lawless and be trying to beat the law. Impunity means that you are above the law and the law cannot affect you, and that you cannot be subject to the law. So impunity is not just a impunity of they are breaking the law. It is that they have become above the law and that you cannot hold them accountable by law. So this is not acceptable, and we will not continue to tolerate it, even if the media continues to pretend that there is nothing wrong.
Martin, you keep hammering on the media. I come back to you again. What do you want the media to do? Media is reporting the facts of the matter for you to make a judgment. What else should the media do?
Maybe I'm sorry that I said that, even though I stand by what I said.
Okay.
Maybe. But let me just address it a little bit.
Okay.
I've been saying it for 5 years. I've been saying it for 5 years, and I'm happy that Otomi said it this year. And I know many other journalists now are speaking about it. And we expect the media to educate, to inform, and then the constitution of the country, the law, the ground norm. He said it is the responsibility of the media to hold the government accountable. Are you holding the government accountable? I'm not talking about you as an individual.
No, I understand all of that, yes.
If you are holding the government accountable, these things will not happen. Look at what happened with the Electoral Act Amendment. Look at what is happening on Lagos Coastal Road. What is all this nonsense? Every day, it looks like you people are happy reporting such stories. Enough. Enough.
No, you see, Martin, when we report these stories, we want to spotlight them so that the society, the media is not society alone. Okay, let's look at the issue of, you said that, that his tenure was long.
I'm not saying you should not report them. I'm saying you should report them with the inclination of your constitutional responsibility to hold the government accountable.
exactly what the media is doing. Exactly what the media is doing.
The media,
the media will report to you what happens, the truth of the matter. The facts are sacred, but the media will not force you to accept. The media will put things out there for you to make a judgment because you're a rational human being. That's what the media does. Example now. Let's come to the issue of the Kayode Ebotoku who just resigned, and you say his tenure was long overdue. Did he force himself to stay back? Was any law broken? The president went to the National Assembly to get an extension for him. The people in the National Assembly were elected by you and I. And the people in the National Assembly amended the act and said, tenure extension. What else should the media have done?
No, it is your own interpretation of the act. That's number one. Number two, this is why I accuse the media sometimes. You seem to tolerate a lot of what these people do. A presidential order cannot amend a law. Please, you need a process of amendment to amend a law. You cannot use presidential order. So if the act says 60, I cannot remember the exact words of the act. If it says 60, then at 60 you go. That's why the AAC was talking about illegal IGP. So, and asking him to go home. So now that he's home, that matter is closed. So we go to other matters.
Okay, but I do understand that if you say executive orders, presidential orders, they're still within the limits of the law and they're actionable, they can be challenged in the law court. And when people go to court, what do you expect journalists, what do you expect the media to do?
No, I'm saying that the media should play its own principal constitutional role.
Exactly what we are doing, to put that information out there.
No, to hold the government accountable. Now
how do we hold the government accountable?
Well, hold on. You have to teach us that. That's your duty. Now you're holding me accountable.
And we are doing it. You say we are not doing it well. You say we are part of the problem. How are we part of the problem?
Hold on. Right now, you are rightly holding me accountable for the things that I have said on your program. You are doing the right thing.
Okay.
In that same way, you're supposed to hold the government accountable for the things they have done. Government told you that they spent 17 trillion on pipeline security. Did you hold them accountable? Government is doing 20-something billion per kilometer on Lagos Coastal Road. Did you hold them accountable? The whole country, 99% had a position of mandatory real-time transmission, which was INEC's official position. Then a bunch of 20 people change it. Have you held them accountable?
Okay, so let's proceed.
I'm saying you did not report it. I'm saying hold them accountable.
Chief Onovo, let's proceed from the last now. When we had 20 people or maybe less than 400 people say, well...
No, don't call 400. I can name the people.
I'm talking... No, you can't name them because it was an act of parliament. It was an act of parliament. No, Akpabio is first among equals. He's not the Senate president. Now, when they said, well, this is what our representatives did. We are, like I said earlier, you and I elected these people to go and represent us. And they have come to say, we cannot at this time, we don't have the capacity, for real-time electronic transmission of election results.
I think
so. What else should the media have done? The media has reported, well, like you said, these are the few people. These are, excuse me, Martin, these are the few people, We had in the House of Representatives, the opposition walked out. The media reported it. Should the media have gone to the National Assembly to chase out the people that said this is what they wanted? What else should the media have done?
Very good. Are you aware that the National House of Rep position to the Harmonization Committee was mandatory real-time transmission?
With the change at some point.
Hold on. So that's why I say I can name the people. Hold on. Are you aware that the Senate committee led by Senator Simon Lalong, had the same position of mandatory real-time transmission committee? So when you say this, the people we elected did this, to me, that's not accurate. The people we elected wanted mandatory real-time. Then the APC terrorists moved in, and the thing switched at the Harmonization Committee. That's exactly what happened.
Martin, Chief Onovo, do you believe, where did you get this information? Were you at plenary? I'm sure you must have read them on the pages of newspaper. So where did you get this information? Do you believe in majority rule? Do you believe in majority rule?
I'm telling you what the majority decided. The House of Rep position to the Harmonization Committee adopted mandatory real time. It's changed at the Harmonization Committee. That's why you're not holding them accountable.
Martins,
that's an example.
I'm asking this information. This information you have now. Were you at plenary to count the number of people? Were you at plenary to count the number of people? Where did you get this information that you are giving us? Where did you get the information? Excuse me, Martin. No. Answer my question. It's a direct question. Where did you the information you are putting out? Were you at plenary? Where did you get the information?
The information I'm putting out is correct, and you can verify.
No, but where did you get it from? Where did you get it from?
Okay, were you here?
Excuse me, Martin. Where the information that you are putting out, where did you get it from? Were you at plenary to count the number of people? Excuse me, I want to answer me directly. Yes, it's a direct question.
When Southern Nigeria and Northern Nigeria were amalgamated in 1914, were you here?
Okay, so where did you read it from? Where did you read it from? If not in the newspapers. And now that we have, online blogs and all of that, that's where you got the information. Put out by who? By journalists, the media. I think you are being very unfair to the media anyway, but let's move on.
Maybe Pato Tommy is also unfair to the media. Let's continue.
Well, I don't know what Pat said. I don't know. Based on the conversation we have had now, I think you are very unfair to the media, but it's okay. That's your point of view. You are entitled to your opinion. But I think differently, despite the fact that I don't have an opinion on this show. Let's move on. With the elevation of Tunji Disu, probably, to IGP, about 8 DIGs will be retired. What is the value of this waste? Cumulatively, over 20 years' experience will be lost in one fell swoop. He was being moved from the position of AIG to the Inspector General of Police. So he will have his seniors now report to him, which is not likely to happen. So about 8 DIGs will leave. In the military, we had over 500 generals retired in 10 years prematurely. What do we gain from all of this?
Well, you cannot have a perfect situation.
Okay.
As long as things are within the law, we have to accept them. And if we don't like them, we go and change the law. So, if he's appointed as an AIG, ordinarily, all his seniors will have to leave. Nobody needs to ask them to leave. That is the right thing to do, and that is the practice. Because otherwise, if you stay back, then you report to your junior. So that is the practice, and it is right. That is the practice, and it is right, because otherwise, his seniors will have to start reporting to him.
Okay, exactly the point.
Exceptions.
Exactly the
and
point.
There are exceptions. Okay, so that is the practice. He has been appointed. His seniors need to leave.
Okay.
That's the culture. That's the practice.
That's the culture. That's the practice. Now the question will be: out of the 8 DIGs, does it look or does it mean that the president didn't find any one of them fit to be appointed as IGP, so that the other 7 could still remain in service and offer their valuable experiences to the Nigerian public?
Well, that's a very strict way of looking at it, and I don't agree with you on that.
Okay.
If Jagaban Tinubu found his way to Aso Rock and is sitting there, and is a de facto, and he makes the appointment that the Constitution allows the president to make, the seniors have to leave.
Okay.
And they don't necessarily have to be in those positions to contribute. They can contribute as consultants, they can contribute in the Police Service Commission, they can contribute elsewhere. So like I said, the culture and the practice are, once a particular candidate has been appointed, his seniors to command, his seniors leave. That is the culture, that is the practice. I have nothing against that.
Okay, all right. We'll talk about you are a member of the opposition party, except you are, have you joined the APC?
I will not join a terrorist organization, and I know you want to challenge that, but there are many courts that have declared APC directly and indirectly a terrorist organization.
Courts here in Nigeria?
What do you mean in Nigeria? Court is court, whether it's in London or in the court that jailed your senator, is it in Nigeria? What do you mean?
Oh, well.
This is how you frame your questions to make opposition look like we don't know what we're saying. Court is court.
Oh, court is court, but we also talk about jurisdiction.
Jurisdiction,
Don't we have
but your senator is
jurisdiction?
in prison.
Don't
Your
we have
senator is in prison
jurisdiction?
in London. Your senator is in prison in London. That is jurisdiction.
Okay, was it tried in the offense he committed? Was it committed in the UK or in Nigeria? Talking about jurisdiction.
Well, do you want to go from your topic to this topic?
So Martin, anyway, like I said, we'll talk about the FCT election.
The court in Canada declared the APC a terrorist organization. The court in Dubai indirectly declared it a terrorist organization, indirectly. Okay. The one in Canada declared it directly. Okay. You and I know it's a terrorist organization.
Okay, you know, I don't know, but you have still brought us back to. You have still brought us back to. You have brought us back to the issue. Martin, you have brought us back to the issue of.
If you don't know,
you have brought us back to the issue of jurisdiction. So let's move away from there. You know, I want us to talk about FCT elections in a bit, but before we get into that, I want us to segue into the issue of the state police, which the president has promised, you know, to institute as a panacea for peace and safety in Nigeria. Where Bola Tinubu has pledged to establish the state police as part of major reforms to tackle insecurity in Nigeria, insisting that his administration will fulfill promises made before the 2023 elections. He made the commitment while hosting state governors and religious leaders at the presidential villa in Abuja during Ramadan and Lent, where the president described security as essential for economic growth and social stability, saying farms, businesses, and families cannot thrive without safety. He emphasized that the push for state police is based on practical necessity, not politics, and aims to empower states to better protect their communities within a strengthened national framework. While he also urged governors to deepen grassroots engagement and promote inclusive development that transcends religion, tribe, or status. Chief Onovo, right from his days as a Nadeko chieftain, Tinubu has advocated for state police. When he became the national leader of the APC, for 8 years, no mention of state police was made within government circles. Buhari ruled for 8 years and left. He came in. Now, since the president came in, we've been going back and forth, state police. At a point, he told us, oh, the governors, the 36 governors except the FCT minister, has assented to the state police. That's like 8 months since he became president, and we've done close to 2 years after that, yet we are still going back and forth. Why is it difficult to have state police in Nigeria? Can you help us make sense of it?
No, number one, I may be the wrong person to be asked this question. Number one, I don't agree with state police because every state has a state command of the Nigerian police force. So, and I don't agree with the diagnosis that justifies state police. The problem is the ineffectiveness of the police, which can be remedied. But instead of doing that, as usual in Nigeria, we are not holding people accountable, and there is no consequence for bad behavior. So we find a system to blame. We have operated since 1943 with the current police structure from the colonial till present. And after 100 years, we say it is state police that will solve the problem, instead of determining why the national police is not able to solve the problem. Second, I think there are constitutional barriers. Third, I think it is very dangerous, extremely dangerous, given the level of impunity in Nigeria, to have state police, where without state police, you can see that opposition was attacked in Edo recently. So there are many issues around state police. You have state governors or state governments owing salaries to teachers and people like that. Now, if you owe armed state policemen salaries, that becomes very dangerous to security. There are too many issues. So that's why I say I may be the wrong person to ask that question. I do not agree, and there may be constitutional barriers to that. So you may need a constitutional amendment. So I am not a proponent for state police. I insist that the risk of abuse is too high. I am a proponent for make the national police work. Thank you.
Beautiful. I'm not sure that you are not the right person. At least you are entitled to your opinion, and you have made your opinion. And I'm sure a lot of people out there will agree with you, because not everybody agrees with the concept of state police. They have asked the same questions that you asked. What is wrong with the national police? If they say that governors are going to take undue advantage of state policing, We ask the same question. What of the central government? Have they done that to Nigerians? So I think, like you said, it's a problem.
Hold on. Let me answer that. Okay. The central government is 1 point.
Okay.
Now, in this case now, where you have 36 governors plus FCT plus federal, how many points do you have? You have 38 points of possible abuse. It is better to have 1 point of possible abuse.
Okay.
You don't multiply your points of possible abuse. So because abuse is possible in 1 point, you multiply it to 38.
Okay.
I don't agree with that. Thank you.
All right, beautiful. Now let's get into politics. You know, the FCT Council elections took place on Saturday. Give us your broad overview of the election. Was it free, fair, credible? Or what happened? Did you?
I like the way I disagree with you, and I like the way you do not agree with me. Because in dialectics, it is from your thesis and your antithesis that you build your synthesis.
Okay.
So, in this case, you called what happened in FCT elections. I will not call it elections, I will call it a charade. So that's a fundamental difference between your position and my position.
Well, it's not my position. It's the position of the Nigerian government that the elections took place. It's the position of INEC.
And you have turned yourself to buy on Anoga. Excellent. So, my dear brother, that cannot be an election. What happened in FCT, if you know exactly, factually what happened in Rivers State in 2023 during the presidential elections, that is same template, same formula, no difference. How did 121 votes turn to 1,212? All the TPEX, all the alterations, in fact, it's incredible. How many days did it take to declare a mark? Because everything had to be reworked. The political parties have rejected it. The polling agents have rejected it. The public has rejected it. Another charade. And that is why many years ago, after the 2023 election, I said that you do not have democracy in Nigeria. You have a maximum dictatorship, which is simply justified by the impunity we see all over the place. But the media has not accepted that. So when I blame the media, I am on very solid footing. And I'm very grateful now that Patutomi has said the media is a major problem in the country. And he's a professor. I am not a professor. So maybe his own, the media will accept it because of his professorship. But it's clear to me, the language to say that somebody who lost the election woefully, the media will report that he won the election. The person who won and was cheated, the media would report that the person lost the elections. To me, those are not factual reports. The factual report is that what happened in FCT was a charade. The evidence is physical. Everybody can see it. So it's not subject. They just change the figures again, which is why.
Okay. All right.
Which is why the entire country, including my own Nigerian Society of Engineers, which has not been talking about politics. But in the case of mandatory real-time electronic transmission, the Nigerian Society of Engineers came out publicly in the media and supported it. Association of Telecoms Operators supported it. And you're telling me the whole country did not support it. That is also the bias of the media, trying to protect the government always, instead of reporting facts.
Well, I go back to what I said earlier. All this information that you are putting out there, I wonder how you got them. Are you a member of Alton? You might be a member of the current Council of Engineers or NSC. Are you a member of Alton? I'm not aware of that. So the information you have put out there, where did you get it from? Probably from newspapers, from the media, reported by who? By journalists. Now, I want us to interrogate the issue of 1,212 votes because I also saw it. Now, if you looked at it closely, did you look at the total number of votes cast?
You can see clearly that even the pen, color of the pen is different.
But I just asked you a question now. That sheet, that from ECHA, did you look at the total number of votes cast? The total
Once
number.
I saw it, I can't look at because I have too many of those. I can't look in those level of details. Once I saw the difference even in the color of the ink, you don't need any forensic. Prima facie, it's a sham. I have seen so many of them. It is not possible. And in this kind of things, because I know that the media always sets trap for opposition people, I try to verify myself, as overwhelming as it is, and not just take reports from my colleagues. I try to self-verify so that when I talk with unquestionable authority. I have seen so many of those results mutilated. It's intolerable. It's intolerable. It's intolerable. We need to stop, and we need to stop now.
Okay. Unfortunately, you're unable to answer the question I asked you, but let's move on.
No, that's your opinion.
No, I don't have an opinion here. I just asked you a question. I don't have an opinion here.
The question has been answered.
The total number of votes collected, across lines in the parties, the total number, did you see that number? Because if you look at the total number of, let me now tell you, if you look at the total number of votes cast at that election, it was still, I think, about 200 and something, far below the 1,212. Now, that from ECA 8 is likely to be voided. So if it is voided, will you now say that the person that won the election didn't win because a particular, from EC8A, a particular constituency, a particular polling booth was voided?
It is because you're not listening to me. That's why I told you that I have seen so many. I have seen so many. And I have also...
You have seen so many, but you pointed out just one. And I'm just taking you on that particular one.
Point out all? Is it possible to point out...
on the one that you pointed out, I just asked you a question.
No. I will not conclude from one item of information. If that's what you do, that's
I'm not concluding too. I'm not concluding, but I just asked you a simple question. On that particular one, did you look at the total number of votes cast? Did it tally with the number, the mutilation that you saw?
Why do you need to ask that question?
No, because I needed to add it because you pointed it out.
But you just said it did not tally. So what do you want?
No, I wanted you to know that there might have been a mutilation in error according to what some people have said. But that particular form will still be voided.
No.
So if it is voided, will it still count?
No, when you can see clearly that there was TPEX, when you can see clearly that the place in words, it was changed, when you can see,
the words were not changed. The words were not changed. I can put it on the screen for you to see. The words were not changed. And if you were very particular, that there was mutilation, but you were not you were particular that the figures were changed and that the words were changed, but you were not very particular in looking at the total number of votes cast. So doesn't that make you subjective? Are you not subjective in your opinion here?
Every opinion is subjective, but opinions can be verified.
But I just put out the facts to you, which are objective. You can verify them.
No, subjective opinions can be factual. What do you mean?
Martin, we don't have time to get into that philosophical argument.
That's where you want to go.
No, I'm not. If we get into that, it's a debate you will never win. It's a debate you will never win.
I will definitely win.
I can bet you on that. It's a debate you will never win. Now, out of the six council areas, APC took 5, PDP 1. Is that a pass mark for the APC? Does it look like people are happy with what the APC is doing in Abuja?
That is your language. Your language is that they took 5. My language is that it was a sham. It was a charade. There was no election.
Have you gone to court to contest it?
Okay, when you went to court in 2023, what did you hear there?
Okay, so what did the court tell you? Or you don't believe in our courts again?
How many things have you contested?
You don't believe in our courts again? Can you hear me, Martin? Hello, Chifonovo, can you hear me?
Okay, why did America sanction some of your judges? Your governor. Excuse me. This is a joke. Don't push me.
What is a joke, Martin? What is a joke? Don't push me. Hold it, Martin. I told you, let's not get into arguments. I just brought you here to ask questions, to have a conversation. What is a joke? If you want us to get into the whole Uzodinma case, the facts of the matter, do you have them? What transpired? What went down in Imo State?
In your story, nobody has the facts except you. And all the
no,
facts
but I'm giving you out. I'm giving facts out there. I ask you questions. Instead of you to answer, you bring philosophy and all of that into it. You bring the media into it. Should we be having this debate here?
You are claiming that the charade was an election.
Who told you it's a charade? Who confirmed it's a charade?
I am telling you it's a charade. It's clear.
Okay, now that you say it, I asked you, have you gone to court to contest it? If you feel strongly, if you feel strongly that it's a charade, have you gone to court to contest it?
In what position are you to dictate the response that I should adopt? Or that opposition should adopt?
I just asked you a question. In what position are you? Martin, in what position are you to declare that it was a charade? Are you INEC? Do you belong to INEC? Do you belong to the court?
You don't have to belong to INEC to
No, you have to. No. If you don't belong to INEC, have you gone to court to challenge it? That's a direct question. We are out of time. We are out of time, Martin. We are out of time. Can I get your concluding thoughts?
Well, like Patu Tommy said, and I had said earlier before him, the media is a part of the evil network that has held the Nigerian people down and held Nigeria down.
Okay, so should I take that as your concluding thought?
That is part of the concluding thought.
All right, thank you very much. I must say a very big thank you to you, Martin Onovo, engineer, trained engineer, activist, and former presidential candidate of the National Conscience Party, NCP. Unfortunately, we are out of time, and this is where we have to draw the curtains on this show. And I hope that you can come back some other time so that we can expand our discussions on politics in Nigeria. I appreciate your presence, and thanks for coming. Now, on behalf of the backroom staff, the sound engineer, technical manager, the technical director, the bass manager, and the guest engineer, I am Chukwuma Okoro. Up next is Issues with Nana Ndem Dioto. I'll see you again tomorrow, 8 o'clock on the morning show. Bye for now, and enjoy the rest of your evening.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talks and matches. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the Atlas.